Ladies and gentlemen, people of the world that is out there. We're here back with another show on this. What day is it now? It's the 14th. Today is Valentine's Day. Obviously I have a very eventful day planned, of course. Nothing out of the ordinary going on or anything. Got a great night's sleep last night. I feel great. I'm ready to do this. I definitely didn't just take a fucking aspirin. I'm so ready, people. I'm so ready. We're here. We're back. We've never been more back. Did Parry debate me? We had a conversation. Yesterday, I believe. And then he ran. Or no, it was 2 days ago at this point. 2 days ago. Right? Thanks, man. Thanks. I'll get it over with. I might need these later, though, if my eyes start twitching, because they fucking feel like shit. I might unironically wear these later. You laying pipe tonight. That sounds like a gay innuendo, because it probably is. Laying pipe, Urban Dictionary. See, I'm catching on to you people now. Oh, it's not. Wait, it ain't. The act of sticking your hog into a swamp donkey. What the fuck does that? What is a swamp? Ew. What the fuck? What is wrong with you people? Holy shit. Okay, what's your name? No, Leafy is here. I'm only wishing my current side bitches happy Valentine's Day. It's like a fucking laundry list to go through. Alright. Anyways. There are things on the docket to cover. Unfortunately, I have to... What is this? Wait a second. We got the tip off on some big drama. Okay, I had shit planned, but scrap that for now. I actually was sent something that looks kind of interesting. For those of you that don't remember, the Naomi King video, the Naomi King coverage was like when I was at my most locked in. That was like my favorite drama to cover, just because of how like dishonest and fucking psychotic she was. So whenever I hear that there's a drama where someone's being accused of some shit and involves a bitch with rugs on her walls that like knows astrology, I'm immediately in on that shit. And I got linked something that's apparently developing now in the ASMR community. So apparently there's some drama in the ASMR community. Somebody accused some other people of something and then deleted the video, but it's the internet, it's out there, it was archived, and it's making the rounds, and the drama is developing. For those of you that don't know, ASMR is like this like subgenre that like that plays on a human physiological response to like certain stimuli that creates almost like a very relaxed, calming feeling. A lot of times it's people whispering, or sometimes eating, or some I don't know, dude. Then, like, it got all degenerate, and there's, like, sexual ASMR now and shit. But there's some drama there. So we're gonna take a look at this real quick, because it does look appealing, and apparently I'm the first one in the community to get my hands on this. Thank you to the Aiden News team.
So
55 minutes. Let's go. Sometimes they be farting. I've never seen an ASMR video that does that, but okay. This looks like it could be good. Dude, already? This could be Kino. Dude, we've got, like, the fucking creepy dolls in the background. We've got, like, the schizo, like, room design. I'm gonna decorate this place a little bit. I don't know. I'm gonna get, like, a plant back there and put a painting up. I don't know what I'm gonna put a painting of yet. But dude, you could tell so much about someone by how their interior is designed. I guess by my interior, I'm a psychopath and I'm incredibly boring. But dude, this is gonna be Kina.
I was debating if I should make this video or not.
Debate?
And I decided that it's better to just say my side of the story, air it out, and have it out in the public than to continue allowing people to randomly speak for me, speak about me, and make up their own stories. Although I have always been very opinionated and expressive about it, I have never publicly made a grievance available for people to just whatever. So before I begin, I do want to warn you, if you are someone who does not like drama and would rather just pleasantly, peacefully sleep to your favorite creator, please, of course, be mindful of watching this video. Maybe don't watch the video. But otherwise...
I'm very relaxed. I'm very relaxed so far. I gotta be honest, it's working.
Let's get into it. So
you have the Patrick Bateman apartment and a stream or two. You'll have plastic over the furniture and newspapers on the floor. That's what you do when you're a rookie. There's some better... Never mind.
My channel back in like 2016. I made I think it was like a Klaus Baudelaire video first.
Series of Unfortunate Events reference?
And then I made a couple of other videos, and then the Peter Venkman video. But the Peter Venkman video was not the first one that I made. And I quite enjoyed it. I was like, this is fun, this is cool, but it was a very huge secret of mine because I was still in the Jehovah's Witnesses, and that is a cult. That is a legit...
True, very true. Everything I've heard about, it sounds like a fucking cult. Everything I've heard. I actually... Dude, you literally walk the streets of Berkeley, California, okay? Walk the campus of UC Berkeley, and it is like, you get like a Strangers and Freaks like side quest every single like time. There was one time I remember I met some like crackhead named Anthony who had moved there from Michigan or something, and he needed water, and I had a bunch of water in my apartment, so I like spent the day like or not spent the day. I went all the way back to my apartment, got this big fucking case of water, lugged it across the city, and brought it back to... It's not a big city, but one of the people have like booths for all sorts of causes set up over there. You have like this group called the RevComs. They're like a revolutionary communist cult centered around this guy called Bob. That's a whole rabbit hole in and of itself. But one of the people that were set up there at one point that I decided to strike up a conversation with. No, I remember this. It was on, I think this was on Shattuck, and there were police outside of a bank because there's this like Wells Fargo or something on Shattuck, and I went and I asked these people at the booth what just happened, because I saw police. I didn't know if the bank got robbed or some shit, and then we struck a conversation about what they're doing, and they asked me what religion I am. And I didn't think they meant it in like an offensive way, but they just asked me if I was Jewish, as if it wasn't fucking like... And I'm like, yeah, that's not my religion, or whatever. And they were like explaining to me like, they were talking to me about like Jehovah and shit. And I'm just like, these people are not... They sound completely fucking insane, though. I couldn't imagine like devoting your whole life to this like actual lunacy. Like, what the fuck is this, dude?
Legitimate bona fide cult. It's much like cancel culture, actually.
Scientology makes them not look as bad, I gotta be honest, but...
Very much a cult, where if, you do something that breaks groupthink rules, you automatically have to shun the person.
True, they do mass excommunications of individual members who go against doctrine, yep.
And anyone who associates with that person automatically also has to be shunned by proxy. So it was actually a cult where I was raised. Like, you couldn't think independently. Everyone was self-referencing, or everyone was referencing other people. Like, it was no independent thought. So the idea that I was making videos in my room was...
Always double check if your religion's a cult, people. Have friends that are open to critique of your religion. If you can't befriend people who criticize your religion, you're in a fucking cult.
It's just like a huge no-no, basically. So in this gap of time, I then meet ASMR Node. ASMR Node became one of my
Twink?
closest and best friends. He
Definitely gay. Definitely gay. 150% gay.
He's just a wonderful guy. Wonderful man. Just as great as anyone could possibly be.
He's gay.
He and I did date for a little while,
Oh, maybe not.
but the fact that I wasn't religious and he was obviously a deal breaker.
Oh, no. You know what it is? Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know why. You're going to think I'm lying because of the insane personal life. But this is why I say, like, I feel like I don't feel like I'm, like, living in reality sometimes because of the shit that's happened. I knew the most flaming gay guy you've ever known in your life when I was living in Utah. He was so, like, it was like a stereotype. I don't know how Family Guy would portray gay people. Great fucking baker. Great baker. Like, it was actually delicious and shit. His fucking muffins and stuff. But this guy wasn't outwardly gay, or he didn't say he was gay. He had a girlfriend and stuff, and he was dedicated to the church. And the conversation, anytime he wasn't like present, would be like, when do you think is he ever gonna like tell us? Because he's like very obviously gay. And what do you know? 2 years later, he's accepted he's gay. He's left the Mormon church and he's with a guy.
But he was just wonderful, basically, as wonderful as can be. He unfortunately did see the effects of what it was like to be in the cult, though, where whenever we would hang out, I would have severe social anxiety because I was always scared someone would find me, someone would see me out in public, and they would like report it back to the congregation, and then I would have to basically be the pariah.
This is how I feel about IC chat. Whenever I go and like, whenever I'm like IRL and I meet like another YouTuber, this is my concern. They're gonna find out and snark.
Whatever. Then the Columbarican witch gained traction, and it was featured in a Spanish newspaper that someone within the Spanish Kingdom Hall that I assisted found, and they started circulating it, and I then got in trouble. It blew up in my face. I was like, this sucks. And yeah, I basically had to make my case where I'm like, I'm not coming here. Like, I can't stomach it. Like, I can't do it anymore. Like, I hate this place. It doesn't make sense. None of the theology makes sense.
See, if you were in Scientology and they found out you were doing something that was like making you really successful, Scientology's weird like that because they would actually encourage it. Because it means more earnings for the church. Because you give like a huge portion. Scientology has like business networking and stuff to like help out fellow Scientologists' own businesses. Like they want public figures. They want liked public figures to openly be a part of their church and stuff. So they'd be thrilled if like a YouTuber got big and was like openly a Scientologist or some shit.
Like, it's completely different from anyone else. It's so satanic. Like, it feels like I'm constantly haunted. It feels like everyone's always watching me, like in a negative way. Like, I can't stomach it. There's no room for intellectual thought. There's no room for thinking. There's no room for creative expression. Everyone's more focused and obsessed with what the other person is thinking, doing, wearing, saying than they actually are about like actually observing and like valuing people for how they are or whatever. So,
for context, she's basically talking about every big drama people have brought up about her the past few years. After this, she talks about the essay. Is there something that prompted this?
oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I
the
leave,
fucking
basically.
stream.
Then the plague nun goes viral. This is weird. I go from a church
Dude, droolers sitting there, just like dead at their fucking keyboard, dead from like a fentanyl overdose.
that made me the black sheep my entire life. Now everyone's like obsessed with me and trying to control me and trying to get as close to me as possible. It was weird. I enjoy creating stuff. I enjoy expressing myself. It's fun. But I don't like people who are like weird like that, like obsessive and like gossipy and all of this jazz. Anyways, so the videos I keep making is basically just to have fun, make me and my friend laugh, ASMR Node. Like, it was always fun to come up with like a wacky idea or whatever. And yeah, it was just nice. ASMR Node was the one who ended up telling me, like, you should date someone who's an atheist because you also don't believe in God, so then it would be an easier match. So then I finally meet my first, well, I wouldn't say it's my first boyfriend because obviously ASMR Node and I dated, but then in 2018, I get invited to collab with GB, like 2 months after the virality of the Plague
Chibireviews?
Nun.
No.
And so I go. We make a couple of collabs, And I must clarify, she and I were not friends. It was more like business acquaintances.
Okay.
Her
I'm assuming this is the part where the essay comes in.
husband started becoming a manager for a number of creators. He started collecting a whole roster.
Because Cam spoiled it for me. Is the essay accusation against a woman? Because this is the thing. Women absolutely are capable of essay. Women are absolutely capable of essay. It's just rare you hear about it. Like, because the truth of the matter is, as well, statistically, it is very rare for a woman to engage in like direct essay in the form that like male perpetrators do, or nearly as frequently as men do. But have we ever covered like an allegation of essay that was made against a woman?
Of creators within the ASMR space.
I think this is a first. We've covered like there's been women like pedos and shit, like Cinny Bear, but from what we know about like female predators and how that works, it's like a way less direct kind of predation. It's occurring over the internet, like female perpetrators of like crimes like sexual assault and shit like murder. It takes a different form typically than male perpetrators, and it's way less, I guess, like direct or overtly aggressive. Essay is going to imply like here there was some form of unwanted touching in person. You just don't hear about that a lot from on the part of a woman.
The one to make ASMR into a business. Like she was the one that kind of cultivated the whole business like culture around it.
Or no, that's the form. Okay. That's the other form you see. I'm not saying when you hear about the teacher, like when you hear about female sexual assault perpetrators and like, that's one of the only forms I think you see happening widespread amongst female predators, who once again do exist. And when it's a teacher-student relationship, or dynamic. I don't mean relationship as like in that way. I mean, because obviously it's not consensual. The kid can't consent. But in many cases, right, it's a lot less like direct or involving force, because many times the female teacher has a student that the student they're abusing be like compliant with. Obviously their compliance doesn't matter because they can't consent, but in regards to like the actual struggle for the teacher to be a predator, there's a lot less of that because of that said compliance.
And I was just kind of going along with the ride because I was like, okay, cool, whatever. But yeah, we were not friends. I spoke more to her husband, who was managing sponsorships for me, than I did with her. Which is fine. It's totally cool. But I do not like it when people say, oh, you and GB aren't friends anymore and whatnot. I'm like, we were never friends. Like, we never spoke to each other outside of just business. Had I not gone viral with the Plague Nun, I don't think we would have collaborated. So in 2019, I get invited to go to VidCon, and I end up being one of the panelists.
Oh no. Oh no. Whenever VidCon comes into a story, you know you're about to hear some like deranged shit, dude. I don't know what... Like, every time there's a VidCon, there's, like, at least 10 documented sexual assaults. Or, like, someone being a complete fucking weirdo, or... Dude.
And it was a pretty exciting experience, but it was...
Listen, this year at VidCon, because I'm out of the house everywhere, universally, I'm not sure if I have friends that I'm not, like, publicly associated with, per se, that are... Well, I'm like, it's not like I'm keep it private or whatever, but I have like non-commentary YouTuber friends and shit that I go see when I go there and stuff. But this year we'll get on the ground news coverage from AG4L News Network of sexual assault stories of VidCon as they break. Okay, we'll be waiting outside hotel rooms, interviewing the people that leave.
Heavily tampered. So...
getting arrested for disturbing the peace, but we'll get the questions answered.
This is when things get very controversial, and this is where I'm going to light a little bit, or shine a little bit of a light as to what gossip or rumors or theories have been going on for a number of years now. So basically, Goodnight Moon and I, so she arrives to VidCon with PJ Dreams, and I was quite excited to see them because I was struggling with my social anxiety. Like, I was very stressed. I was very anxious. Everyone there was, like, very wary of, fake people, and they themselves were kind of fake people. Like, this is...
If you want, like, maybe it's because I'm in commentary. I don't know, but I feel like it's like this... I hear about this from non-commentary people. This is, like, the fakest... Like, in terms of people that share a similar occupation, this is the, like, if you're avoiding fake people, you should not go into this occupation or hobby. Like everyone, everyone is some form of mentally ill, and if it's not if they're not overtly, you'll figure it out through talking to them or how they treat you at some point. But it's like, this is like, I'm pretty sure, I feel like per capita of any hobby or occupation, you meet the most, besides politics, you meet just like the most fake fucking people ever.
A whole convention of influencers. So it's kind of like, it's a bit awkward, basically. So when I saw them, I was quite excited because I felt like, okay, I know someone here, like, cool. So I started hanging out with him. And I'm under the impression that they were dating. Like, they were sharing a room, it had one bed, like, they were, I was under the impression that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. And I think PJ Dreams was under the impression that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, too.
Okay, this guy did something.
And I'm under the impression that they were dating. Like, they were sharing a room, it had one bed, like, they were...
That is the... This guy, listen, I don't know who's getting accused yet. Who's getting accused of doing the essay? My bets are on this guy, man. I know it was implied it was a woman that did it, but like, this guy did something. I don't know what he did. If he didn't do anything here, he hasn't been caught yet, okay? Are we just gonna sit around and wait until he does do something? Thank you for the 5, Puddle. Derail real quick and watch the video I sent you. You know what? Just for you, buddy. Puddle with our first fucking donor of the stream. Thank you so much, man. Our buddy Yakovi Goodman is back. Okay, after his, and I'm quoting him, his F-slur brother-in-law, Heshi Appel, tried to use radio waves to use homosexual mind control to make him gay. He's back with an update.
Good morning, everybody. Talmidim, listen to Rabbeinu. How Rabbeinu is going to teach the world what it means to mess with a top Israeli soldier, a top Talmud for Avram Yitzchak Brab, a top Talmud for Avigdor Miller, a top Talmud for Abba Batzali, Rabbeinu Yaakov Solomon of Yosef, to mess with them. We'll teach them one.
Puddle, you speak German, right? Whenever he like goes in, because he sometimes switches between English and Yiddish. When he speaks Yiddish, can you translate?
It means the pasuk between the difference between
this is all going to be okay for me to show on stream, right?
This pasuk over here, and the pasuk of we have to do this in the bathroom and lock double locks of our right hand so they shouldn't come blowing in. Because when you want to blow your top off, you make sure your doors and windows are shut. This is the time we're going to really blow their top off.
It's going to get good, I'm being told.
As it says here in Parashat Bahar, pasuk.
You'll never believe what he's holding? I thought it's like, what's the word for it? It's like I should know this. My grandma's going to be really upset. There's like a ram horn that you like blow into for some Jewish holiday or whatever.
And the article in the National Service says twice.
I feel like I'm getting like a spell cast on me right now.
It says 2 types. You make a little review. And
this is actually how I feel when I listen to like Hasidic Jews talk, because they look like wizards too. They have like the long beards and shit, speaking some like freaky language.
And you should have him live. No matter which way he lives.
I'm not fucking Hasidic.
You should have him live with you.
Basically, to help you understand, there are like secular Jews, and then there are Hasidic Jews. Hasidic Jews live in like insular communities. You never interact with them, even if you're Jewish. You never interact. Like, I don't know exactly. Like, I couldn't pretend to know anything about like what Hasidic Jews do.
I will teach you the chotem shos between these thieves.
All I know is, this is a funny story. All I know is when I was growing up, my grandfather was very bigoted against Hasidic Jews. And he said to me, he was telling me, this is like listen, I'm doing my people a disservice right now, man. He told me a story about his bosses, because he once worked he was like a pharmaceutical salesman or some shit. He once worked for a bunch of Orthodox Jews. And one day he was going to work, and the building that he worked out of was completely fucking burnt down. Next thing you know, there was some sort of investigation, and the family he was working for got arrested for burning down the office for the insurance money.
Psukim, and the fourth pasuk that will make them blow.
I'm like, I was like, dude, Grandpa's gonna fucking cause like a second Holocaust if he tells this story. Holy shit.
Their minds out of.
Dude, even I was like feeling a little bit anti-Semitic after listening to that shit. It's like, are you serious? That's how the story ends? They burnt down the fucking office for the insurance money?
The Talmud from a top soldier in Klal Yisrael. Now there's a pasuk here in Parshas Kiseitze. Make sure we gotta do this in the bathroom. We're retired in the bathroom already. It means when they don't become what it means. Watch this kindlech.
Okay, we're watching.
They're gonna go now.
What is going on in the sink? Are those pennies? Dude, no, come on, man. Who is the Jewish PR rep? Who is the Jewish PR rep? What is going on here? Is that a jar of pennies? Oh, no, it's not. Is it? I really hope it's not, for my sake.
So great. And they're gonna have a hole in the pants, she'enkamoyu. She'enkamoyu, a split straight down.
So we got like a rotting banana. Wait, that's it's all being held in underwear. We've got a rotting banana, a cup of, I don't know if that's coffee. And then that's an actual, I hope that's not a jar of pennies, man. We're so cooked if it is.
And they're gonna go nuts and bananas in their pants. Diarrhea she'enkamoyu. She'enkamoyu. Now watch this. As we teach them
now, I don't speak Yiddish, but I'm pretty sure that means they're gonna shit their pants. Dude, can I watch this puddle? Is he gonna whip his dick out?
Of using kaichatum on us as well. Now we take one plunger, put it in the toilet. And we have here soaps. We already spilled some soap already over here. We already spilled some soap over here. Now we spill some soap on the brush. And we spill some soap.
What the fuck is going? Why is he storing his jar of pennies in his underwear that's in the sink with his coffee on top of it? Why is
on the brush?
Who is this? It's a guy we've been following for a year. He's a Hasidic Jew in New Jersey who was in Puddle Suckers Recommended, and he believed that his, and I'm quoting him, his F-slur brother-in-law, Heshi Appel, was using mind control to make him homosexual.
And we put it behind here. Now watch what's going to happen. You just tell me this story, what's going to happen afterwards here. I'm going to do the Maisa. You tell me what happens to it.
What's going to happen?
Let them know what it means. Also on the pasuk of Bachut Mishosh Lebei and Osik. Now watch. Try to put this in an angle that you should be able to see the Maisa. It needs them in the floor, shake them away.
Is he living out of the bathroom?
In the floor, so Rabbeinu Yaakov so many Yosef. Talmud for all these great people. Top Israeli soldier.
Dude, the idea. What is this, bro? This guy is the top Israeli soldier. Okay, he's protecting the American toilets from Hamas.
I'm gonna teach them what it means to mess.
Dude, Hamas is in the toilet.
As their coffee toif, all the Gemesa wrote in the Sheparnasa, they're not becoming if you in what any situation.
Yeah, this looks like it's a public bathroom.
They make me watch them on the street, and they watch me in my truck through all types of cameras.
People, when you go and use public bathrooms, just know that the guy that came in before you could have been doing whatever the fuck this says.
So we're gonna teach them a lesson.
Is that coffee?
And we switch your coffee toilet and you get hot water. They can boil in their face and on their face at the same time, on the penis at the same time. How we get this?
Wonder what? What is going on?
So you got hot water.
So he's pouring coffee in the toilet, and he's having us imagine that he's pouring it on their penis?
Hot coffee. And now, hot water and hot coffee at the same time. And now we're going to pour some vinegar and in the chafer a little. That we learned.
Look, there's a method to his madness, okay? He's filling the toilet with soap, and then he's probably going to slush around with the water, which is going to clean maybe the plunger and the brush of the public bathroom toilet. And then vinegar has antiseptic properties, right?
Baba Sali a little. Baba Sali used to put some vinegar to stop all the keratomas.
Hot coffee does. He's just doing the work. Listen, the bacteria in the toilet work for Hamas.
To stop the chafer. So every year about.
What is happening? Dude, there's some guy out there that has to take like a fucking foot longer. He's just say Indian food. It's like the shit of his life. He's like, what the fuck's taking so long in there, buddy? And then from the bathroom, he hears this. He's like, I didn't know an asshole can make that noise. This guy needs the toilet more than I do. He's making a potion. I would think this was a ritual, but this guy's legitimately schizo, so I don't know at this point if it's like a ritual he invented or. But the toilet has been liberated from Hamas. Okay, let's get back to what we were actually watching.
I was under the impression.
Thank you, Puddle, for the first stone of the stream. $5. Can he be topped? Can he be topped? If he can't, you could also support us by liking up.
Boyfriend and girlfriend, and I think PJ Dreams was under the impression that they were boyfriend and girlfriend too, and that they were dating or whatever. And so we started hanging out with a number of influencers at this like little convention room. It was like a nice little like gathering or whatever, and I'm still quite like anxious. You know, there's comments being made about like, oh, I'm like such a squeaky clean, whatever. Just feel very kind of like tight. So I ask Erin, Goodnight Moon, if she can get me a shot, and then another shot, and then another shot, so that way I can like get the nerves out of my system. I then go up to get the last shot, and it turns out that they were double shots. So
this is a really bad way to deal with social anxiety. Really bad. Because, like, the thing is, alcohol, like, it is effective if you're, like, somebody that is social. It's very effective. That's why it's called liquid courage. But this is literally how you, like, this is, like, how it starts. This is how you become an alcoholic. Well, that's not necessarily true. There's various reasons. Someone, for example, could, like, the trauma's been really bad. This, like, makes it not feel so bad. And then they use it as, like, when you're actually using it as a solution to real issues and not as just, like, a recreational thing for fun, you're now delving into the territory of an unhealthy relationship with alcohol. Thank you for the 5, Patrick. I was going to request we watch that video of when the penguins of Madagascar destroyed racism, but it's likely overshadowed by Puddle's video. Yeah, and also, it's like that's very 2020 coded, man. I'm sorry.
I had taken 6 to 8 shots within like an hour. And Aaron was not drinking. PJ drank a little bit. I think he drank like 2 or 3 shots. I don't know if those, like, I think those were 4 to 6 shots then too. So
what were they shots of? And I guess I'm not like a big shot guy. I guess when I was in England I was having shot, but I like being drunk. I don't like the process of drinking alcohol, and for some reason vodka is like the thing that I can stomach. There was like a day where after I like went all in the first night when I was out with Queeman, right? I just couldn't stand the taste of alcohol, and like I know vodka tastes like alcohol or whatever. But for some reason, vodka is like the only thing like tolerable to me or whatever. I don't fucking know, but I'm not like a big shot guy. I don't know how drunk she is. It's really gonna depend on, you know, height, weight.
To say then I blacked out. I was like 100 pounds at the time. And,
oh no, there she gave it to us.
And I really sincerely do not remember how we went from the convention room to their room, but I basically made it to their hotel room. And the next thing I know, Aaron once again did not drink a single drop. PJ was kind of out of it. And when I started waking up, she's on top of me, like putting her face on my face, like kissing me, and then trying to put her hand down my pants. And then I grab her wrist, and I basically stop it from going. I'm like holding it still, and I'm basically giving a cue of like, don't, like stop. But I'm like knocked out, so I'm like trying to like push.
Yeah, if her recollection of events is true, that is just like textbook sexual assault, right?
Her off of me, try to like whatever.
If she's so drunk she's blacking out, obviously she's too drunk to consent to anything, and also she hasn't indicated that she even swings that way to begin with. So even if she would like, not that that would really change anything, even if she did swing that way, it wouldn't make it any less of sexual assault. But like, if this story is true, this is yeah, it's textbook sexual assault.
And I just feel really weak. Coming to the rescue is PJ Dreams. He then jumps on top of her and they start doing stuff. And that was my cue to just get out. I ran to the bathroom, I splashed water in my face, and I'm like, what is going on here? I then walked to the door and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go to my hotel room now. And they're like, no, let us walk you there because it's like 2 a.m. and there's like influencers. It's like a shady whatever, you know? So PJ says, let's walk you back to your hotel room. And I was like, okay. But I'm like clearly quite shaken. And then I asked him, I'm like, what happened? Like, what happened? Like, what happened? And they're like, no, nothing happened. It was totally fine. Don't worry about it or whatever. I start crying. I start breaking down. I'm like anxious and like whatever. And I wait a couple of hours until I know that my boyfriend woke up. And then I call him immediately and I say, I think I cheated on you. And he was obviously stunned. And he was like, okay, just give me until lunch and then we can discuss things. And I'm like, okay. So then, obviously then he calls me in lunch and he asks like what happened, and I tell him what happened, and he was the one to tell me, no, it sounds like they took advantage of you.
This all makes sense. The fact that she didn't immediately realize what it actually was that just happened, so she actually feels guilty. Like this story in terms of like a sexual assault story, this all is adding up so far.
And I'm like, yeah, but like what was I doing drinking so much? And he was like, you were with someone.
No,
you
this
trusted.
is not Chibi's girlfriend. This is some ASMR YouTuber.
Like, it's like, yeah, sure, you might have gone overboard or whatever, but like you shouldn't have been in that, like that shouldn't have happened basically. So I'm still like riled, I'm still like on edge or whatever. That same morning she wanted to hang out, Goodnight Moon. She was asking if, you know, I wanted to go get buffalo wings or whatever, and I said no, that I was gonna stay in my room because I was feeling not well. Like I was nauseous, I was anxious, like I wasn't feeling well, so I was gonna just stay in my room. And then she like, do you want to hang out before the ASMR panel for VidCon? And I'm like, I think I'm gonna need just like a breather, some space or whatever. And so we go to the panel, and I'm still trying to keep some space between myself and Goodnight Moon, where I'm like, just let me process it, let me go through it, whatever, like let me figure things out, let me just whatever. It's not possible. She's like trying to get as close to me as possible, remain as close to me as possible. And I'm like, this is making me more anxious. Like this is making me more uncomfortable. Then during the panel, I rush out first to try and sit far away from her, thinking that Maddie Tingle.
Okay, so at this point, okay, so this is her right here. And then the woman with the red hair is the woman that she's alleging sexually assaulted her the night prior. And the events she described would be sexual assault if we were to believe they're true. So it's not like a Naomi King situation. Like what Naomi King did, if I remember correctly, Naomi King would like purposefully make certain things vague and not specify certain things to lead you to a certain conclusion with her framing that wasn't true, based on like the facts of the matter that she was very conveniently like omitting to lead you to that conclusion.
Is going to be sitting next to me. She then walks in front of Maddie Tingles and sits next to me instead. So then I'm sitting on the edge of my seat, kind of away from her, very sat forward, so that way I'm kind of like putting as much space as possible, basically. And I basically just can't look at her. Like there's a few moments where for a cue, like if you know you had to kind of signal normalcy, you had to signal like everything is fine, don't worry about it, it's good. I basically would just be like, you know, pleasant, normal, whatever. But whenever she spoke, whenever anything happened, I would just zone out and just kind of like ignore it as much as possible, block it out, because for some reason it was causing me great anxiety.
This is like a really fascinating, not because it's like it changes anything fundamentally. I've just never heard of like a essay allegation like this, of this nature, when it's like the getting someone drunk and then forcefully touching them, etc. That's almost always like men doing that. I've never heard, like, this is actually, in all the years doing, I think this is the first allegation I've heard of this nature of essay where it's woman on woman.
Great English. Yeah, it sucked really badly, which was a shame because it was quite an enjoyable experience. Outside of that, I ended up making a couple of friends. I got to meet iDubbbz before, Yoko Ono ended up destroying him.
Okay, no, you know what? If she got sexualized, I'm not gonna get on her for that.
I got to meet Boy in a Band. That's, also a controversial statement or whatever. And, it was wonderful. Then she keeps insisting that we hang out. And I'm like, I need space. Like, I keep coming up with every excuse under the sun where I'm like, no, it's okay. I just need a break. I just need a breather, whatever. She gets more and more annoyed with me, more and more mad with me. And I'm like, why are you so mad? Like, why are you whatever? So anyways, once the whole VidCon thing kind of comes to a conclusion, GB's husband, the manager, arranges that we go to Disneyland.
You're meeting like, the other thing too is, let's say this isn't a sexual assault allegation. Like, you're meeting YouTubers. Like, the expectation here should be, especially for someone that's been doing this for a while, a lot of these people are gonna have social issues and shit. It's just like, it just comes with this, I guess. And like, it's not gonna be super abnormal if like someone randomly wanted space or whatever. And I think like, if you get super pushy over that or personally offended, you're just like socially retarded.
And I'm like, cool, we'll go to Disneyland. My friend Cat Plant was with me. She was staying in the same hotel room I was. I had given her my +1. It was separate beds, so she was sleeping in the other bed. And she noticed that I was very stressed, very on edge, very anxious. And so she gave me some CBD droplets. And she was like, whatever you're going through, don't worry, sweetie. It's going to be fine. She's truly a sweetheart. She's truly...
Does CBD actually fucking do anything? Like, all I hear about is CBD. CBD, does it like actually fucking do shit? Like...
Truly a nice person. So I'm like, I didn't tell her what happened though. I was like, I can't... Like, this is not something to gossip about. Like, I don't want this. To me, at that point, I was like, this is awkward. It's a social faux pas. It's nothing more, but it's also causing me great English. Like, and I chalked it up to, it's just, whatever, but whatever. So, then I find out that, unfortunately, PJ Dreams told Taylor Darling what had happened that night. And I'm like, why would you say that? But him coming forward and being honest about it, I said, and texting me about it, I was like, it's okay. I'm really not upset with you. You didn't do anything. In fact, if anything, you accidentally helped me. It's her that I have a problem with. Unfortunately, in his case, during that week, it was like he still had great loyalty and allegiance to Goodnight Moon. So although he recognized that this was an uncomfortable, awkward situation and he was trying to mediate between it, he was like, please don't be mad at her. Please don't be mad at her. And I'm like...
But if he was in the room and witnessed this happen, that's such a weird fucking response. He's in the room where this woman who's allegedly so drunk she's blacking out is taken back to the room. A woman he knows would otherwise never be interested, as far as we know. She doesn't indicate, like, once again, this just goes on to add to how, like, if she is completely straight, once again, like, this would further just add weight to her story. Not like her not being straight would warrant what happened. But he's like there, this woman who's allegedly like so drunk she's blacked out is back in a hotel room, and he sees this other person get on top of them, start kissing them, and try to reach into their pants. And he's like, please don't be mad at her. It's like, if this is true, you just witnessed a fucking sexual assault. What do you mean, don't be mad at her?
Then give me space to breathe. Not him necessarily, but her. So then we go to Disneyland. I bring Cat Plant along, and then I'm planning on just staying as close to Cat Plant as possible. She's kind of like my safe person, if you will. And apparently it's just not possible, because then Goodnight Moon comes out of left field. She just bear hugs Cat Plant, like drapes herself over her and then starts staring me down. And that just made me go into overload. Like, I just couldn't handle it. So then I walk away, I leave the group. I think they took a Disneyland photo together. I'm not in it. I go off on my own. I start taking my own photos at Disneyland. I enjoy it because I've never been to Disneyland before, and it was my first time, and I enjoyed it.
Sorry, I was editing a VOD while I was watching. I'm multitasking.
But she then starts texting me when she realizes that I wasn't in the group anymore. And she starts getting mad at me, saying, like, all of this stuff, getting, like, all whatever, saying, why aren't I there? Why aren't whatever? And I then say, you're not giving me, like, any space. Like, you literally did something inappropriate. Like, I was drunk. Like, I don't even know what happened. And you're not even acknowledging, like, how messed up it is. You're not giving me any, like, charity. I'm over here trying to, like, figure out things as practically and, like, organized and structured as I possibly can.
Yeah, it's hard to like process if you were sexually assaulted, it's going to be hard to process that when you're like constantly being pressured to engage in social interaction and panels and hanging out with the person that sexually assaulted you. Like, yeah, it's a fucking awkward situation, like, all around.
So as to like not indict you as harshly as I could, and yet you can't give me any charity or room to breathe. So yeah, I block her after that. I'm like, I'm so done with this. Then I come back home, I'm finally taking a breather, I'm finally back with my boyfriend, with my mom, and I'm like super happy as I can be. But I'm still struggling with it, and I break down crying to my mom, and I'm like, yeah, so this happened, and she was like upset, but whatever, you know. Like, a couple days later, of all people, and I'm very eternally grateful to her for this, Elise ASMR then messages me, and she says, someone leaked your private information.
I believe her. I completely, like, I believe her. She literally has messages showing that she was saying this at the time. Maybe she was saying something else at the time, and the guy responding to her was talking about another private detail that he leaked, if we're gonna be like devil's advocate. But like everything she has said so far makes sense. I don't feel like she's like being purposefully vague or omitting anything. This is like very direct. It's very direct communicate, like about the facts of the matter, as opposed to like people like Naomi who want something to hit harder than it would just off of the facts alone, so they purposely omit details and emphasize others to lead you to a misleading conclusion. I believe her.
On each hand.
And if this is completely made up and it's a lie, then she's very good at it.
Like, what? And they were like, yeah, they leaked the city that I was living in at the time, and they leaked your boyfriend's name and his politics. And I'm like, who? Like, how could this happen? Who's dragging my boyfriend into this equation? Then Elise finds out that it's Goodnight Moon's girlfriend's trans fiance, or fiance might be trans. I don't know. I can't tell, honestly. I really can't tell. I can't even, don't get me started. So I'm like, I thought she was
didn't have to do them like that.
Dating PJ Dreams. But she's actually dating Ruby, who's engaged to someone who is like leaking my private information, my city, and all of this jazz. Like, her information was released a year prior, and I was there listening to her like vent about it, saying how stressed she was, how she had to move, and all of this jazz. And now they're leaking my personal information, my boyfriend's information at that time, and like it was insane. And I'm like, this is malicious. This is not just a simple social faux pas. This is like malicious now. And then oddly enough, a week later, she then flies into the city that I was living in at the time, and I'm like, what? It's like,
it depends on what city she's in for that to be suspicious. Like, I get maybe from her perspective what, but like if she lives in like New York City or some shit, like that literally could just be by coincidence.
A week later. So I'm like, what is she doing here? Then it turns out that she's doing a collab with GB, and I'm like, okay, still, in light of everything, what the hell? But whatever, you know, it's a collab with GB. Then out of left field, she starts dating Marno, and I'm like, what? Anyways, I can't stomach seeing her face. It starts giving me like really strong anxiety, like issues. Like, it was bad, basically. I couldn't stomach seeing her face in the thumbnails. It just disturbed me. It's like this, it's like seeing Chucky, basically. It's like this wholesome little, like, whatever, trying to be as sweet and pleasant as possible. And it's like messy as can be, basically. What also deeply bothered me is that now Goodnight Moon is doing a bunch of collabs with Always Slightly Sleepy. If you don't know the lore behind Always Slightly Sleepy, she used to do audio porn where she would simulate age play, rape, and incest. That's why she tries to...
What? What is going on in the ASMR? I remember ASMR from like 10 years ago when I first figured out what it was. And it was like, I don't know, like ASMR, cooking a delicious sandwich and explaining what I'm doing. And like now, like they've mixed it with just like complete like fucking degeneracy and horrors beyond your comprehension. And there's like sexual ASMR, and now there's like whatever the fuck this is, allegedly.
Act weird, wholesome, and cutesy on her main page because she's trying to simulate a little girl. So apparently these are what progressives call feminists. This is what actually supports women, apparently. Her content includes, for anyone interested, legal underage virginity taking, waking up daddy with incest, rape, and a BJ as the underage daughter. She, of course, also appreciated the praise and feedback she got from her listeners who enjoyed her content as
this is on YouTube as well? Dude, I mean, it doesn't surprise. YouTube allows, I've said this before, YouTube allows Fallen Shadow to be on their platform, so doesn't fucking surprise me at this point. Doesn't surprise me.
On who the hell knows. This last one is supposedly hers. I can't confirm that, but it's once again a little sister roleplay with a grown man. So...
Have you not heard the hitting you over the head with a pan ASMR? No?
When you see grown women like this dressing up as little girls, pretending to be feminists, pretending to care about women, trust me, they are the furthest from it.
So, yeah, it was just not.
Unironically, it seems like online there is profit to be made and appealing. It seems like there are a lot more pedophiles than you'd expect out there, and it seems like there is money to be made appealing to these types. And I keep bringing her up as an example because, in my opinion, she's the most egregious. Fallen Shadows, a really good example of this, right? She's obviously role-playing as a toddler, and she knows exactly what she's doing, and you could look at the comments, filter to newest, to see what the intention of her audience is. They talk about dating her, they make sexual innuendos to the character, like, it's an account that is obviously, like, tailored for pedophiles.
Fun, basically. Elise ASMR and I had started talking around 2018. I enjoyed her content. I found her because of the Mata Hari.
And the problem I have with this kind of stuff as well, the real moral claim, I guess, is that because this is on YouTube, a site where you wouldn't expect such content to exist, and because it's like, think from the perspective, pretend you're 10 years old here for a minute. You're like pretend you're a 10-year-old girl here for a minute. You see some like cutesy little VTuber avatar on Fallen Shadows channel, and you think it's really cute, and you like want to be in her community and stuff. You don't realize, because like on a surface level, if you're completely innocent, you don't understand what it actually is that you're watching there, and you don't understand the community that you've just entered. The community you've just entered is filled with people who are there because they are attracted to somebody, an adult, pretending to be a 10-year-old. So it's like these communities, because depending on whether you're innocent, like depending on whether you're innocent or not, and know what's really going on, it could mutually have overlap between an appeal to kids and a simultaneous appeal to pedophiles. So I was from G's. Why is he yelling? Who's yelling?
And I thought that her, polyglot skills were quite interesting. So I messaged her, she messaged me, I can't recall, and we just started talking about like our interests or whatever. And yeah, then she found all of this information out for me, and I was like, oh my God, like that's insane. So then she comes and visits me in the city that I was living in at that time. And we hang out. I tell her I'm bringing my boyfriend at that time because for my own safety, it's just nice where if it goes too long, if it's nighttime, I would rather have him there to protect me, just to walk me home or whatever.
Awesome. Can't wait to see you. It's okay that he doesn't mind. No, he's a social man, but he loves meeting new people. We're on the train now, and we should arrive closer to 5:45. Got it. By Grand Hall, you mean Great Half, or is that... Okay, this is where I'm a little suspicious. She is very socially anxious, right? She seems like somebody that wouldn't be able to engage in like a direct face-to-face or voice-to-voice confrontation. And she claims that, this is a different person. If the girl that sexually assaulted her, she's saying that she had had this conversation of when she was like pushing to hang out with her. It's like, I don't know what happened the other night. Like I was I would expect there to be a message of that. I wouldn't expect her to do that face to face or on a call.
Okay, cool, I'm excited, whatever. We take her out, we show her around, we buy her expensive drinks, we buy her expensive food. She loved it, we loved it, it was great. Then for some reason, out of left field, it was truly out of left field, she starts talking about some vague, mysterious crap about what I had done. And I'm like, what have I done? Like, what are you talking about right now? What did I do? And she was like, I can't believe you don't even know what you did. And I'm like, I really don't know what you're talking about. We took you out to a nice fancy dinner. We took you out to these nice skyline places.
This is how I felt after meeting Perry for the second time.
And then we went home. That was what happened. She wouldn't.
Sure, this is literally just that part. That is literally how I feel about Perry.
Tell me, and then she blocked me for a year or whatever. Then she emails me and starts spam calling me a year later, basically saying oh, the reason I was upset at you was because you brought your boyfriend. And I'm like, so, yeah, it was quite frustrating. I'm like, how is that a problem? How is that an issue? If it was an issue, you could have raised it before, whatever. So yeah, it was bullshit. But I'm like, whatever, I still have loyalty to you due to the fact that you helped me out in this situation. But yeah, it was like constant drama. And it's like anytime I didn't respond to her for a while, she would then start flipping out. I cannot stomach friendships or people where they're like, if you don't message me, you're a bad person. It's like, okay, like, go away. Like, I just can't stomach it. So I'm like, I'm sorry, like, I didn't mean to be, like, whatever, like, I'm good with you, like, I have no ill will towards you, there's nothing going on there, like, it's totally fine. Then she makes this video about me a couple months ago. And I'm like, where the hell did this video come from? Like, what the hell? When I got canceled, I told everyone that—
Oh, wait, she was previously canceled? Okay, I'm getting the vibe that not that this is going to affect whether or not she was sexually assaulted, right? I'm getting the vibe she's right-wing. It's just a hunch, and potentially that's why she got canceled in the ASMR community, because she might have had a unorthodox view. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
I know. Don't say anything, because if you do—
Yeah, I made a video about it all years ago. Got it.
they'll shun you too. This is cult tactics. I told them all, stay quiet. So she then decides out of left field to start defending me. And then I start noticing a pattern. Are you trying to get attention through me? And then she's like, no, I would never do that. And then she would say things like, I hope you don't think that, I'm copying your ideas or whatever. And I'm like, no, I just assume that we have the same interests. I just assume that we're like, whatever. But what strikes me as odd is that not only did she make this video, then I go to check the DMs. The last DM we talked about was basically just catching up on her work, catching up on her life, catching up on her hobbies. She asks me, how am I doing? I'm saying I'm just taking care of my place, taking care of the house, boring as can be. Then she tells me later, a year later, she's like, oh, I'm going to make a video about you just because, I want to make sure that no one thinks I think the way you do. And I'm like, that's fine. Like, clarify your opinions. I have no problem with it.
What are her political views that are...
I have my opinions. You're entitled to yours. But then during this video—
So it's weird because there seems to be a very serious sexual assault allegation at the beginning of this video, but it also now seems like she's pivoting to every unrelated grievance she has with everybody now, but unrelated shit as well.
she starts reviewing all of this bullshit where she's like, I don't know if she even likes women and all of this nonsense.
I was hoping that Angelica was going through something personal, which I know that she did, and I thought that this was some sort of trauma response. I was waiting for her to come back to what she
There's no way this person's mouth is like naturally that big.
used to believe in. She didn't. Just
This is AI.
for your information, I have DM'd Angelica like a month ago to let her know that I was going to make a short video about this. She never got back to me. I think that maybe she doesn't even consider me a friend anymore, given the fact that I pretty much advocate for everything that she hates.
Maybe I'm tripping right now.
She was a really good friend of mine. I was hoping that maybe with time, she would change back. I said that already, but she didn't. And maybe one day she will when she does change. I'll be here. But in the meantime, I don't think I want people to perceive me as her ally or as anyone who is involved in whatever she's doing. We are clearly
Why am I? Because for some reason it like seems like it's the only part that's focused.
very different. We are completely opposed.
Basically, this Angelica chick was very inclusive and basically a leftist, and then completely switched and made videos calling out gay people and just a bunch of crazy ideas to be on. Okay, got it.
When it comes to everything. So it is quite sad,
So yeah, I'm like, I think you were only ever friends with me for attention, for just clout, for just like whatever. Like this was not a genuine friendship. Because then after she makes this video, she
Okay,
continues—
now she's losing me. Now she's lost. It's like you sound like you were legitimately sexually assaulted. Like that sucks. Obviously, you should do something. But now she's like airing out every unrelated grievance, and it sounds like she's mad she got canceled over her political views. But I'm trying to figure out what those political views were. Can you link me her channel, Cam?
to actually directly copy my ideas. So where before she was very concerned about people thinking that she was copying me, then she almost undeniably keeps copying me, where she starts doing like really niche like titles a week or two after I release a video. Where it's
Do you have
like,
any
World War III
examples?
draft. A week later, she then makes a World War III draft. Elon Musk baby mama retirement application. 1 week later, she makes a Elon Musk baby mama application.
Okay, yeah, that is probably copying.
Freaking Sydney Sweeney ranking your genes or rating your dreams or whatever. Then she makes a video like that, and I'm like, if I'm such a terrible friend, if I'm such a terrible—
What the fuck has ASMR become? I literally remember when it was just like, yeah, making a BLT or something. Now it's ASMR, Elon Musk's baby mama retirement application.
1 week later, she makes a Elon Musk baby mama application. Freaking Sydney Sweeney ranking your genes or rating your dreams or whatever. Then she makes a video like that, and I'm like,
if I'm such a terrible friend, if I'm such a terrible person that you don't agree with, that you don't align with, why do you keep copying me? It's weird. Like, the last conversation we had was pleasant.
She doesn't align with your political views. That doesn't have anything to do with your ASMR content.
So I'm like, spare me the hypocritical bullshit. It's weird. It was devastating because, as previously mentioned, she was the one to help me find out who the hell this person was that was revealing my private information. But then now I have to look back and think, was this just a way to become closer to me, as opposed to just a genuine attempt at friendship? It's weird. It's so freaking devastating and weird. Anyways, so then I get into drama with Oh Diddley. And people start saying, how dare you attack a woman for her lifestyle? How dare you attack a woman like you're being so sexist or whatever? I'm like, excuse me. She came into my comment section when I ended up saying, don't waste your money at college.
Without education, we're in a horrible and deadly danger of taking educated people seriously. If you have to spend $100K at university to study a worldview no one in the world instinctually recognizes or respects, instead of learning a useful skill for society, you're not only the problem, you buried yourself in debt for your insufferable elitist arrogance. Only go to school for STEM, medicine, or law. Otherwise, stick to the trades. What? The truth of the matter is, I would not be in college, right? Like, I think ultimately, like, I could just join the workforce right now and have as much use as I'm going to have when I finish my degree. The truth of the matter is, though, your starting salary with a bachelor's, even if it's some useless fucking humanities bachelor's, is going to be, like, significantly increased. Your starting salary goes up. Like, at some point, yeah, it is about the money, not about whatever the fuck you're learning in the degree. And yeah, at some point you're like, humanities degree, if you're in it for the money, right, it would make sense to pursue said useless degree.
Spending like 6 figures worth of debt to study something like gender women's studies or some philosophy degree or whatever. And it's like, what job are you going to get? You're literally loading yourself up with debt slavery.
Also, I love this like meta of like pretending that like people who get like a fucking humanities degree are like planning on going into the exact occupation their degree pertains to. I mean, there are people that like graduated with sociology degrees that are working as like sales reps. It is literally getting a degree for the sake of getting the degree, and hopefully you'll pick something you're semi-interested in that maybe links to some potential career paths you're interested in. But at the end of the day, like the benefit just lies in the fact that yeah, your starting salary is going to be better.
Like
$3 from Belinda, pair character with lovey-dovey eyes blowing red hearts in the air. Thank you so much, Belinda, for the 3.
What are you actually going to do? And not only that, the education itself is going to wire you up.
Yeah, how did we go from her talking about what sounded like a pretty serious like allegation of sexual assault? We've now gone from that to like she's talking about like someone getting a useless college degree.
You are going to be the most unrelatable, pretentious, annoying douchebag that literally no one likes. They talk about education, but everything you learn in university is just deconstruction. It's literally the antithesis of education. You're not being taught anything. You're being taught how to hate everything, basically. How to not think, basically. So I made that point. And then I get a flood, obviously, of people being like, my theater.
This is what I sound like on like LSD.
Arts degree was actually super.
And I think I'm like spitting. Thank you, Belinda, for the 2. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day to you too.
Okay, great. What do you have to show for it? $25,000 in debt at minimum? Like, spare me the bullshit. Then she comes along in my comment section saying how rich it is that a YouTuber is making such comments. And I'm like, who the hell is this? Why is she in my comment section? Trying to virtue signal. Then I look up her profile because I'm like, who is this? Then I recognize her and I'm like, oh, we had a conversation like 5 years ago. Why didn't you just privately message me? Why did you do this publicly? Then I see.
We had a conversation 5 years ago. Why are you responding to my... There's no expectation of privacy if you spoke to someone once 5 years ago. Like, there's no expectation, even when it's pertaining to your friends, there's no expectation that they can't reply to the post directly. But also, you spoke to this person once 5 years ago. Why is there any obligation or expectation that they're going to, A, remember that, and B, have some sort of expectation of keeping things behind the scenes?
What she's posting, and it's all like Belle Delphine inspired, like lolicon adjacent, like bullshit. And I'm like, hold up,
how is this lolicon? Nothing she just showed is lolicon adjacent.
Have the absolute audacity to post a.
How do you do lolicon if you're not drawing? Like, she's taking actual. You could say she's doing age play, but nothing you just showed would indicate that. Nothing you just showed would indicate that.
comments saying, why is a YouTuber criticizing university or getting like, you know, some career that's like going to benefit you for your future while you're dressed up like a little girl?
Nothing, yeah, nothing she just showed was Lolly or her dressed up as a little girl.
Own woman for
Like maybe you'd have a, she was like in pigtails and shit, or like, and like licking a fucking lollipop or something, but like, this is like, nothing about that is like childlike that you've just shown. That's not, A, it's not Lolly, first of all, because it's not an art style, it's a photo of an actual person, and B, nothing they're doing is like fucking, is age play or anything.
and literally sexualizing minors. She and I end up getting into a conversation.
Is she saying it's age play because she has braces? You understand that, like, adults can have braces. Okay, this is actually like, fucking nuts. If she thinks it's lolicon adjacent because this person has like a dental device in her mouth for the sake of her teeth.
Because then she's like, well, let me debate with you on this subject.
This is like accusing someone of being lolicon adjacent because they have like acne or so. Adults can get braces too. That's not. Thank you for the 2 G's. Her eyes scare me.
And I'm like, I literally would
Don't
rather
worry, I'm here to protect
just
you.
pull my hair out of my head. I can't stomach people like you. And we start going back and forth about it. And she ends up saying, well, what about my clothes are so, you know, childish to you or whatever? And I say, the pigtails, the braces, the fact that you're putting filters and like makeup
Are those pigtails?
to you or whatever. And I say, the pigtails.
That's just like, adult women wear their hair like that. Like, that's not, she just has her hair tied back.
The braces, the fact that you're putting
The braces is not a vanity choice. Does she not know how fucking braces work?
filters and like makeup to make yourself look like you're 12. The fact that you are looking like you're in a little girl's room wearing little girl's clothing, like what doesn't look like it's not a little
What little girls?
girls, whatever. The fact that you're saying like I love whatever, like BJ's or whatever, meanwhile dressed like a little girl. And she's like, oh, well, you know, how does that actually like mean anything though? So I give her examples. We go through this whole conversation. We go back and forth. I can't even repeat.
You can't, her clothes are not, no little girls wearing clothes like your only criticism would be the braces and like her skin, which are both like, women use makeup to look younger. That's just like how makeup is used. Like, and second of all, the braces part, that's not a vanity choice. It's like you could just like, oh, I need for this photo, I'm gonna get braces applied.
The things that she said because it was just so freaking like vile and stupid. I literally told her, I'm like, I'm losing brain cells. Like I can't continue with this conversation. Like it's actually so freaking stupid. And then she's like, oh, but you know, I went to college. I'm like, and you proved my point. You guys are so fucking stupid and you think you're educated. It's actually fucking annoying. Like I can't even, it was the most, like it was so stupid. So then everyone keeps coming out forward. Freaking ASMR Glow. I haven't watched a single one of her videos, and somehow she found my third channel and starts making fun of the fact that I'm like, yeah, no, like there's a lot of things to criticize about feminism, and there's a lot of benefits to women in Christianity. And she's like, oh, you know, repentantly or whatever. Then you have White Rabbit ASMR coming out of the woodworks, and it's like, you also could privately message me. You did not. You decided to publicly virtue signal. And I'm like, really? You're all coming out to defend a girl who's dressed up like Belle Delphine?
Why does she have this like expectation of being privately messaged for her public? If you're publicly giving takes, there's no expectation of privacy. That would be like an additional courtesy. But even then, like, she's not even talking about people who are her close friends. She's like saying someone is like this. The expectation of privacy exists because she spoke to someone 5 years ago.
Dressed up as a little girl, and she's like, oh, she's only attacking me because I look naturally youthful. I'm like, you know, a victim in this equation. You can find old videos of her from like 5 years ago. Her face looks entirely different. She's
No. It's just the lighting is different. What is she alleging here? The makeup is exactly the same. The eyebrows are done exactly the same. Literally the only thing that is different between these two photos is the shade of lipstick and the lighting. And in one, she's smiling, and in the other, she's not. Is this person fucking insane? What?
definitely had work done or some filter put on.
Had work? What work?
Old videos of her from like 5 years ago, her face looks entirely different.
She looks, yeah, but there's nothing she could do to change that. She doesn't look like a kid. She doesn't look like a kid.
she's definitely had work done or some filter put on. Her teeth were straight before the braces came along. She then puts on
Those teeth are not straight. You can see like her two front, like it's almost like buck tooth. What are you talking about? She shows two images. It's like, look, she's doing it on purpose. She's making herself look like a kid on purpose. Look how she looked 5 years ago and look how she looks now. And it's literally like the same thing with just different lighting.
very different. She's definitely had work done or some filter put on. Her teeth were straight
Makeup isn't necessarily meant to make one look younger, but cover up imperfections usually, and for others to become someone else. Especially, yes, but like the female standard of beauty is heavily tied, and same thing with men to some extent, is heavily tied to age. The younger you look for your age as an adult, that's generally synonymous with beauty. That's why when women get like a fucking wrinkle, they run and look into Botox, because aging is seen as like antithetical to beauty. $5 from G's. Okay, here's the real take. This old lady is jealous of the looks. That's what the vibe I'm starting to get here. Yeah. Botox isn't makeup, but it's something done for the sake of vanity in this instance, which is what makeup is utilized for as well. Makeup could have several reasons to use, but let's not pretend like looking like younger, like clear skin without wrinkles or imperfect, etc., is not like synonymous with like the ideal for beauty that women have, right?
before the braces came along. She then puts on braces and now it's like little girl, whatever.
She doesn't look like a little girl.
And yeah, like she looks 20 years younger than she does now than she did 5 years ago when she looked like her age. So like she looks 20.
What? I literally, maybe I'm like stupid or something. I literally can't see the, other than the camera quality, I literally don't see the image and like, or the difference in like what she's doing appearance wise here. That's like an intentional like.
Years younger than she does now than she did 5 years ago when she looked like her age. So I'm like, spare me the bullshit. Your face completely morphed. Like you are looking like a little girl.
How did her face, what? The difference is she has braces now, and if you look at her teeth from before, you've literally accidentally proven that the braces are not a vanity choice. It's for legitimate. Well, I guess it technically would be a vanity choice to get crooked teeth fixed or whatever. I don't know, but she had buck teeth. She had borderline buck teeth before. You can see it. You can see. It's like, look, her teeth were straight before, but now she has braces. You think she just like went into a dentist and paid them off to give her braces that she didn't need? First of all, I had braces. They're not fun. They're not fun. You have to like if you eat like fucking caramel or some shit. If you when they tighten them, it's all like sore, and then sometimes you get like a fucking wire poking out and scratching the inside of your cheek. Braces aren't fun. I can't imagine many people just for the sake of vanity deciding to get braces for no fucking reason.
Age. So I'm like, spare me the bullshit. Your face completely morphed. Like you are looking like a little girl to promote your OnlyFans, and you do it on purpose with little jokes and hints and winks about how you want daddy or whatever. Like, spare me the bullshit. And all of
I'm sorry if people think the daddy shit inherently implies age play. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you at this point. Like, no, I mean, like I find it weird as well. Right? There's nothing like appealing to me about a woman is like calling you daddy or whatever. But no, that doesn't imply, like, when I hear that, I don't think like little girl.
these people who jumped out of the woodwork, you can all go fuck yourselves because it's just so fake. It's like unbelievably fake. Oh my God. Speaking of fake, going back to GB, my manager used to be her husband, as previously stated. He was the one managing all of these creators. I was one of the...
I mean, when people talk about having a sugar daddy and shit, like, is that like I don't think they're trying to be a little girl.
first or second batches on board or whatever, and then out of left field, it's, oh, sorry, I can't really associate with you. I can't direct any, attention to you because you've been criticizing queer theory and you've been criticizing sex work. And we don't want to promote exclusion of sex workers or sex whatever. And I'm like, so by me criticizing something that I've already done and experienced, a marked woman coming forward with my own experience, saying women shouldn't do this because it's unhealthy, I was never traumatized. I will play clips of what I said
I
years
highly
ago.
doubt that's what I've come at it from I've literally come, I'm pretty against sex work, obviously, right? I'm against sex. In an ideal society, it wouldn't need to happen, right? There would be like more fulfilled, like, I legitimately believe most people who are involved with sex work do it for like the immense financial opportunity it brings, right? But and that applies like porn and shit. But people like her, they're like righties. They don't come at it from the angle of, oh, we live in an exploitative system that has created circumstances where women are driven by financial incentive to do things they may later significantly regret, right? The criticism is always just for the women themselves. Like talking about OnlyFans whores and shit. They never come at it from the angle of, like it's like a genuine critique of like porn or of like sex work. It's like, it always just comes down to like slut shaming.
Empowering for a teenage girl or someone who's very young to be talking to a bunch of perverts who are requesting sexual acts that she otherwise would have never even known existed. Because like in real life, if some random dude came up to you and told you, hey, do this, and I'll give you like $500.
Yeah, if you're a woman that just enjoys doing sex work for the occupation itself and not the financial incentive, be my fucking guest, okay? Something tells me that might not be the case, though.
Or something, you would probably get offended. So how exactly is this normalized? What exactly are young women telling younger girls to do?
Look at the overlap. Look at the overlap between prostitution and drug use and like drug addiction. A lot of times it's people needing money quick, whether that be to get their next score, whether that be they're in like financial turmoil, they have to pay off a debt, etc. They're selling a lot of times they're selling their body out of some created necessity.
And how to be is not healthy. And even if you do make a lot of money on OnlyFans, even if you do make 5 or 10 or 6 figures, great. But it has a short shelf life. OnlyFans is not forever. It's literally like max for like 3 to 5 years. And then you start to get haggard. And at that point, it's like you've entered a world that you once again wouldn't have done. It's a pipeline. It's a pipeline. It's a void. It'll suck you in. Personally, for me, this was my experience. I had a respectful audience because I already built my audience somewhere else and I was very well liked and I appreciate them. But at the same time, I also understood that the things that I was doing was things that I wanted to do. And a lot of them were like, respectfully, I'm gonna have to leave. And I'm like, respectfully, I understand. I said I was not traumatized.
I doubt that is all she said. If they took issue with that, I highly doubt that's all she fucking said.
I'm not mentally ill. It is the fact that so many young girls are choosing this as a career path moving forward that is messed up. And the fact that people like Diddley actually go online and defend it as a woman in her like mid to late 20s, saying this is a perfectly viable career for whatever bullshit that it's empowering.
We're talking about
no, I asked the question about me and then you started
I don't care about you. The debate's not about you.
I asked the question.
You keep making this debate about you. It's not about you. The prompt is Diddley empowered by sex work? It's our women. And I'm worried about women.
Is that Andrew Wilson's wife?
Oh, not you. If you want to throw your life away,
If the debate question was, does nursing empower men? Do you think I'd be talking about men who don't do nursing or men who are in nursing?
What?
If the debate question was, does nursing empower men? Do you think I'd be talking about men who are in nursing or men who aren't?
I think we'd be talking about men who are in nursing, not you.
Okay, so we're talking about women.
Didn't Andrew Wilson have some drama with his wife? Was he caught cheating? If this is his wife and he was caught cheating, he's completely vindicated. I'd say, you know what? We could give the guy a break on that one.
OnlyFans, which I am.
We could give the guy a, you know what? I think cheating is like degenerate, but like, you know what? Maybe on this one, maybe I understand.
One of
Yes,
millions.
and there are many other women who feel the same way.
You are an outlier. You are an
So
outlier.
you now are conceding that OnlyFans can be empowering for women?
No, I'm not conceding anything.
So then why did you
That's
call me
not
an
a
outlier?
concession.
What am
Because
I an
that's not the
outlier for?
prompt. I know you're not a debater. I know you're used to showing everyone your butthole.
And I'm like, this is irresponsible. This is not good messaging.
What is she literally got ChatGPT to write a criticism and then screenshot it.
So instead, I get excluded, and I'm the one condemned for criticizing things that are hurting children. Okay, cool. And then the thing is, when it comes to queer theory, I did not start this homophobic tangent swinging as hard as I do now. Now I'm pretty bitter. Now I do go pretty much black and white. Like, I don't want to deal with these people, like, at all. Because there's no nuance with them. There's no, like, actual critical thinking with them. So I'm filtering them out and saying basically, like, you know what, go fuck yourself. But in the beginning, all I said was that queer theory does allow and has a foundation.
And children, that's what we just do normally in, in Anglo-American culture, broadly conceived.
Can
right?
this person share their DMs with Chud Logic, please?
So one of the things that childhood studies scholars make a distinction between,
Also, wasn't Chud supposed to be coming back today?
that might be helpful, is between the figure of the child, right? You can think of this capital T, capital C, right?
Aiden always says smoke for people's wife. Yeah, dude, it's 26. I'm coming for your wife. If you're married, I am coming for your wife. Be scared. Be scared.
right? The child and actual children. And we have these sorts of ideas about childhood, right, that are actually really powerful and they actually condition real children's lives. But part of the problem is that the child is an ideal. It's just a concept. It's a story. It's wishful thinking about what we wish was true about how age is organized in our society.
In targeting children, and that is true. Gail Rubin, Michelle Foucault, Judith Butler, these are fuck yourself. But in the beginning, all I said was that queer theory does allow and has a foundation.
And children, that's what we just do normally in, in Anglo-American culture, broadly conceived, right? So one of the things that childhood studies scholars make a distinction between that might be helpful is between the figure of the child, right? You can think of this capital T, capital C, right? The child and actual children. And we have these sorts of ideas about childhood, right, that are actually really powerful and they actually condition real children's lives. But part of the problem is that the child is an ideal. It's just a concept. It's a story. It's wishful thinking about what we wish was true about how age is organized in our society.
In targeting children.
What did this person just say? It's just wait. Your argument as to how queer theory inherently targets children is you found a trans person talking about the notion of childhood and the actual reality of children in existence versus the conceptualized version we've created in our minds of childhood. Of what childhood is like, what it should be like. That's your argument. We don't even know if this person's talking about queer theory. They're literally just talking about the concept of childhood.
And that is true. Gail Rubin, Michelle Foucault, Judith Butler. These are
Foucault is like literally the person, the postmodernist she's referring to is like literally, it's kind of loaded. He's literally a pedophile. So
all queer theories. Even the founding document of queer theory defends boy lovers. This was something I discovered when I was on the left. I would listen to people like Derek Jensen and other such green anarchists who I sympathized with, especially when I was reading Max Stirner and all of these, like, whatever.
Ironically enough, the only mainstream political commentator, I guess, that I've seen like defend that is, ironically enough, on the right. It's Milo Yiannopoulos. I don't think anyone has any, and I've never seen someone in the present gain wide acceptance amongst the left advocating for pederasty.
And in their distaste, their criticism of civilization, basically saying like the cities are going to absorb and like decay the rest of society, saying that there's not going to be any escape from it, kind of like a Ted Kaczynski kind of like feeling, a Ted Kaczynski vibe, although he actually targeted Epstein affiliates. So I'm like,
she's actually retarded. She's totally mind raped. We're dealing with like a QAnon like level
of like feeling, a Ted Kaczynski vibe, although he actually.
Okay. Ted Kaczynski targeted people in academia. He had this like gripe with modern day psychology. Epstein was in communication significantly with people in academia, business, etc. Like, to now say, because this guy was in contact with Epstein, that means that's why, we don't even know if this guy was in contact with Epstein in 93.
Targeted Epstein affiliates. So I'm like,
he didn't target Epstein affiliates.
Praise the goat! The goat!
It's not like a secret who he was targeting.
It's just, anyways. So from that, I started learning I started noticing rather, I'm like, oh,
I'm sorry, she thinks Ted Kaczynski was purposely targeting Epstein affiliates.
That's right. They do mention this so much. Like, they just do it in passing.
How would Ted Kaczynski have known that Epstein was a pedophile?
It's always quick. It's always like testing the waters. But I'm like, no, they're actually coming for kids. Like, they're actually going to go after kids.
But I'm convinced that kids as young as 5 years old show signs of being queer. Work with kindergartners, and you see a lot of interesting things, like little boys who want to go play with dolls, or little girls who want to go play with cars. And it's something that I think should be encouraged.
Okay, apparently, Epstein didn't even become a billionaire until the late 90s. So, like, a lot of his connections were by virtue of his money and power because of said money. The bomb was sent to this, like, psychologist in 1993, before Epstein had made his fortune. She's actually trying to argue that that Kaczynski was targeting Epstein affiliates.
Because who cares if you're a little boy and you play with dolls? Who cares if you're a little boy and your favorite?
Epstein didn't even have the island yet at that point. When was Little St. James purchased? 1998. So the island wasn't even a thing until years after the bombing.
Colors pink. I work with a boy who doesn't care if you call him a boy or a girl. His name is Ethan, and he says it doesn't matter to him because he's still Ethan regardless, and he likes to be called a boy and a girl. So genuinely, I'm surprised when parents are surprised at their kid being queer. You're going to sit here and tell me that the child that you had that is now 18, that since they were 5 has been asking you to call them a boy and a girl, turns out to be queer, turns out to be non-binary. That's going to surprise you. I don't mention anything like this.
Oh, I love this. You make some sweeping generalization about the left or what's inherent to such and such theory or such and such broad concept, and you just use like libs of TikTok clips to solidify that. We're dealing with like very intelligent levels of political analysis here.
To the kids or to their parents, just something that I've observed, but I genuinely am so fascinated.
They lie all the time. They say that you can reverse puberty blockers. Tell me exactly how you can reverse lost years, lost months of puberty. Tell me exactly how you can reverse a chemical agent that is going to block a natural process in your body. You can't. And not only that, no one knows the consequences of that. Tell me exactly how taking hormones doesn't deeply affect your body. If a little boy takes estrogen, that's going to mess up his bones for the rest of his life, and he's probably going to be rendered infertile. If a little girl takes testosterone, she is screwed for the rest of her life. She'll never be able to scream again. Did you know that? Her vocal cords will get larger because of the testosterone, but her throat won't be big enough. So if she tries to scream or even talk, it's always going to be agony. So I came forward saying this needs to be criticized, not tolerated in a critical thinking space. In an educated space, critical thought is not allowed. So I came forward criticizing this, saying queer theory is having a foundation in this material. This is something that needs to be paid attention.
Oh my, she's actually, she's in too deep,
And
man.
lo and behold, everyone starts defending and gaslighting and silencing and censoring and saying, how dare she.
I'm sorry, I just remember what the fuck we're watching. This video was supposed to be about her sexual assault at VidCon, and now we're going into, she's an ASMR YouTuber, and now we're talking about how Ted Kaczynski was actually targeting Jeffrey Epstein affiliates, and how queer theory is inherently like rooted in targeting kids because of like Foucault, the French postmodernist, and some like libs of TikTok posts.
Say this and whatnot. She's lost her mind. She's mentally ill from the
How did we
OnlyFans.
get here?
And it's like I've said multiple times, this never traumatized me. This never affected me. This is not something that was a factor in my decisions. The reason I'm coming to this conclusion is because through leftist material, I'm observing something I find morally reprehensible. And I'm criticizing it because if you're allowed to criticize literally white men and Western European civilization because they're so oppressive and they're so predatory or whatever, why exactly can't I criticize people preying upon children, lying to children, preying...
You are? You're allowed to do that? It's just when you disingenuously do like the gay panic stuff and pretend like these are like mainstream positions?
Upon parents who don't know better, socially pressuring parents through the worst mentally abusive like slander possible to like completely mutilate their kids. Oh, I get it, because it's against your bullshit, your agenda. The reason I also got to this point...
I'm a leftist. I don't want any of these things, actually.
Or to that conclusion, was mainly because I was talking to a guy who messaged me on TikTok, and he kind of wanted to date, he kind of wanted to whatever, and I'm like, I wasn't really into it. Like, I enjoyed the conversations because he was a very cerebral, very like, he was a smart guy, like he's intelligent, he's perceptive. But the things that he thought were very, very informed by pure liberalism, and so he asked me, I'll chalk it up to a mental exercise, but the thought process was certainly questionable. He asked me, what did you think about Ezra Miller and the whole controversy with him, like grooming a 12-year-old girl and taking her to a sex cult? And I'm like, that is fucked up. And he was like, but they're both non-binary, so like, you know, he understands her. And I'm like, that sounds like...
This never happened. This never fucking happened. I will eat my words, get on stream and do a fucking apology. This never happened. No, the Ezra Miller shit happened. I'm saying this conversation she's referring to, it never fucking happened.
Grooming. And he was like, no, you don't get it. It's just that her conservative parents didn't allow her to be non-binary, so now Ezra Miller is taking on the whatever. And I'm like, that's the definition of grooming. And this was a conversation that was heavily had towards the end of the Biden administration. The conversation was basically removing children that would not be trans by their conservative parents away from them if school administrators or if guidance counselors or whoever decided that their child was now arbitrarily trans because like they farted in a feminine way. And I'm like, that's
not how that was decided.
Really bad. Then I started looking into the Balenciaga
I have criticism of this
stuff because it was just this huge thing where I'm like, why exactly do they have children in like BDSM wear? I go into that deep dive and I make a video about it, and I'm like, absolutely.
Oh my, dude, what the fuck? What are we doing? This is about your sexual assault of VidCon. I'm like, you know what? I believe her story because I did. What are we doing right now? Talking about Ted Kaczynski and how he's targeting Epstein affiliates, even though Epstein spoke to thousands of people in academia, and the guy that was bombed by Kaczynski, I don't even think spoke to Epstein until after the bombing, and Epstein wasn't even like he didn't even have the island yet at the time the bombing happened. Wasn't like this, like he wasn't even a billionaire yet when this happened.
I'm shocked. I'm like, yeah, actually the movements that we're seeing nowadays.
That's Bill Clinton,
policies that we're
yes.
seeing nowadays, yeah, they're encouraging trafficking. Like, and these morons, these useful idiots, these baizo, as the Chinese call them.
The new term is called baizuo, literally white left. Baizuo is used generally to describe those who only care
This is like so schizo. What
about topics such as immigration, minorities, LGBT,
Why are we doing Chinese
and environment,
translations?
and have no sense of real problems in the real world. They are hypocritical humanitarians who advocate for peace and equality only to satisfy their own feelings of moral superiority. They are obsessed with political
This is I'm being fucked
correctness
with.
to the extent that they tolerate backwards Islamic values for the sake of multiculturalism. They believe in a welfare state that benefits only the idle and the free riders. They are the ignorant and arrogant Westerners who pity the rest of the world and think they are safe.
The like virtue signaling morons, like all of the people mentioned in this video, pretty much, almost all of them. They'll go along with it just because they want clout, attention, fame, and status. They are grifters. All of them are grifters. There is not a sincere bone in their frickin' body. So I then come forward saying, hey, this is what I found out on the whole Balenciaga stuff. And people start saying I'm a conspiracy theorist. And I'm like, conspiracy theorist what? Like, it's literally right there. Then The Sound of Freedom comes out. I watch it, made me cry. It was that powerful of a movie. Jim Caviezel was a phenomenal actor. Oh my God. Passion of the Christ also made me cry.
I don't want to hear it. It's too ugly for polite conversation.
Dude. She's in too deep, man. Like, people that are in it this far, it's beyond concern. Like, she's like proper like QAnon, like she's literally, her entire like worldview is being influenced by like these giant like images and bold text showing like unrelated pictures out of context, linking things together. You see it now on X.
But meanwhile, over 2 million children a year are being sucked into the deepest recesses of hell.
That man is so good. But it made me cry because it was talking about the sex trafficking rings that happened from Latin America.
These people believe that there is there's like a global satanic cabal of eating children. And let's say even, you know what? There could be, for all I know. There could be. But like, just statistically speaking, the odds that every single liberal elite that they've accused of being a child-eating pedo is a child-eating pedo by virtue of pedophilia's occurrence in the general population, it's just like statistically, the probability is like slim to fucking none.
Into North America. And I'm like, yeah, that's obviously true. Like, that's something leftists understand. But yet, for some reason, if it's under the context of trafficking and migration, all of a sudden it just doesn't happen.
It's the same thing with like, people are doing this thing now because people don't know how to interpret the Epstein files. They're acting like anyone who Epstein ever spoke to or was in communication with is a pedophile. You have to understand, pedophilia is a paraphilia. Its occurrence amongst a group of people is not that common, where everybody this guy would be brushing shoulders with is also a pedophile. This guy did things, not say, like, obviously this is what he'll rightfully be known for, but he did things other than pedophilia. He also was involved in Wall Street. I'm sure he had plenty of associates that were not pedophiles.
Anymore. And I'm like, why are you proposing policies that facilitate this to happen? Like, anyways, then they're like, oh, you're uneducated because, clearly you don't understand the imperial dynamic.
No, I'm not sweeping for Epstein. I'm sweeping for like Glupshido 9000, whose name was mentioned once in an email about the stock market to Epstein. Like, people are like doing this thing where it's like he was mentioned in the Epstein files, and then you look at the mention and it's like a single email between the two of them about like some deal on Wall Street or something. It's like, yeah, this is not like, I can actually believe that not everyone that Epstein ever spoke to was a pedophile. Like, do you understand the odds of that?
The imperial relationship between the United States and Latin America. I'm like, oh, no, please explain to me, white savior, what exactly it is that's going on there. Like, do you understand that they assassinated your president too? Like, JFK was like a regime change. You understand that LBJ like completely changed the administration going
What the fuck is going on?
Forward, all of your presidents have basically been bought by one entity, Shabbat Shalom. So I'm like, you guys are suffering the same way Latin Americans are suffering. It's just that Latin Americans are kind of culturally dysfunctional people. Like, we're more emotional, we're more passionate. That's just how we're wired. It's Southern European culture. So I'm like,
dude, how we're getting to like the JQ and the assassination. I was covering a sexual assault allegation.
no, we're all in the same boat. Like, this is the same people that are doing this in the Balenciaga case. All of its tentacles are being basically observed from what I'm seeing in these spaces. We used to have a concept about that when society was more cohesive, when society was higher trust. It was the weird, freaky neighbor in the bottom of the street or whatever that people would tell their kids to stay away from. Now those weird, freaky
You see it in her eyes, too, the more she talks.
neighbors are the ones that are teaching your kids in public schools. They're the ones influencing you in your videos. They're the ones who are basically allowed all these positions of power and influence because the government wants them to have that level of degenerate control. So anyways, yeah, that was the drama there. That was the reason I got to the conclusion that I did. I'm like...
That was the Dude, Aiden, you're missing the context to the drama. The context. And it's just like fucking like Bill Clinton was linked to Balenciaga in 1985, who brushed shoulders with a financier that was later found in the Epstein files after a bombing from Ted Kaczynski. And it's all linked back to this lobby that was stealing organs in Costa Rica that was responsible for the shooting of JFK. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, no, this is actually a problem. These people only have like this like almost obsessive paranoid issue with like predation when it comes to like a grown man dating a girl that's like maybe 10 years younger than him. Like, she's 20 and he's 30 and like they're like, oh my god.
No serious person actually is...
Like, that's literally like so predatory. But then when it comes to like a grown senator ass man making laws to basically normalize diddling kids, that's actually like LGBT awareness. It's like equality.
Gavin Newsom said Senate Bill 145. How does she... What actually was Senate Bill 145? Let's take a look. I have a feeling she's describing this completely accurately. Also, why is she showing Scott Wiener? If this was... I guess maybe... it was proposed by him. Okay. Okay, so the goal... Okay, so apparently in California, if you had anal with a... Wait, what? Apparently for like sex offenders, illegal instances of anal sex would require lifetime registration as a sex offender, whilst vaginal sex wouldn't. If we're talking about statutory, why make both of them? Make both of them lifetime registration? Oh, wait, because wait, hold on. You know what this could be? Because it's up to 17, because also California doesn't have Romeo and Juliet. So is it like, if you're 20, if it's a 20-year-old and a 17-year-old, is it lifetime registration as a sex offender? I have to look more into those.
I'm like, are you actually fucking serious right now? People say like, oh, she went to...
California doesn't have Romeo and Juliet. So my understanding is if a 20-year-old and a 17-year-old had anal sex and it went to court, the judge wouldn't have discretion. There would be a mandatory lifetime registration as a sex offender, based on what I'm reading here, as opposed to like if it was a 20 and a 17-year-old that had vaginal sex, then it would be the judge would have discretion as to whether or not or how long to designate them as a sex offender. Hold on.
Christianity because her mother passed away. Oh, because, like she got trauma from OnlyFans or whatever. No, neither are the case. I basically realized in light of what everyone is now saying.
Well, no, ultimately the correct take would be that this is right. Like you shouldn't be sentencing someone differently whether or not the act of sex was gay or not. But then it would be the extreme, or not extreme, the lifetime registration should apply in both cases. Not, oh, let's take away that, right? Let's take away the lifetime, like, I would agree on principle that, yeah, anal and vagina, it should be classified, like, you should get the same penalty, right? You should get the same penalty, but that doesn't mean now give the anal less of a penalty. You would actually just change how it's prosecuted for vaginal and give that also potentially lifetime designation as a sex offender as well.
in the Epstein files, which have been available for like 15 years. This is not a revelation. The only reason now you guys believe in the Epstein files is because the government released it. You literally had to have the government tell you these files are legitimate for you to believe in it, because you need the government to tell you what to think. That's how brainless you are. I've literally been saying this is like observable fact. Like, I don't need someone else to tell
Or California should just add Romeo and Juliet laws, because, yeah, I don't think that, like, once again, although I think it's wrong, 2017, I don't think you should be, if you're a 20-year-old and you have, and there's, like, sex with a 17-year-old, I don't think that necessarily means you should be designated as a sex offender for the rest of your life over a 3-year age gap.
me how to think. I don't need someone else to tell me what's going on. I can observe and come to my own conclusions on my own. These people are so desperate for social approval, so desperate to be told what to do at all times, that despite the fact that they think they're rebellious for dyeing their hair freaky colors, like good luck with the formaldehyde in your fucking brain cells, for taking the SSRI drugs that their freaking therapist tells them to take to feel.
Is she manic? She seems like she's literally having a manic episode. Like, the flight of ideas, how how quickly she's fucking talking.
Better, and it's like, are you
I
sure?
don't know, maybe she's always like this? I don't
About
know.
that, you look like shit.
I don't know her.
It's like, they then come to lecture you saying you're a bootlicker, and it's like, my guy, like, the boot is up your ass. Like, are you actually being serious right now? Something else I wanted to
That's true! That's why you're being called a bootlicker.
to light during
We don't want the boot up our ass.
this video is that I love women. I do. I'm not in the gay way, obviously, but I do love women, femininity, motherhood. I love things that are intrinsically feminine and womanly. I love it. I love it. That's why I hate it when people started criticizing Gwen Gwiz, when people started criticizing Pelagia back in like 2018, saying that because these women are objectively attractive, that somehow they're now worthy of criticism, that now they're like just meat slabs on whatever. Freaking JoJo's ASMR then makes a video about her, calling her a
Knowing her, it's like selective, no, it's Schrodinger's scale, right? You could take what they do is, they take stupid comments made by lone individuals, and if it's an argument, like, against the libs, they just act like this is, like, a widespread sentiment amongst the libs. So, like, I'm sure whenever she's saying shit like this, like, they're giving the criticism because she's attractive or something. If she's not misrepresenting the criticism, she's talking about, like, 2 commenters or some shit, and she's making it look like this was some widespread criticism.
hoe and all of this jazz, saying she's ruining ASMR back in like 2018. Did any creator speak out for Gwen Gwiz at that time? No, they didn't. Actually, they didn't defend her at all. Why? Because they don't care when an attractive woman is actually being insulted. Even though her nudes have been leaked, and even though this was like a response to that, no one came to her defense. No one cared. Then she leaves OnlyFans. And JoJo ASMR makes another video about her saying, oh, well, you know, she's fake. Well, you know, I can't believe really that she's being authentic about her leaving OnlyFans and all of this jazz. Like, did she really leave OnlyFans and like all of this crap? And I'm like, are you serious? Why are you so obsessed with this woman? She's never done anything to you. She's nice. Why are you doing this? That's weird as shit.
Forget her most popular videos, try-on hauls. In these videos, she would...
Dude, you know who this is?
Why are you doing this? That's weird as shit.
Forget her most...
What did he do? He did sing... This guy used to be in commentary. His name used to be Sino. And there was something he did that, like, got him into a ton of... That was, like, really embarrassing. I don't remember what it was. He used to be in commentary. I forget what... This guy, I remember... He had, like, this, like... I forget... His profile picture had, like, a little, like, thing coming out of its head. Yeah, Sino.
Popular videos, try-on hauls. In these videos, she would wear stuff ranging from swimsuits to dresses to bikinis, and she would, you know, show a bit of skin, have a nice time, and it was that. Bing bong baggity boom, free shenanigans, sausage sizzle.
All of these vocal bullshit-ass, virtue-signaling, fake-ass bitches never defended her. So yeah, basically, I can't stomach the hypocrisy that I keep seeing all around me. All around me. It's like, these people are so quick to say, oh, Angelica criticized O'Diddley because, you know, she was saying that she was sexualizing minors. Duh, that's her whole, like, shtick. But then...
That's... By the way, the sexualizing minors is that this woman who at one point had obvious buck teeth has braces.
When JoJo's ASMR starts condemning Gwen Gwiz for literally breathing, like this woman went into it, he criticized her, called her a hoe, started saying all of this crap, saying she was ruining ASMR. She then leaves. He then starts crapping on her, saying I don't know about this, blah, 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 starts like playing like this bullshit ass role. I can't. He then starts making a video on freaking Ephemeral Rift too, saying, oh, he said the N-word. Can you believe that? He said the N-word. Oh, I'm sorry. This man's entire platform, Ephemeral Rift's entire like personality, his entire shtick is being an anarchist.
What is
heavens forbid an anarchist does a heckin' politically incorrect thing. That's what they're known for. I would actually be more annoyed if Ephemeral Rift was politically correct.
That is not. I'm sorry. Anarchists are not. What? Does she think anarchists means you don't believe in like anything at all, like not even social standards? The dominant figures of the anarchist movement were anarcho-communists. They believed in socially left shit. They just believed in an absence of government as well. if you see like the anarchist LARPers on Twitter today, unless you're talking to an ANCAP, they believe in anarcho-capitalism, which almost in every instance, you're talking to a pedophile if somebody identifies as an anarcho-capitalist. But like the anarchist LARP movement today, it's dominated by like anarcho-communists, like lefty anarchists. The anarchist doesn't mean they believe in like no social order or no social rules or expectations or being a decent person. They just believe in an absence of government.
As an anarchist, it doesn't make sense. That means that you're not honest or sincere. He's a sincere person. He also has been raising criticisms and concerns about how many fake, annoying people.
Wait, what?
Be more annoyed if, heavens forbid, an anarchist does a heckin' politically incorrect thing. That's what they're known for. I would actually be more annoyed if Ephemeral Rift was politically correct as an anarchist. It doesn't make sense. That means that you're not honest or sincere. He's a sincere person. He also has been raising criticisms and concerns about how many fake, annoying people started saturating ASMR for the business and money aspect of it. It used to be a creative space where you could make money, but now it's filled with a bunch of like desperate attention seekers and people who copy other people's ideas, and it's just so annoying. Anyways, so he then criticizes Ephemeral Rift saying, oh, he said the N-word. And I'm like, you said the N-word.
I'll be aware, there is a clip which has started to surface on YouTube and apparently on Twitter of a clip of me from 5 years ago when I was a 16-year-old teenager quoting and referencing another person's use of the N-word.
Like, are you kidding me? You used to look up to freaking like Leafy is Here and iDubbbz and wanted to become like some knockoff version of them. Saying it. Back in the like 5 years ago or some shit like that.
True.
You were called out for this. You are.
But he was like 16.
Literally so obsessive and weird around creators that you've been called out for being fake and for being like really like.
Also, I'm sorry, this whole notion of you did something once 5 years ago, therefore you can't be critical that someone else did it, is like the most retarded argument ever. People act like positions don't change. Yet your positions can change over the span of 5 years, especially when the previous position was held when you were 16.
Creepy multiple times, even by Keemstar years ago.
Because you make these videos and you're constantly like taking digs at me. You don't know me. I've never even talked to you before. And all of a sudden, like this drama comes out with Leafy and you start kissing my ass. And I think you're a fake dude. I think that whatever goes on in the community, you change your opinions.
Dude, what happened to this commentary, man?
To like support that popular idea.
So I'm like, you're repeating this pattern even within ASMR. You're calling out random women who have never done anything to you. She's never said anything. All she said was that she's not a freaking lesbian anymore. And now all of a sudden, she's enemy number one. All because she decided that she's gonna try to become trad now. Apparently she's not allowed to do that. It's all like internet drama, internet gossip, whatever. But it shines a light onto the fact that it's like everything you guys think is going on interpersonally between the creators is not the case. It also shines a light as to how annoying and obsessive these people are. It's like this is not just relegated to fans or whatever. Like there have been plenty of fans who have actually become my genuine friends, and we've been friends for years. These other creators can be obsessive and weird, just like any other like sleuth online, I suppose.
So that's that, I guess. I kind of regret watching that because I'm just as lost as I was when I started. Now we're going to cover the Chibireviews shit, but before we do, I have to go pee and make myself another cup of coffee. You're not going to want to miss this shit. It looks also completely fucking degenerate. This is what I'm doing on Valentine's Day. So stick around, like the stream if you haven't already. We're going to get to the bottom of this. And I will leave you real quick with
the Mediterranean diet.
Okay, thank you for the Mediterranean diet. Hold on, I'll leave you with this from yesterday or 2 days ago. I'll be right back. So guilty. Apple, I see an apple when I think of a starting like fake laughter or whatever, but he's not.
Fear was the.
This is me watching Nick Andros's new Nux Taku video. If you guys have not seen it yet, give it a watch. Hold on.
The dangers lurking around every corner.
Because it's just a blank right now. My mind's filling in the blanks of what could possibly be here.
In regards to children. Children are not safe on the internet. I only became chronically online after high school, but I couldn't imagine what it would do to me if I was in some YouTuber's Discord server at the age of 12 or 14.
You couldn't imagine. You don't need to. Red joined the server on September 7th. On day 1, they openly declared themselves.
No, dude! No! No! Dude!
To be 14 years old. They would later claim to be 15 multiple times, but as they openly stated, they were lying about their age. Red was born in 2004. They had turned 14 soon before they joined the server. The Discord was a pretty small clique, and soon enough, basically everyone on the server knew that Red was underage.
Dude. It's over. It's actually over. I have a I know exactly what I want to be. Dude, it's over already. It's over already. If there's more,
Naku made the NSFW channel for them a month later, and within a year,
there is no room. Even if we try to play devil's advocate, Simber, once again, it ended at the 16 shit. The plausible deny. This is an actual like smaller discourse.
They had posted 242 messages on the channel. There's also an instance where another user pinged Red into the NSFW channel. As far as I can tell, this behavior was not punished. So a 14-year-old paid Naxtaku money to be on his Patreon Discord server.
It still gets
He made the NSFW channel for them, after
Are we gonna have pictures of him at the island?
which he accepted even more money from them, and allowed them to post onto that channel for over a year before they left the server. But did Naxtaku know that Red was underage? There is no message of Nax acknowledging Red's age, however, it is extremely unlikely that he didn't know. In this conversation from earlier, where Red says they're lying about their age, Naxtaku shows up soon afterwards. In this conversation, there's some kind of an ERP going on in the general chat, which is interrupted by Red. Red is told not to get involved because they're underage. After Red says the conversation is making them gag, another user jokes, "Oh no, we better stop if we are gagging a minor."
Dude. That person, by the way, as well, this Tiggy person, all these people need to be reported, bro.
Naxtaku soon afterwards, but Nux didn't show up. This is Minthia's Mouselord, or Mitochondria, or Mito. According to Naxtaku, they were the best poster on the NSFW channel. In this conversation about BDSM, we can see Red asking Mito to send their presentation.
The worst part about this is 2018 was one of my most online years ever. This person is a year older than, we're similar in age, right? We're similar in age. I was born at like the beginning of 2005. I'm thinking of myself back then and the shit I knew about and the shit I was. This is this is so fucked, dude.
On sex toys to other users. Note, I just made the presentation because Red was clueless. After Bex mentions having a high tolerance to weirdness, Nux shows up to say, "Proud fanbase." Gremmen asks,
because I was never exposed to any shit like this when I was that age. Like, I wouldn't know what fucking BDSM is or anything like the levels of like, dude.
To send the presentation.
And how open and flagrant it is.
To Nux. I think that Red already sent it to him. No, I told ya. Never sent it, but I can now. What are we sending me? A sex toy presentation. Why? Lol. We needed to explain sex toys to Red. Nah, it's fine if it's not sent to Nux. Already did, Mito.
You don't have him. You don't have him acknowledging the person's age, right? But if he didn't know the age at this point, wouldn't you say, what does he need explained? If we're just operating under the assumption of, I'm Nox, I have no idea if there's minors in my, even though I allowed. All right, I'm back to all 10 of you that care and that are actually here. I switched to dark mode early because the sun is going down. We are going to cover now Chibireviews. Now, as a quick supplementary material, I found something really quick that gets into his lore. I know he's like a weeaboo or whatever, which is, for me, automatically a red flag. And then I've heard this guy's voice before, and it's like, just like the personification of soy. But other than that, other than like him allegedly stealing $17,000, giving each of his haters like an individual like personalized crash out response to let them know personally that the hate is working and it's getting to them, which is a great idea to do online. etc. I don't know his like entire lore. So I found something quick that we could watch, and then we're gonna cover a big development in this guy's life. And it's not the other big development we covered, where apparently his like testicles got like twisted and he had to get surgery to undo it. So let's take a look at this really quick, to figure out what's going on. Hold on.
Big game.
So who is Mr. Reviews?
If you're a fan of anything from sports to movies to music, you're gonna have an opinion. And you have to realize
Explain your
that
screensaver. Brave does automated screensavers. I don't have one picked for here.
many people may not agree with certain opinions. This seems to be the case with the YouTuber Chibireviews.
I always forget what this guy has in his fucking background. Holy shit. Dude, is like he does it on purpose, doesn't he? He's like trying on purpose to look like a fucking Discord mod. No? Like the soy voice, like it's just too perfect to be like an accident. The fucking like the image he has in his
His
background.
opinions and actions have created a cloud of controversy that follows him everywhere he goes online, even spilling over into his personal life. Now, before I get into this video, I just want to give a quick shout out to my guy Hood Genius. He helped me with some of the research on this video.
Thank you.
finding
Shout out
certain
to
things
Hood
that I didn't
Genius.
really based on reviewing certain anime and manga like Golden Time, Log Horizon, The Big Three, Attack on Titan, and many more. It seemed like when any new anime or manga was released, he reviewed it. As time went on, Chibi was sprinkling gameplays and vlogs, but not like the ones you see from creators today. The vlogs will be in his room, surrounded by his collection of manga and figurines. If you couldn't say,
You know that like AI meme of like a big like fat sweaty guy chasing a woman in Japan to like personify these like weeaboo Discord mod types? This is what that meme was made for. Like everything about this guy is like he's a walking stereotype.
So he was truly dedicated. In the beginning, Chibireviews almost always had a positive attitude towards most anime and manga because of his love for it, but he was honest. This straightforwardness would allow him to
Like also he purposefully uses a camera angle that emphasizes the double chin. He knows what he's doing. This is an ARG.
A sizable community whom he refers to as the Chibits. He always showed his appreciation for his community by staying consistent, and they would even send him fan mail.
Yeah, dude. You mean to tell me
he always showed
he did the unkempt multicolored polo shirt, this specific goatee with this specific mustache, the shaved head. You mean to tell me he wasn't purposefully attempting to make himself look like a guy who goes online and grooms kids? I don't think so. It's all intentional. It's all intentional.
Showed his appreciation for his community by staying consistent, and they would even send him fan mail. On January 4th, 2016, Chibireviews hit the 100,000 subscribers mark, cementing himself as somewhat of a household name in the anime YouTube community. With over 450,000 subscribers at the making of this video, it's safe to say that Chibireviews is known in the current anime reviewer space. But constantly having tens of thousands of eyes on you opens the door for conflicts to happen. Starting with his brief spat with another YouTuber by the name of That Anime Snob, aka Peter. That Anime Snob's name is pretty fitting. He basically goes around spreading hate in video format on anyone who enjoys or has certain opinions about anime. Through the years, Peter criticized so many creators in the anime YouTuber space, from the likes of Gigic, for Neverworld, The Anime Man, and of course, Chibireviews. That Anime Snob has probably spent the most time of his YouTube career talking about Chibi and basically harassing him for every little opinion he has, even dedicating an entire playlist titled "Practice What You Preach, Chibi."
So he's a snarker. He's a snarker. And he's being persecuted for snarking. Let a guy snark. People don't get it until it happens to them. I used to always say, I don't know how people get on here and just like talk about the same person over and over and over and over and over again. And then I found that everyone has that person. If you think you're beyond it, it will happen to you. It will happen to you. Okay? Someday you'll see someone and you'll understand why A-logs exist.
That he still adds videos to this day.
Thank you for the 5, Soul Skibbity. Thank you for constantly talking about psychology. Sorry. went out with a psychologist today and stole all your talking points. Thanks for being boring. Yeah, no problem. If the girl you went out with today has anything to do with the occupation of psychology or is studying it, I'm going to give you the most useful advice anyone's ever given you in your life. End it. It's not going to work. It's not going to work out. If there weren't any red flags when you were with her, you're going to find out on the second date.
Recently, he talked about Chibi's lawsuit. Very important information that ties into another situation that I'll explain in further detail very soon. So Chibi finally responds to Anime Snob in 2017, giving his thoughts on it.
For the past year now, this certain said individual, that Anime Snob, has been making videos. And overall, I have been pretty much ignoring them. I've seen them off and on. I see many comments and all that talking about it. Started a little while back, probably like at the
You have to understand, I'm just like anything to do with like idealized Japanese culture in the West. I know nothing about, like, I don't know anything about animes and shit. This is like such a foreign concept to me, but I have like, I know a lot of people like this, people I know like this, but I have this like stereotype created in my head of like the Japan obsessed terminally online person. And it's just like the crazy part about this guy is before I ever saw him, he's exactly what I pictured in my mind. It's like the have you seen this man, the guy that everyone sees in their dreams, but he doesn't actually exist. I saw this guy before I ever actually saw him.
Of 2016, a little bit earlier before that, maybe at the end of 2015, he started making videos on me. I can deal with people doing that because it's just how life is. People are going to be like that. That's just how it is. Regardless of just being YouTube, that's just how it is. And anywhere you go, anywhere in life, there will be people that will want to put you down and pretty much break your legs for you can feel shit about yourself and make it feel better. And so overall, I pretty much accepted that, you know, obviously not.
I think it was this TikTok. Do you remember this TikTok from like 2 years ago? Hold on. I think it was, I found it. Where is it? It's like this, dude. Okay. Brave does automated screensavers. I don't pick that. I don't know why there's a woman as my screensaver.
Here. Hi, can I help you?
The name's Sensei Ledoux. Maurice didn't tell me he had a sister.
Maurice, your friend Dewey's here.
This is what Queeman's like off stream.
Mom, it's not Dewey. It's Sensei Ledoux, idiot.
Maurice, don't speak to me that way.
Nice. Bagel bites. How fortuitous.
Like, this is like, is this not what Chibireviews sounds like?
Her food sucks.
Well, good thing the bagel bites are free, Maurice. Just like living in my house.
Well, I would have preferred some soda and some...
It's not even funny. It's not funny. It's just like, the voice is the same.
This flavorless water, but I suppose this will suffice.
Yeah, too bad. So, Ledoux, are you married or...
Mika-san!
Okay,
She's
let's
still
play.
outside! Mom, what are you doing?
What?
Let her in now!
Okay, hold on. Let me let her in. The fuck?
That's like the shit on his wall.
Everybody is going to like me.
That's the fiance he's having drama with right now.
He will hate me, and that's just how it is.
He's like, my wife left me. She discovered my side bitch, and it's a body pillow.
So you just gotta live with it. To give a little bit of explanation, the Anime Snob, he's went on the lines to say I'm pretty much a YouTuber, I'm a trash person, I'm in it only for the money, and I'm a man-child, childish, immature. I know for a fact I'm not the best YouTuber, I know I'm not the best reviewer, and I know I'm not the best person in the world. Thank
you for the 5, Patrick. I never understood people that only love Japan because of anime. There's a very big car culture I'm into and the amazing scenery that's over there. I'm into the scenery as well. I'm also into the food. I love Japanese food. My interest in Japan is purely culinary and militaristic.
Made many mistakes, and I've done a lot of things that I'm not proud of. I admit that. Regardless of me being absolute probably.
You know what I think is cool about Japan? You know what I think is like the cool part? Dude, they have these like thermal pools. I don't know, has anyone ever been in like a hot spring before? They have these thermal pools, and there are these like monkeys that are native to Japan. And the monkeys, they like to warm up in the snow. They like sit in these like hot springs and just bathe. It's like literally me. And apparently they like throw snowballs and shit. I don't know if that part's true. But like, I don't. This was always like really just like fat. Like, I would love to be in the middle of that thermal pool. I can't go to Japan. For reasons I can't go to Japan. But it definitely is somewhere I'd love to go to one of these days.
Point is I enjoy what I do. And I have fun with what I do, and I upload what I want to upload. I admit that YouTube is my only source of income. It's pretty much my job. I admit that. I will not lie to you. For the past year, Anime Snob has continued to constantly make videos, putting me down, taking my video clips and then putting them into a video, kind of reorganizing a little bit to make me look pretty much like a dumbass. I'm just honestly very worried about that Anime Snob. And I'm not even joking about this, because for a man to spend an entire year dissing on a 21-year-old, are you lonely?
He's 21 in this?
I'm not even joking about this question. Are you...
Wait, how old is he now? How old is he now? Dude, is this guy around my age? What?
You lonely? I mean, I understand everybody can have an opinion. It makes me curious why someone would go so far to try to make someone feel horrible, or make someone feel like they shouldn't be
The FBI told him he was... Who?
Making videos.
The overall reception to Chibi's response was a lot of support, which I'm sure didn't sit well with Anime Snob. After garnering a significant amount of scrutiny for how harsh his content was, which included a video mocking the death of Chibi's brother who took his own...
Dude, has anyone... Speaking of the FBI, has anyone been following... Because I still have my side true crime interest. Has anyone been following this kidnapping shit of, Samantha Guthrie's mother? Has anyone been following that shit? That's like fucking nuts. And then there's like people like they're clearly only focusing on this so much to distract from the files. It's like she's like a very she's a popular reporter. She's supposed to host the Olympics. Her mom got kidnapped in like a movie style kidnap. Of course there's going to be big fucking news. What are you talking about? Essentially, for those of you who don't know, the 80-something-year-old mother of a very famous news reporter, I think from Good Morning America, Samantha Guthrie, was kidnapped from her house at 2 a.m. by seemingly strangers. Video has been released by the FBI of somebody in a ski mask covering up the camera. There have been various ransom demands, some of which were proven fake, others were unconfirmed. And yeah, for like the last 2 weeks, they've been searching for her. You don't get what?
Life that anime.
Who knows some? Is this not like insane? This is like movie level shit. You don't hear of like kidnappings where like strangers are breaking into people's houses in like ski masks and demanding Bitcoin for ransom. It's like a heist.
Snob's main channel will soon be terminated in July 2017 for violating YouTube.
And then today, they finally locked in on suspects, and apparently one of them shot himself. Like, it's a crazy story. I could...
OS on harassment, leading to him uploading on a backup channel of the same...
Yes, there was a letter sent to there was letters sent to TMZ and various other news organizations demanding Bitcoin in exchange for the mother's release.
Name. As far as harassment goes, Chibi is no stranger to it. In October of 2022, after posting a joke about two characters,
sadly I don't think she's alive. I don't think she's alive anymore. Because they would have sent proof of life.
So man, anime, he was harassed by thousands of Twitter users in the form of death threats. Now let's talk about Chibi's infamous tweets about the popular anime Dandadan, which led to probably the worst time period of Chibi's online career.
Cashman, dude, I'm sorry. Quick, they did it again. They did the same thing. Dude, the FBI under this guy is so incompetent. When Charlie Kirk got shot, it is a normal part of a process of a major investigation for people to be taken into custody who later, it turns out, have nothing to do with the investigation. But Kash Patel was like so quick to get a W that the second they take someone in for questioning during the Charlie Kirk shooting, before they got Tyler Robinson, he was tweeting out, "We got him," as if the case was over. Meanwhile, they were just taking in someone for questioning, so everyone believed they had caught the Charlie Kirk shooter, like, the day it happened. And people were like, didn't they catch the guy already? And some shit, because this fucking moron is so, like, eager to get a W. And the same thing happened here. They brought in some, like, Uber Eats driver for questioning, and they announced it like they got the guy, and it's case closed. Everyone go home. But it was the wrong guy, and they released him. And the next day, he's on his porch being interviewed by the news. Thank you for the $2, Belinda.
October 3rd,
Lemon character blowing a big red heart. Much appreciated.
Before, Chibireviews would post a tweet saying, the animators didn't need to go so hard for the scene. Over a clip from the Don Da Don anime of a female character potentially
We're nearly halfway to Streamly Golf. We hit it. I will say, yippee.
Getting assaulted. This tweet left people in the comments questioning why he would pick this scene to point out as opposed to any other scene that had good animation, implying that Chibi had malicious intent behind his tweet. There were also other comments calling him a PDF file. The next day on October 4th, a lot of support.
Not the best YouTuber. I know I'm not the best reviewer, and I know I'm not the best person in the world. I've made many mistakes, and I've done a lot of things that I'm not proud of. I admit that. Regardless of me being absolute probably, point is I enjoy what I do. And I have fun with what I do, and I upload what I want to upload. I admit that YouTube is my only source of income. It's pretty much my job. I admit that. I will not lie to you. For the past year, Anime Snob has continued to constantly make videos, putting me down, taking my video clips and then putting them into a video, kind of reorganizing a little bit to make me look pretty much like a dumbass. I'm just honestly very worried about that Anime Snob. And I'm not
literally, if you keep feeding people, they're gonna keep like giving you attention. Literally, the only thing you need to do is say, if you have any grievances with me, just call in, debate me on my channel. On if they're in the wrong, if they're in the right, then you need to say, okay, I should probably change because I'm doing something wrong here. But if they are in the wrong and you can prove it, all you need to say is, come, we'll have a chat on my channel about this. Seems like you have a lot to say. And then either they call in and you can embarrass them, or they don't call in and they look like a runner. That's how you handle every conflict ever. I wish it worked like that. It doesn't.
I've been joking about this because for a man to spend an entire year dissing on a 21-year-old, are you lonely? I'm
just like a sad little 21-year-old.
I'm even joking about this question. Are you lonely? I mean, I understand everybody can have an opinion.
I love when you're like A-logging someone, and this is like when I was doing this to a Cheeto, it was like trying to like psychoanalyze. It's like, no, I think you're just like really annoying and funny to talk about, and other people like it and give me attention and money for talking about you, so of course I'm gonna keep doing it.
It makes me curious why someone would go so far to try to make someone feel horrible, or make someone feel like they shouldn't be making videos.
The overall reception to Chibi's response was a lot of support, which I'm sure didn't sit well with Anime Snob. After garnering a significant amount of scrutiny for how hard—
Does he have jizz on it? Is that a jizz stain on his shirt?
His content was, which included a video mocking the death of Chibi's brother who took his own life. That Anime Snob's main channel will soon be terminated in July—
Dude, that's fucking crazy.
2017 for violating YouTube's TOS on harassment, leading to him uploading—
He did what?
Backup channel of the same name. As far as harassment goes, Chibi is no stranger to it. In October of 2022, after posting a joke about two characters from the Chainsaw Man anime, he was harassed by thousands of Twitter users in the form of death threats. Now let's talk about Chibi's infamous tweets about the popular anime Don Da Don, which led to probably the worst time period of Chibi's online career. On October 3rd, 2024, Chibireviews would post a tweet saying, the animators didn't need to go so hard for the scene. Over a clip from the Don Da Don anime of a female—
Deodorant and toothpaste are both annoying. Deodorant is not annoying to remove from a shirt. You just wet a rag and wipe, and then if you need to like quickly dry it because you got to be out, you just grab a blow dryer and dry the wet spot from wiping off the deodorant. And if it's like something like a little toothpaste stain or something, you just gotta keep it. I always keep in my like backpack. I always keep a Tide pen.
Character potentially getting assaulted. This tweet left people in the comments questioning why he would pick this scene to point out as opposed to any other scene that had good animation, implying that Chibi had malicious intent behind his tweet. There were also other comments calling him a PDF file. The next day on October 4th—
True. If somebody is like, if it's a weeaboo and you're just like accusing them of being a pedo, like 1/3 of the time you're just going to be correct by chance.
Chibi posted a tweet saying, "How do you think Twitter will react to this being animated?" Showing a scene from the Dandadan manga and implying that this scene was of sexual nature. This tweet would get a lot of traction, having over 9 million views, with many Dandadan fans quote tweeting him, calling him a gooner and a child lover for being into lolly. Something else that I'll get into later on.
Tide pens they do work.
Now, things would quickly reach the point of no return after Chibireviews got doxxed, having a lot of his personal information leaked online, from his address to actual pictures of his house, opening the door for many people to send more death threats and post pictures of his late brother's grave mocking him. Chibireviews will drop a video
That's like next levels of snark, bro.
Situation, saying that the ones responsible stem from the Boruto community, saying that he also has the means to protect himself and has plans to file a lawsuit for everyone responsible.
So I have been doxxed. My private information has been leaked online, my full name, where I live, pictures.
Filing a lawsuit over this shit is like yes, I'm sure he's getting harassed by schizos online. To be honest, you should always expect that if you're somebody online that is giving your opinions, it shouldn't happen, but it's the internet and you should always be prepared for that happening. You suing people as a result of this does nothing but feed it further and make people get more involved in fucking with you. Imagine if you give a controversial take, just never respond to all the people that are shitting on you for it. Like, at some point, they will get tired and stop.
Of my house.
At least most of them.
Pictures of my dead brother's grave, and mocking my dead brother's grave on top of that. And then, on top of all of this, continuous amounts of death threats. This video is being used as a paper trail for I can show to my lawyer, also the court system, because I am going to be filing a lawsuit against the individuals that are responsible for doxing my private information. We escalate all this that's been happening for the last few days to the point to where my private information has been doxed, and now the threat.
I don't think there's anything maybe emotional damages. You could probably sue someone for like harassment, leading to like reasonable levels of like emotional harm, right?
Or
technically
death threats that I have been receiving.
Now, winning is another. You could sue someone for anything. The question is, are you gonna win? I think at some point you can't. Like, if you go by the mindset that you can sue anyone for anything and do actually sue people for anything, at some point they like label you in the courts as like a vexatious litigant, and I think your ability to file new suits is like, I don't know exactly what that label does to you, but I'm pretty sure like it does. You have like less of an ability to file lawsuits than the average person.
Are all more real.
How is my Pookie Aiden on Valentine's Day? Well, sugar tits, I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Very much real when someone posts pictures of my house and my brother's grave. So thankfully,
dude, there was this guy once that like he made like an unfunny joke on iFunny, so they like doxed his house, and then it became like a rite of passage to like leave a pineapple on his doorstep, and they like listed his house on Google as like a public toilet.
I live in Tennessee. I don't live in California or anything. I'm able to legally own a gun. I've owned this for a while, and I'm going to tell you right now, if anyone wants to pull any stupid games...
Why do people... Wow, you don't have a criminal record, and you've never been... you don't have a criminal record, and you've never been involuntarily committed to a mental institution. You're capable of owning firearms. Wow, big flex.
Gonna win stupid prizes. That's all I'm gonna say.
As I stated a moment ago, Chibi claims that the people responsible are...
I have a firearm! Wow, dude. What badass, man.
Boruto fans. This conclusion is drawn after someone with the username Namek623016 on Twitter, who is a Boruto fan, admitted to the doxing due to Chibi having a very weird and questionable history of being a lolicon, on top of being seemingly okay with incest. But it didn't stop there. I'm guessing the same people who leaked these things hacked into Chibi's old profile on the art website DeviantArt to upload cheese pizza, which would eventually get deleted. If you don't know what cheese pizza means, I hope someone can help you in the comments, but I obviously cannot say it on YouTube. I do want to stress that I don't agree
don't advise people to help them in the comments, because then the comments will just get fucking bad.
All with sending death threats, hacking, or doxing someone, no matter how weird they may act online. Puts innocent lives and people's loved ones in
Friendly reminder of a computer desk towel. Thank you so much. The place I keep my coffee, its natural angle of spillage is not going to affect my computer. It's something I'm willing to risk.
While almost never making anything better. If they are truly what you say,
I eat at this desk, I sleep at this desk, I stream at this desk, and I'm gonna drink at this desk.
They are, I believe reporting these actions to the proper authorities is the best course of action.
Agreed. Hot take, but we should be reporting CP to the police. True.
Go about outing someone. There are also people saying that Chibireviews allegedly had these pictures already saved on his profile, and I don't know how truthful that is, but it's just disgusting on both sides. This entire
hacking into someone's DA to, yeah, it is weird, but especially since like you have Soyjack Party involved and stuff, like people do stuff like this. I can totally believe that someone did hack him and go and do that. I don't think he, even if he was like a pedo, I don't think he's stupid enough to like that shit on his public profile.
And I don't know how truthful that is, but it's just disgusting on
I can give him that. I believe that. I can believe that.
Besides, this entire debacle would leave a lasting mark on Chibireviews' career. He didn't make things any better. In another incident literally 2 months ago, on January 6, 2025, he quotes—
because you literally have this, there's literally a group that goes around pretending to be Soyjack. There's like all these like beefs between these like degenerate like subcommunities and shit, but like there's a group that goes around whenever Soyjack Party raids someone and they pretend to be Soyjack Party, except they post CP. So like I don't know, cause to implicate Soyjack Party. I don't fucking know what the deal is with that, but this could have been part of that group.
Tweets about a 15-year-old character, Mina Ashido from the My Hero Academia series, referring to her butt. He did the same exact thing, sexualizing another character that was a minor, in reference to an assault as recent as March 14th, 2025. These two situations will leave a sour taste in many people's mouths, causing more issues down the line for Chibi, as people constantly reference it online. Remember when I said Chibi doesn't make anything better with these type of things that he posts? Yeah, this next tweet is probably the worst of them all. On March 19th, 2025, Chibireviews posted a tweet saying, "You know I'm about to get a lot of flack for this, but here it is. Lolly doesn't mean that you're a PDF file."
In the colloquial sense, it's actually totally okay to call someone who's sexually aroused by lolicon a pedo. In the same sense of like, let's say there's a guy, he's out having sex with women, but in his private time, he's jerking off to like images of naked men, drawn images of naked men. If you were to colloquially call that guy gay, I think that would be probably a fair like descriptor, because he's getting off to the depiction of another male's body parts, right? So if the thing that is arousing you is the underage depiction and underage prepubescent features, then you are a pedophile, albeit a non-offending one, right? Like the only reason that it's not real kids argument matters is because it's like, okay, yeah, you're not offending, but you still are a pedophile, like in how that word is used today. And then like people like to default to the medical the medical definition is not like, it gives us some groundwork, but like it's okay if you call hebophiles pedophiles. Like if some guy got with a 12-year-old girl that was like in the middle of puberty, or 13-year-old girl was in the middle of puberty, if you called them a pedophile, that would be okay. Nobody would dispute that. Like we obviously use the word beyond the scope of its exact, precise medical definition. And in this instance, right, and even under the medical definition, by the way, pedophilia does not involve you actually having to go out and touch kids for you to be a pedophile. If you fantasize about doing that and are aroused by it, you would be a pedophile under the DSM's criterion.
My stance on this will never change, because watering down words only helps actual criminals. If you find it weird, so be it. People have a lot of mixed stances on this, and that's fair. However, let's not help people that do actual crimes get away with hurting others. Anyways, that
does not help people who do actual crimes get away with it.
My stance. Hate me if you want. This tweet was seen by almost 2 million people, with people in the comments going against him as always.
Yeah, okay. The primarily if you're using the exact medical definition, yes. But how we're okay with using that word, if there was a guy that was like touching kids and was aroused by it, but like most of the time he's with of age people, nobody, I don't think anyone would meaningfully dispute like the social description of him as a pedophile, right? Even if the exclusive criterion is not met. What we generally mean when we use that word is somebody who is sexually aroused by pre to mid-pubescent children, or fantasizing about pre to mid-pubescent children.
Calling him a PDF file, and rightfully so. You're basically
nobody's considering the exclusive part when they use that word. Nobody's
saying that calling someone a PDF file for being sexually attracted to anime characters that depict children makes what defines a PDF file lose its meaning, which I don't agree with for obvious reasons. If you display traits of these types of people, I'm gonna put you in the same boat. The same thing goes for scammers, murderers, etc. That same day, Chibi would drop a video further explaining this tweet.
An old video resurfaced a long time ago. It was an episode review of Barakomon. Hopefully I'm saying the name right. I remember I said this character was extremely cute, and I said she's like a lolly of the season. She was extremely adorable. People clipped that, and then they started, spreading that everywhere, and it led to a lot of people to get ammo against me, and eventually it boiled up to the surface to where the Dawn to Dawn post happened back in October, and also the stuff that, transitioned after that, all the other slander and defamation. Basically, people started calling me a because of, me saying a character was very cute and, lolly of the season. Since then, more or less, I've just tried to ignore it.
Why use that word if you don't want to be called a pedophile? It's obvious that the people who use that term and identify with lollies, right, especially in the weeaboo kind of context, they're referring to the sexualized depiction of underage kids. It's like, oh, I was calling her cute in the puppy set. It's like, when you're calling them cute and using the term lolly in that description, what are you expecting people to fucking think?
Really talk too much about it. At the end of the day, lollies and stuff, they're not real. They're just drawings on a page.
People keep talking about the not real argument. The not real argument only matters when we're differentiating them from child molesters. Yeah, people who jerk it to lolly are not child molesters. Nobody's claiming that they are. Pedophilia doesn't involve actually harming you don't actually need to harm a real kid to be a pedophile. You just need to at least fantasize about and be aroused by that.
They're not harming anyone. That's what it is. I more or less am saying this just to get my stance out there, for my words aren't twisted. At the end of the day, it's not real. It's fiction. It doesn't harm anyone. If you find it weird, that's completely a-okay. And that's why I even make this stance right here with this sentence. It's completely fine if you think it's weird, you don't like it. Fair.
Now, in my recent video about Heavenly Controller, I stated that the definition of lolly or lolicon to be a genre of fictional media which focuses on young-looking girl characters, particularly in a sexually suggestive or erotic manner. The male equivalent of lolly is referred to as a shota. From doing further research, I found that lollies and shotas do not necessarily have to be sexually suggestive.
Yeah, but when people are using it doesn't the term inherently have sexual content. I guess not everyone who's using it means it like that.
Or have erotic traits. They can basically be characters who can either appear younger than they actually are, or actually be minors.
As we were talking about before, the term isn't the term literally derived from the book Lolita, which I haven't read the book, but isn't that book literally about doesn't that book literally talk about the sexualization of a minor?
Mainly a matter of appearance, and that's where people have issues with people that enjoy these things. With that being said, I firmly stand on my stance that being sexually attracted to this form of media in any way, shape, or form is disgusting. I don't care if it's a quote-unquote harmless trolling for interactions on Twitter, it's weird. These type of people seriously need help. You're attracted.
Hold on.
And aroused by a fictional character with traits favoring that of a child. Liking Lolly/Shota is pedophilic in nature. There's no difference. You're still attracted to the characteristics of a child. Feel free to leave any sort of think pieces in the comments about what I said. I don't care. Through the years, Chibireviews has talked about everything anime and related under the sun, but there's one thing I have yet to find Chibi speaking about. It's almost as if he's just avoiding it. That very thing is the current state of his fan base. Based on skimming through his comments on YouTube,
No, Lolita, the term Lolita literally comes from Nabokov's 1955 novel. Literally yeah, I'm pretty sure that is literally what the term lolly comes from. Lolly comes from a fashion style. I don't think that's true. Lolita is an English term defining a young girl as precociously seductive. It originates from Vladimir Nabokov's 1955 novel, Lolita. Wait, no, you might be right. Hold on. Wait. Okay, Nabokov's Lolita, first translated in Japanese. Okay, the meaning of the term Lolita in Japanese is divergent from Nabokov's novel and instead stems from the positive idealization and romanticization of girls' culture developed from the Meiji period to the 20th century. An innocent and ethereal creature who deserves adoration from others while staying entirely passive. Girls' culture in Japan reflected in cultural shoujo manga was influenced by the traditions of romanticism. Nabokov's Lolita, first translated to Japanese in 1956, was interpreted by readers primarily as a story of Humbert entering the peaceful and unearthly world of the shoujo. Humbert's the pedophile in Lolita, right? Rather than through the lens of perverse desire and abuse. Okay, no. So the term does come from the novel.
on Twitter, it seems like his old fan base that weren't as toxic is currently being uprooted by his current fan base, which is a conglomerate of racist lolicons whose job is to be ready at a moment's notice to defend Chibi against the next person who calls out his actions. One example is when another anime YouTuber by the name of Yearbud Tevin, in response to Chibi's infamous tweet about Lolly, says that he can't wait for the video essays to come out about him in 2 years. Chibi and his fans used Tevin's tweet to say that Tevin couldn't wait for kids to be harmed to get a victory on Chibi, but Tevin says that he was referring to his inevitable downfall. Tevin was also met with racist replies calling him a hood weeb, which is something I noticed Chibi's community uses to degrade black anime and manga fans. The word hood weeb is described as a black American who likes anime combined with the slang weeb, a person typically of non-Asian descent, heavily interested in anime, manga, and Japanese culture. The earliest known description of the word hood weeb, according to Know Your Meme, is from a 2021 entry on Urban Dictionary. But I would say it gained most of its popularity from the recent doxing situation. It started when a user on Twitter used it as a joke in that situation, but it later
hood weeb. So it's just taking like a general like of something and just putting the word hood in front of. What's the point? It's like you're a bicyclist, but if you're black, you're a hood bicyclist. What? That's the stupidest fucking title. What?
Transitioned into a racist.
Why does that need its own term?
Slur. This is due to a lot of people in Chibi's community saying that the people responsible for leaking his information, disrespecting his brother on top of hacking and posting cheese pizza on his DeviantArt account.
Why is it, by the way, that like weebs and racists have such a heavy overlap? I feel like half the weebs you see on Twitter, they're all like fucking neo-Nazis.
We're all black people, which has never been proven to be true, and I doubt it ever will. The blame placed on black people on top of Chibi not debunking any of these claims has opened the door for people to use the word in a racist manner when referring to black people who like anime. And look at these responses from his fans on the day that the doxing happened, saying that black shonen fans were behind it and that everything was fine when anime fans were mainly white and Asian people. If you don't see a problem with this, I know what you are. I'm not surprised at people calling him racist when he's enabling racist behavior, allowing it to run rampant throughout his community. Another instance of his fan base being unhinged is with the use of the word tourist as an insult. After doing some research, I found out the word tourist started off as an insult referring to someone who was a fake fan of anime. This insult is also used to express disdain for people who—
Neo-Nazi weebs are obsessed with racial purity, but see honorable Japanese chance some kind of honorary white. It's so weird. Just admit you'll have an Asian. Yeah, and they're all pedophiles too. It's like pedophilic, neo-Nazi. Dude, I don't know what this overlap is between these neo-Nazi pedophilic trans like weebs. I don't know what it, like.
Either one, enjoy the most popular anime, aka mainstream fans, or two, are not into certain tropes in anime like lolly, shota, incest,
Okay, you didn't need to
etc.,
actually
and
show.
find those things to be downright weird. Again, it's not surprising how people who are into these things want to gatekeep the disgusting interests. As for the present day, Chibireviews continues to be hated for his past and current actions. As recently as early last month, Chibi had his Twitter account disabled for almost a day, leading to his enemies cheering at his rumored demise. People are also editing his profile picture he uses for his brand to say that he's racist, among other things, and have turned it into a meme. Chibi stated that he does not have any issues with the edits as long as they're kept in good faith and not with malicious intent.
My haters have been slandering and harassing me basically daily for the past 7 months now. Their newest attack on me, which is honestly at this point I can't even really consider it attack, because it's pathetic and hilarious because it really does make them look bad. Like, it actually makes them
I was gonna say the same thing. That did look like a Cheeto's profile picture. Dude, is a Cheeto a fan of this guy too? It's been a rough week for a Cheeto, man. A rough month. You've Nox, and then you you have fucking Tectone, and then you have Nox. Poor guy, man. Poor guy.
very bad.
No, I saw it too. I know what you're talking
I'll give
about.
context to that in a second. Their newest attack against me is apparently to grab my profile picture I use for social media and YouTube and edit them into many different variants of me. And it's very clear the
I love how Cheeto went through his I'm 15 and today I'm gonna be political phase in his like 20s. I think that's like just such a funny concept.
intentions at first when these edits did start was definitely malicious, but somewhere along the lines of people doing these edits of my profile picture, something happened. Like they lost the point of the sauce, and they, instead of trying to slander me and make things that obviously make me look, let's say, either racist or basically the second coming of or whatever, or supporter of racist groups, they now have went full circle and they started creating edits of me that legitimately are pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, some of these edits are legitimately cool, and it
Okay, I was gonna say to him, why even like talk about, just play into the joke? But he is trying to play into the joke. He's just so autistic. He doesn't understand that the way he's playing into it makes him look like he's coping. Because at the start, he's like starting the whole spiel with like, they're like trying to like call me like the reincarnate, and then you talk about how some of the edits are cool. Like, if you just like on Twitter, like maybe like replied playing into the meme once and then ignored it forever, then maybe it wouldn't look like total cope, but it's literally like the fucking happy mask crying face meme, right? It's like so obvious you're coping right now.
like, I want to point out, these are my haters doing this.
Constant harassment and prior situations are the reason why Chibireviews is currently pursuing legal actions against everyone involved, even going as far as starting a crowdfunding campaign to pay for lawyer fees. The crowdfund has raised over $16,000 of the $25,000 goal at the making of this video, with his
That didn't age well.
naysayers accusing him of pity farming.
Yeah, I have been continuously targeted by harassment. I've tried to ignore it. I've tried to completely
Keep ignoring it. Keep ignoring it. Like at some point, if you're not continuing to say like insane, outlandish shit and trying to like rage bait, and you just stop addressing it, at some point the majority of it will fucking die down. I mean, I don't know at this point, because he's now actually making them dedicate. If it's somebody that's hating on you in like one incident, they're more likely to forget and move on. But like, if you're now getting them to engage even further, like the chance they move on is going to be more and more slim. Like if your name ever comes up in another context, you now have dedicated haters that would like bring it up and shit. But like, I refuse to believe that like, he's literally out of options here. I don't know what like on the internet tells you that the best way to respond to this kind of shit is by like coping about it in every video. That's literally just encouraging it more.
push it away as much as possible, but they keep coming after me. They keep wanting me gone, and I guess
And how is you talking about it gonna resolve that?
that's one reason why, like, to really talk about this whole situation, they want to call me a They want to call me racist, and there's no evidence for this, by the way, but I'm going to just state it right here, right now. I am going to be doing a crowd fund. I'm going to be opening up a crowd fund to be able to fund the lawsuit that I'm going to be, you know, starting against all the individuals that are responsible, not just for the doxing and the harassment of my family, but also those.
Can it be argued that by scam, anyone who actually fucking gave money to this lawsuit is probably too stupid to manage their own finances, and if they didn't give the money to him, God knows where else they'd put their fucking money. So if anything, you could argue him running off with the money and probably buying a bunch of useless shit, maybe he did like the world a service by taking money from these people. Maybe the people he took money from don't deserve to have money.
That have actively participated in defamation against my very name, either calling me a...
Yeah, but Tectone's not as autistic as Chibi is. Tectone's like not... Tectone's tries to manipulate and he's like stupid and not great at it. But like, he understands when to lie and obfuscate and when not to talk about or talk about for the most part, right? Like, Chibi literally, he can't read the room. He's like, he seems like he just can't read the room.
Or racist, and all sorts of other vile rhetoric, they actively, you know, they're going to be facing charges. I want to try to get them. These same people will say, I have no reason to do a lawsuit. They will say there is no evidence of doxing. They will say that, I am trying to scam my viewers, my followers, into donating for a funding for this lawsuit. And these same people will straight up put a hit on my head and say, we need to get rid of this man.
Another situation...
That's a threat. That's not putting a fucking hit on you.
Did forget to mention was Chibi being accused of being an abuser by his ex-girlfriend Sam. This situation allegedly happened 2 years ago, was revealed by his ex on Twitter last month. Now I don't plan on getting into that based on the fact that I don't know what happened in their relationship, nor do I care. Only they know for sure what happened, and it's not my place to speak on it. But Chibi did respond to these claims in a video titled I'm Done, and from the support...
Nux versus Tectone versus Chibi, who's the smartest? The bar is so low, but unironically, I'm going Tectone. I'm going Tectone. But that's only because I can't accurately read Nux. Nux is like never actually saying something he believes in. So I don't know the full extent of how like fucking stupid he is. Like, he talks about like politics and it's obviously a grift and he clearly has no fucking idea what he's talking about and he's not giving commentary on anything. But like, you have to wonder, it's so stupid it's almost smart because he knows exactly what niche would allow him to discuss something he knows nothing about and make it passable and make a fuck ton of money doing it. So it's like, is he smart for like making a ridiculous amount of money doing like the least amount of work possible? Or is he like really fucking dumb because his analyses or whatever are lackluster? It's Schrodinger's intelligence, man.
I'm seeing, he probably debunked her claims. To Chibireviews, aka Jacob, if you ever see this video, just
Aiden's still, of course I'm still live. Of course I'm still live. And I'll be live tomorrow. If you want to support the stream, as always, great way to help us out is by tipping. We're nearly halfway to Streamly goal. If we could at least get halfway this time, I will say yippee. Another great way to support the stream, if you're just tuning in or if tuning in, like the fucking stream. Really goes a long way, helps us out.
You opened the door for a lot of these things to happen. You rage baited and farm engagement by saying the weirdest stuff.
Yeah, what do you think I'm gonna? You think I wouldn't be live today? What do you think I'm gonna be doing? What do you think? Where do you think I'm gonna be? Where do you think I'm gonna be? Out with people? With a woman? I'm not. There's no place I'd rather be. Okay.
Online with prior knowledge of how damaging the internet could be. You know, people have sent you harmful things in the past in response to your opinions, so I would have expected you to navigate better, but I was wrong. How about this? From now on, think about how people will react when you make certain posts on a public forum and know what comes with it, especially with your controversial history. Like I said earlier, I don't agree with the doxing or any of the things that happened to you because there are better ways to go about it, like I explained. But you can't poke the bear by saying things that border the line of up or are fucked up in general and then be surprised that people will go to such lengths to prove a point. You can't play victim after continuing to post offensive tweets on a platform full of people that want to ruin your life, and I've already made somewhat of a successful attempt at doing so. You're not naive. I'm sure you've seen
it ultimately comes down to this guy has the gene. People throw around the word lolcow so much that it has no meaning anymore. They use the word lolcow to refer to people who just do really ridiculous shit. That's not what a lolcow is. A lolcow is a cow because you can keep milking them. A lolcow isn't somebody that has one embarrassing incident. It's people who, on a fundamental level, cannot deal with the shit that comes with being online and getting controversy online. And if you're going to be a public figure online, you should always be operating under the expectation that one day you're going to have some sort of controversy. Because even if you don't, worst case scenario is you prepared for nothing, right? But then when that actually comes, you know what to do. You'd be ready for it. You'd be prepared. These lolcows don't know how to respond, so they keep giving the people who are A-logging them content. They're a cow. There's more to milk. So this guy continues to respond to the people trying to invoke like an angry reaction from him. He lets them know, whether it be subtly, and even in his attempts to make them see, oh, look how not angry I am, lets them know that it's getting to him, thus incentivizing them to go further, and tries to launch a fucking lol suit. Like, obviously, this is the worst way to respond to. First of all, you should have made the lolly tweet to begin with, because like even if it's not your thing, like this is what I said before. It's like just because some positions are debatable doesn't mean you should debate them. And like my regrets are like in the midst of the debate bro shit, debating positions that like logically are true, but the only purpose the debate serves is to make you look worse. Like the incest debate and shit, right? There's no point in like debating like whether or not incest is morally neutral, because all that does is make you look like you like incest, right? That serves no benefit to you. So I don't know why he felt the need to make that lolly tweet. Well, actually I do, because he probably is into that shit and wants to provide a subtle defense for himself and garners hate in the process and no other respect. This is what a lolcow is. And if the recent shit, he can't read the room. He can't read the room. It's a combination of generally just being an embarrassing, easy to hate person with autism and no social awareness, coupled with low impulse control. That's like the ingredients for making a lolcow, and he has all of them. Now, we only looked at this to get some of the background info. So he's like a lolly defender. He's like an embarrassing freak that doesn't know how to respond to criticism. His like testicles got like twisted or something. He allegedly ran off with 17K. That's his history, I guess. But there have been recent developments. Before I get into those, real quick, I just gotta grab something. You know what? I lied. I have to grab something and I have to pee. Give me 2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds. Dude, sorry, I'm freezing my ass off in here. You know what I'm gonna do for dinner? You ever just like crave scallops? I'm gonna go fucking buy some scallops. It's like, that's a good idea. It's a good idea, right? Okay, sorry, I'm back. So Chibireviews clearly has the gene. He gives people who want to invoke a crash out on the internet and A-log people exactly what they want, thus incentivizing further A-logging and crashing out, and the cycle continues. He also is one of those people that just feels the need to share everything with the internet, even when it serves no purpose other than to be used against him. Apparently, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Give me one sec here, guys. Are you serious?
Imagine
Dude,
being able to build an app with your
do you
name on
remember earlier we were talking about this kidnapping shit and how they arrested the guy during the Charlie Kirk shooting, announced that they announced the shooter was caught, and then it turns out it wasn't the guy, and then how they did it in this like recent kidnapping case and they arrested the delivery driver? Well, apparently the 3 people they detained earlier today were also the wrong people. So the case has been closed twice and reopened. Dude, this is pure fucking incompetence. Holy shit. Sorry, my bad. I've just been following this very closely. Let's get back to this. We are actually, like, it's like beyond parody at this point. Anyways. Chibireviews, our boy. Okay, what the... Alright. I'm just gonna, alright, here we go. Our boy Chibi. Okay, you know what? I'm actually gonna close the screen while I scroll this guy's Twitter account. That was probably a good idea. So he tweets out, "I want to die. Deleted the post of my hospital armband. To clarify, I am fine and was discharged this morning from the hospital. I had a mental break and I did almost die last night, but I was saved at the last moment. Honestly, don't want to elaborate too much further on if I can help it. Just lost my fiance, my best friend, and my entire friend group in 24 hours. I've never been more alone. I've never been more alone than right now." What you have to ask yourself, what is, sometimes there isn't a motive. There are people that just like, especially when I'm on stream, sometimes it's just my stream of consciousness. Not everything I'm saying is like motivated. Sometimes I'll like share a story. There's not really a motive for it. But you have to ask yourself, because this is, you know, these are tweets. You have to ask, what is he hoping to gain here? If you just lost your fiance, why would you ever run to the public about that? Because if it just happened, there is still a chance, like, I don't know the details, but there's like still a chance. People call weddings off all the time in advance, and then it ends up working out and they do get married. That's what happened with my parents. Obviously, they later got divorced, but like they broke it off before they got married or whatever, temporarily. Why? I don't know why you would instantly go ahead and like fucking, I don't know why you'd instantly go ahead and just bring this to the public's attention while this is actively, go work it out with her. Go work it out with her. My haters are waiting for my downfall, but let me talk about losing my fiance and my whole friend group and being suicidal. I'm sure this won't backfire in any way. True. No, I'm not. You guys, this has been public info for 5 years. Yeah, yes. I have divorced parents. Yes. So that's something I'm embarrassed about. There's no. There's no. It's. Wow, really embarrassing info, guys. Super embarrassing. My parents split when I was a baby, man. Very embarrassing stuff. Truly negative. Your image of me has been shattered. What do you mean, why? This isn't, there's nothing embarrassing about that. I don't care if I share that with you. There's nothing embarrassing. Yeah, that is literally half the you understand people can get divorced and not hate each other. My parents don't hate each other. Anyways. Sorry. Just lost my fiance, my best friend, and my entire friend group in 24 hours. Never more over. This video is for me to process it. Oh, I'm sure this is going to be really emotional and not embarrassing. Let's watch this. His fiance's just left him. He's been hospitalized. You know, sometimes you need to learn. You need to recognize you're not in the state of mind to be on social media. I haven't recognized that. I've broken my own rules. I have like rules like you should, when you're intoxicated on anything, you should never have access to your own social media, or you should just avoid using it while intoxicated, because what sounds like a good idea while you're intoxicated is not like a good idea in reality. But that same thing goes for when you're actually losing your fucking mind. And if he can consciously recognize that he's just supposedly had a mental break, I don't know why you would think this is a good time or place to process everything, especially when you have like such a dedicated hater base that's like as dedicated as like going and digging up your brother's obituary and shit.
I'm making this video as more of a statement to myself.
Also, listen, I can't imagine how much this sucks. I've never had to go through a breakup, nevertheless getting married to someone and having them leave. But I can never imagine myself dealing with it like this. Would I probably be devastated if I loved that person? Of course I would. But I'd be asking myself, what went wrong? What went wrong on my end? You know, I'd look at myself and why this didn't work out and how I could learn from this in the future. You know, more people out there, I guess, even though I thought this was the one. And it's like, I've never been, no? That's not true. I got rejected when I was 11. But, like, this is not how, like, this is not how men should, like, handle conflict. Because even if it does work out, immense conflict is a part of relations. And if you're just going to completely shut down when shit gets tough, you're an immature man. Shit will get tough. Shit will get very tough in life. And, like, to just, like, completely, like, let it consume you, have a breakdown, start live tweeting that you're in the hospital and shit, like, I'd imagine women aren't going to sit. If your fiance was having second thoughts, she probably about maybe getting back to you. She isn't now. Because what fucking woman wants a guy that can't fucking stay strong through tough times?
This video is for me. To put all my...
Or runs to the public whenever shit gets tough.
My fault.
And by the way, I'd imagine for whatever woman was with him, the harassment that he was inciting against himself probably affected her. And that's not easy either. And you have to understand, when you're like in a relationship or a marriage, like the battles you're deciding to choose, you're not just picking battles for yourself. You're picking those battles for the people around you. And that can't be easy to whoever the fuck is with him, having to deal with whatever battles he's deciding to pick and having people dig through their personal lives.
Together and just work things out in my own way, because one of the ways I've always gotten through trauma and hardships in my life, especially in these last years, is to just focus on work, to make videos, It's the only joy.
Like, on one side, like, this guy is, like, obviously, even if I don't like him, right? You can tell, like, he's a mess. He's in a complete depression. His hair is unkempt. You can see his eyes. He's been crying, like.
That I really have. So.
But if this actually worked out and, like, turned into a marriage, if shit got really fucking bad and really fucking tough, like, is this how you're gonna, like, is this how you're supposed to, like, put on, I guess maybe I have, like, an old-fashioned view of things, but you're supposed to be, like, the balancing force that keeps a tough face and works through it for the sake of the family. This guy, I think, is too mature for marriage. Maybe this is good for him. Thank you for Belinda. Thank you, Belinda, for the 2. Super base. Much appreciated. Yes, like the stream. I approve of this message.
You all saw the post. You all have seen. You've seen what I've said in the last.
I don't know. This is gonna be sexist as fuck, but, like, my view is when shit gets tough, let the woman cry. You need to stay tough and keep things on track and fucking bear it. Okay? I guess that's, like, toxic masculinity or whatever, but it's just like, I don't know. It's just like, if I'm putting myself in the perspective of, like, a woman who is gonna marry this guy, like, this just looks like weakness.
24, how many hours? I don't know. I'm just gonna give you a full rundown of just everything that happened. Maybe I'm oversharing. This will be used against me to mock me or whatever. Well, like I said, I'm saying.
Why do people hate him again? Defends Lolly. Ran off with $17,000 that he raised for a lawsuit against his haters, allegedly. Feels the need. It feels like it's a good idea to do these, like, cope responses every time people are, like, fucking with him, A-logging him, and trolling him, which is literally what the lol cow gene is.
And all this just to clear my head, just because if I say it, it's done. It's over. Like, I'm able to just process everything.
You know, I'm not gonna be like him and share, like, a fucking super embarrassing personal story, but there have been times where something devastating has happened in my life, but that devastating thing is coinciding with the lives of people I love and care about, and I've had to put my emotions aside and, like, maintain like a stable image and comfort the people in my life who were devastated by the same thing that was devastating me. Because, at some point, like, I was the only, like, guy in my house at one point. So, like, I, like, in the context of a marriage, too, I can't imagine it. I don't know. It's just, like, everything. I just feel like you shouldn't be getting married if you can't deal with the tough shit.
At least a little bit better. So.
Because however bad you think it is with. However bad you think, like, a breakup is, if you actually get married and the two of you, I don't know, decide to have kids, what if she has, like, I don't know, what if she has, like, a miscarriage or something? What if there's a huge argument, she packs them, takes the kids for a week? What if you have to, like, there's gonna be so many fucking stressful events.
On the 11th of February.
Thank you for the 5, Ishmael Sheckelstein. I thought you were full screen webcam venting again, then I realized you were watching a good one, buddy.
I discover my fiance cheating on me with my best friend of 10 years.
Dude! Dude, why are you admitting this? What? What? Dude! Why are you on camera right now? Like, holy, that sucks. That actually sucks for you. I'm sorry to hear that. Why? You know you have this dedicated base of A-logs who are memeing you to hell and back, and you're coping about it, and you decide to reveal to the internet that your wife is fucking your best friend behind your back? This guy's a fucking retard.
I can
get a therapist. Does he have parents? Call up your dad. I don't fucking
confronted her about this. And
why? I don't know why I'm assuming he has a dad in his life.
She apologized, and being with her already for multiple years, and then finding out my best friend.
Don't tell me he said, I decided I was willing to accept it and move. So then he's also going to admit to being a cock.
So much betrayal.
Okay.
So what I decided to do is just... I grabbed my keys. I went driving. I went to the liquor store.
Thank you for the 2. Soul, did you know the therapist split is in 2 is the grapist? I did. Thank you for the 2. Soul skimming. Putting us over halfway to Streamly goal. I promised you a yippee. So yippee. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. If we hit full goal, I will I don't know. I'll do something.
I bought alcohol that was the same alcohol. The last alcohol. That I drank with my brother. And then I drove into the middle of nowhere, near water, and I drank, and drank.
It's like you could tell, I don't think he has a fetish for this. I think this is like, he's not understanding, because he cannot read the room. He's not like, for him, this is catharsis, right? There is, like, proven benefits to talking about it. The problem is, the platform he's talking about it in the context of his existence online makes this a fucking horrible idea, and he is treating the internet like his therapist. That is the recipe for lolcows. Like, you need to see an actual therapist. If you have parents, call a parent. Like, this guy has to have at least someone in his life. I've been that person. I've said, like, I've had friends call me up crying after fucking breakups, and I just sat there and listened, getting off their fucking chest and shit. There is someone in your life you could call and say all this to, besides the internet, dude. Even if they have even if they don't have any insight to offer, just somebody will fucking listen.
Just sitting there drinking. And I was...
Does this turn you off? No, drinking turns me off drinking, because it's not like weed is like convenient, it's easy. Drinking is like, you feel like shitty, your stomach feels full, it tastes like shit, and then you wake up and you feel like shit.
Inches from death.
I can't imagine people that do it every day.
And then suddenly, a police officer shows up.
Oh my god.
Don't know how.
Dude. Sir, I'm gonna need you to step out of the vehicle, do some field sobriety. Dude.
Found. But he shows up.
And he gets a DUI.
And he saved me at the last moment. He did.
Oh. I thought he was gonna get arrested for a DUI. Cause like in America, like you can get a DUI even if the vehicle isn't on, right? If you're just like in the car drinking.
And I come to find out after all this, it was Nicholas.
So I'm not a stoner. In the last 365 days, I've smoked weed. Like, I guess when I was away on my trip, I smoked it a few times, but like in like general periods, I've smoked it like 3 times. I'm not like a stoner. I'm against that lifestyle. I was at one point. I think weed makes you complacent. And I was talking about this last night. I think Nietzsche's critiques of the Catholic Church, or no, Nietzsche's critiques of Christianity and its suppression of envy, which is a motivator for men to become great and not be complacent with things as they are, is a great criticism of marijuana. It's great occasionally, but if you use it during times of struggle to feel better, feelings like envy and anxiety, etc., which are great motivators for change and greatness, are suppressed, and that is bad.
Slight that was the one that apparently called a wellness check on me, and he saved my life. He saved my life. Anyways, the officer escorted me to.
Weed feels great, and it's not good to feel great all the time. You should feel like shit. When things aren't going well, when you have an idealized version of yourself in your mind of where you want to be and you're not there, that should anger you. That should anger you. And then that anger turns into motivation to change. If you're using things that just help you feel fine and chill and relax with what's happening now, those strong feelings are suppressed and that change doesn't happen. Like, sure, you might be able to do your job fine and function and keep your friendships, but is that really where you want to be? Don't you strive for greatness, something better?
Escorted me to the hospital.
Why be complacent with the way things are?
Because obviously with everything, making sure, mental evaluation and all that. And I obviously couldn't drive, you know.
No, you can smoke weed. You can smoke weed on like weekends and shit, on Fridays, whatever. But don't smoke weed on days where you need to be locked in, because it's gonna make you feel good, and you shouldn't feel good every day. Feeling good every day is what makes you mediocre.
Too much alcohol. So he took me to the hospital, and I stayed basically the night, and I wasn't able to access my phone or use anything until they discharged me.
You know there's sativa and indica. Yeah, no fucking shit.
I got discharged earlier this morning, and I was so hurt.
Both of them induce euphoria. The truth of the matter is, you should feel like shit sometimes. You should feel like shit. When I'm not where I'm supposed to be, and I feel like total shit and can't stop thinking about it and sit in a fucking hole for a weekend, I deserve to be in that hole until I change something and become better. Okay, let's lock into this. I can talk about weed later at the end.
Hospital, and I stayed basically the night, and I wasn't able to access my phone or use anything until they discharged me.
It's not masochism. I'm saying things like anxiety, things like envy, things like they serve a real function and purpose.
I got discharged earlier this morning, and I was so hurt. I was so hurt. But I'm gonna give full context. So,
dude, I'd be embarrassed crying in front of another person. Nevertheless, like this is probably a justified reason to cry. But I have enough fucking pride to go do it into a pillow somewhere where nobody could see me. Like, what? I don't understand. What do you think is gonna happen as a result of this?
I'm getting messaged somehow. Nicholas Light has my number. He saved me.
How much for you to light a spliff and stream? I'm gonna be 21 soon. I'll set a price when I turn 21. If I can find somewhere where I could smoke inside, sure. I can't smoke in here. It's I have courtesy from my neighbors.
It's fine. And then Tectone, apparently he gives me a call as well, and they're worried about me. And so many others reached out that I didn't. I thank you. I do. Just oh. Anyways, I get picked up, and I'm going home. Like, I'm free to go, everything's fine. And I knew I had to tackle the elephant in the room. I had to go home and...
I had to tackle the elephant in the room, other than my wife. Dude, I just want to see what she looks like, man. I just want to see what she looks like. Because, like, the truth of the matter is, the only people who are single are people who are picky. That's literally, in this world now, if you want game, you could get it if you're not picky about it, right? This guy is walking proof of that. The fact that this guy has ever been in the presence of a female is walking proof of that. The question is, how much did he lower his standards to get game? I want to see what she looks like.
More or less, I confronted her about everything, trying to talk, and she left.
Wait. He tried to talk to her about everything, and then she just left? Chibi, who tried to fix the marriage with his wife. I don't know. This is my favorite meme, dude. This is his wife. This is how the conversation with his wife. You're just like trying to work this out. It's like she cheats on you. She fucks your best friend. You're trying to talk to her and work this out, and she just walks away. Dude, that's what the fuck?
I'm not a perfect person. I make mistakes. I know. I piss people off. I annoy them.
But can we all admit I don't deserve this, guys?
But anyways, after she...
He is trying to play it up to get people to feel... This strategy doesn't work, by the way. By him
She left.
This was the big tell for me. I thought, okay, maybe this guy is just completely impulsive right now, using this as like a therapy stream. This gives it away.
People off.
Him acknowledging I know I piss people off lets me know that he knows that his hater base is in the audience watching right now. This wasn't an impulsive decision. His acknowledgement of that indicates to me he is trying to tug at the heartstrings of the people who actively hate on him right now. He's capitalizing on this for sympathy. That was the give. I didn't really buy that at first. I thought, okay, this guy's just a sad, pathetic loser that's being impulsive right now on stream. That's the giveaway for me. Thank you for the 2. Hey, dance. Check inbox channel, sent picture. Are you picky, Aiden? Yes. I mean, she's not... I was expecting a whale. She's not like a whale. Certainly not my type, but like...
I'm not a perfect person. I make mistakes. I know. I piss people off. I annoy them. But... No,
I'm gonna be fair. She's not like... It's not like she's not like good looking, but she's not like hideous to the extent where I'm gonna sit here and be like, what is that, man?
Anyways, after she left, I did what anyone probably would reasonably do. I wanted to confide in someone. Not really. I go to my gaming friend group that I've known just as long as my best friend that my fiance cheated with. I talk with them, and they straight up, they admit to me they don't care, basically, what my used-to-be best friend did. They prefer gaming with him, and I thought these guys were my friends.
Dude, base? I don't get... Dude, it's like... can you imagine there's like a cool guy in the friend group, and you go and complain to everyone, you guys have to stop talking to this guy, he fucked my fiance. Fuck that, bro. Fuck that, bro. Total W? Total W? Mogged?
I did. And they more or less, they just cared about gaming with him, and they didn't care about everything. They're completely okay.
He has them... What? Dude, you ran off with $17,000. Get a fucking therapist.
With everything. And so...
Why am I sweeping for... Because you didn't fucking send it to me, retard. But you can't say, why aren't you covering this thing that I never fucking sent you?
More or less, I lost my whole friend group. My best friend that I basically called a brother.
Sweep? How am I sweeping if I don't know where the fuck to find this? I'll cover it if you want me to cover it. I just can't fucking find it, retard.
There's moments where he was hurting years ago with COVID. And I gave him money for he could...
Dude, I'm almost starting to think that this Lumpy Willy guy isn't being serious and is intentionally trying to type things that invoke a reaction from streamers.
Have bills paid and his family wouldn't have to worry.
As a singular person. A one guy, some could say.
I cared for him. He said he was moving down here in a few months. And I now know why. He wanted to.
Like, to me, all this, the fact that he feels like this is the place to go and litigate all of this, the fact that he can't adequately respond to, like, criticism, and, like, a hater base that is kind of just comes with having controversial opinions online and being well known, etc. It's all indicators of incredibly low emotional intelligence. And, like, I can't think of, like, anything that's, like, more unattractive in, like, a person. It's, like, not only now is your fiance getting, like, dicked down by your bestie, but, like, this video being up, I mean, I feel like you'd be hard-pressed to find a woman that's gonna get with you anytime soon. I'm surprised there were any to begin with.
What I will say, I lost a lot. I lost a lot. I didn't just, like, lose a fiance. I lost my whole social circle, basically just gone. What really hurts, best friend of 10 years, he knew everything. He knew my life story. I thought he had my back. He was there for me with the times of being harassed and
being harassed. Dude, he bring every video. Every video. Clearly your friend sucked if he never once told you, hey, maybe the way you're responding is, like, encouraging and incentivizing more harassment.
I viewed him like a brother.
Dude, I gotta make everything about Key and Peele, but has anyone seen the skit where, like, the gang member, like, his friend got shot, and he's like grieving and crying to the rest of the gang, and everyone's like everyone's trying like so hard not to, like, they're pretending like they're like, there's nothing funny about this, and they're like fucking like dying on this is how I feel, right? It's like short, this is a shitty situation, man, but it's like you're getting on here sobbing like a fucking little girl about it instead of doing anything productive as a grown fucking man. How am I not supposed to laugh at this?
he does that.
I'm not shedding a tear. I'm not shedding a tear. No wonder the woman you were with felt comfortable going off and fucking your best friend when you exude this much fucking weakness. Zero alpha energy, no dominance, total weakness, can't even dominate his own fucking life, no emotional maturity, a man-child who is not prepared for a relationship, nevertheless, a marriage. The truth of the matter is, if you were a stronger man, your wife wouldn't have gone and fucked your best friend. You clearly weren't providing what she needed. And normally I don't say that, but like as I've watched this guy, I actually see it completely. I can't imagine what woman on this planet would ever feel like her needs are being satisfied by this man.
Anyways. I was in a dark place, and I've had a lot of dark thoughts. All day. All last night. I have. And
dude, you know what'd be so funny? He just like continue, and there's like snot bubbles, just like as he like just he keeps like openly sobbing. It's literally like I'm a sad, lonely, embarrassing source of information to bully me with.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. This is one of the hardest moments for me in my entire life, but like I said, I've told you guys many times, if you've watched my content, one of the only joys in my life I've had over the years is making content. Talking about what I love. It is the one thing that's never caused me problems.
What? He knows exactly what he's doing here. It's never caused me problems. This has to be on purpose, man. I don't know what his like sick motives are, but he knows exactly what he's doing right now.
Lose so much. He was sending her.
Oh no, he's gonna go into detail.
Nudes. And just.
And his penis was 10 inches.
The cut. I'm pretty hurt, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's gonna happen or anything. I really don't. The future's uncertain right now. I have no idea. I, however, am making this video to try, to some degree, to cement my thoughts in stone, to be able to process them in my own way, to be able to try
great knowing you, SpongeBob. Good luck somewhere else.
Past this just nightmarish day.
How I'm feeling right now? Dude, it was Professor Dreadlock? Dude, his wife got dicked down by Professor Dreadlock? What does he do? What was that? What did he just go and do?
Anyways. I was in a dark place, and I've had a lot of dark thoughts. This is one of the hardest moments for me in my entire life.
And I've decided that every waking immediate reaction needs to be filmed and uploaded to the internet for my dedicated hater base that I'm suing to get material.
Like I said, I've told you guys many times, if you've watched my content, one of the only joys in my life I've had over the years is making content. I'm pretty hurt, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's...
Or the other thing too is, right, anything that would have been cathartic about talking to the camera, there might even be some use, hell, in just like talking to a camera and then deleting it or never uploading it. Like, I like record in voice memos all the time, like what I'm thinking and shit. It's like there's something cathartic in just like talking about stuff, but it's like he actually like consciously sat back and decided to upload this. I just don't. Why?
It's gonna happen or anything. I really don't. The future's uncertain right now. I have no idea. I, however, am making this video to try, to some degree, to submit.
He's just making this video to yeah, dude. He won. He rage baited us. Meanwhile, his wife is like. Meanwhile, his wife's on like a National Geographic expedition, getting a taste of the African anaconda down her fucking throat.
My thoughts in stone, to be able to process them in my own way, to be able to try to move past this just nightmarish day. I just...
Lamau, I would have cheated on yo ass too. True? Oh yeah, wasn't this guy supporting Tectone too?
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know what I will...
You know what's worse than like... Because at the end of the day, right, you did love this person. They did leave. You were thinking about... if I was emotionally immature as this guy, I don't know why you would ever like commit to something like a marriage. It's okay to be close partners without an official marriage for a few years. Like, I don't know why you need to rush an official commitment. But like, you know what's worse than like ending up not getting married to someone you thought you were gonna marry? Getting sexually assaulted and then like having harassment directed your way by a major streamer and YouTuber. That probably doesn't feel so great either, does it? So wouldn't it be like crazy and like be like we shouldn't have any fucking empathy for this guy and should revel in his misery if he was comforting the man that the court found had sexually assaulted said woman?
The
man who, even without the court, we knew verifiably lied in his response to said woman?
There's two ways. Either A, I don't make videos for a while, or...
No, please, anything but that, please.
I just make videos and I try to black hole. Just black hole everything. And
maybe
just
this is a sad video.
Keep moving and... We'll see. What I will say, though...
I hope his ex-friends come out and tell us their side. Wouldn't be surprised if he's lying about the... You've just given me a great idea that I don't want to announce because the content vultures... The content vultures are going to be... Well, you probably already know what the idea is now. But I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna give it a try.
I thank everyone that's been supportive.
There are two sides to every story. Or in this case, you know, we just know about the best friend's involvement with the wife. We don't know how many others are involved. So there, in this case, it could be 7 sides to the story. 7 more manly, bigger dicked sides to the story than you, Chibi. Who knows?
To those out there, you know who you are. You have been more supportive than I could have ever imagined, though. I know. I'm just, like I said, I'll leave it at that. What a year.
You're welcome for the idea, 80. It's my Valentine's Day gift to you. Well, thank you so much, M. Daly. Much appreciated. You know what would be a great gift, guys? If you could like the fucking stream. Also, we're halfway to Streamly goal. If we hit that shit, my Valentine's Day will be... I'll win Valentine's Day without a woman. No, it's like the stream, please. Very simple, very easy. Gets us up there. Oh, I missed your dono? Sorry. Check where. Hold on, was it through Streamlabs? Did I miss it?
I don't know how this is worse than anything I've dealt with. I can deal with being harassed online and stuff. I've grown up.
Dude, your wife is literally getting fucked by your best friend and you're still giving attention to the haters won, dude. The harassers won.
To that. But all of this triple whammy of just everything, and then...
So, no, this guy willingly posted this.
The betrayals. It just... I might seek therapy. Or something. I don't know. But for now, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. He didn't leave it at that. There's an update now because that wasn't enough.
So I'm pre-recording this video in advance to just make sure everybody's on the same page and also what steps I'm going to be taking for the upcoming days. First off, as you can see, I am alive, I'm still here, and I'm taking every day one step at a time.
Worst Valentine's Day ever.
To basically piece everything back together and obtain my main objective at this point. And that main objective is happiness. To be able to obtain happiness and joy and everything like that and fight for a really wholesome future. That is the
wholesome little wholesome
objective and long-term goal that I have envisioned right now.
Dude, I'm dying. Who says... Why would you unironically use wholesome like that?
Now, to be able to achieve that, obviously, there's a lot of steps that I need to take and a lot of days.
He sounds like Aiden. Everything that is bad looks and sounds like Aiden, and everything that is good doesn't look and sound like Aiden.
A lot of things I'm going to have to get through to be able to do that. But for starters, for these next few days, I'm going to be spending time with my loved ones, and I'm going to be just...
So he does have loved ones. So what the fuck is the excuse for that shit show? Why did that need to be your source of catharsis? Something that you seemingly know your haters would be watching and would by proxy feed them as you acknowledge the harassment repeatedly. Why would you continue to fuel it?
talking with them about everything. I'm going to be talking with them about, seeking out therapy. I'm going to be, going to the gym as well. That is my 100% objective.
He's going to be bone mashing.
Is to go to the gym pretty much every single day if I can do it. And then on top of that as well...
he's not going to commit. He's not going to commit. Whenever they add the stipulations of... someone's going to lock in when they say it definitively. When he does the, if I can... If circumstances allow, they're already giving themselves an out. This guy's not going to the gym every day.
My other objectives is to be able to get back on my horse and just make content every single day like I always have done about anime, manga, censorship, news, or anything that I really am interested in at that given moment. But for right now, what I'm doing, and the reason why this video, I'm just making it very brief, is that I am still here, and I have read everybody's comments. I have
read every hate comment
what you have said, and I plan to respond to as many as I possibly can.
A great idea.
In the upcoming days.
Looking forward to it. You should.
But for now, I'm just going to take a little bit of a break for a few days, and I will be back. Get back up on my horse, and I will start making content once again. But I want to say, guys, for everyone out there, I do thank you. This is a shout out to all of you out there that has been very supportive. For now, though, I will see you for now. I might be back late Monday, maybe Tuesday, in terms of making content again. But for right now... spending time with loved ones and figuring out plans.
Listen, I'm really, really glad that Chibi is able to get over the little situation he had with our fiance. And just know, Chibi, that while you're focusing on bettering yourself, we're gonna take good care of her. Okay? We're gonna take good care of her. The ball is in our court. The ball is in our court, and don't worry, man. We got it handled. We got it covered.
And options of therapy and everything that needs to be done for now. So, with that, though, thank you, guys. You have a very blessed day, and, thank you. Chibi out.
Chibi out, man. What a fucking situation, man. I mean, this guy's a fucking loser. Actual loser. Well, speaking of pedo-coded losers, does anybody remember Foodshops? The person that has, without basis, repeatedly insinuated that I'm a part of some, like, anti-Destiny conspiracy coordinating with Queeman and J-Stock, even though I'm allergic to that topic and have done everything in my power to avoid it. And they do this really cool thing of, like, establish there's a conspiracy without actually having to go through the effort of proving it. And then whenever anyone denies it, all you have to do is do a sarcastic, sure, I'm sure you guys aren't coordinating. Totally, man. So if you, like, sarcastically give in, it looks like, wait, they are clearly coordinating. It's ridiculous to say they aren't. And then you never actually have to prove your point because you're sarcastically agreeing. Foodshops mastered that tactic. But something else about Foodshops that was mastered is their knowledge on lolicon. So Foodshops took on the mantle of basically the Ho Chi Minh to Destiny's Soviet Union, okay? While Destiny has some dedicated small stream snarkers or whatever, Foodshops is another small streamer that's supposed to pick up the slack where he can't and engage head on and make allegations of conspiring against Destiny and shit. Well, some shit came out. Apparently, Hassan has slandered Foodie, and we're going to check that out. Let's see what's going on with Foodshops. Hey, at Twitch support, here is Hassan the Hun blatantly calling me, a transgender woman, a pedophile. I'm pretty sure this is what does that have to do? I'm pretty sure this is against Twitch TOS to leverage transphobic insults at me. Clearly Hassan is transphobic and he's no ally to trans people in any way. So let's see where the transphobia is.
I forget what they're called. I think, no, it wasn't Lonerbox. Lonerbox didn't work. Hutch didn't work. They tried to like promote Hutch a lot. They tried to promote Lonerbox a lot, and it didn't work. And I think the name was what? Foodshops? You left out details. She is an admitted pedophile. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's also that as well. Apparently, this person got outed as a pedophile. Yeah. So it didn't really work. It didn't really work. It didn't work at all. She self-admitted. Well, it turns out there are ops that I don't even know exist out there, but one thing is a guarantee. They are going to be sex criminals in some variety, some way, shape, or form. This is like the primary driving force behind almost all of...
Hassan's doing the Tectone thing, but every day he gets more and more of an excuse to do that. You got Nux, you got the Nux shit that's come out, you got the Tectone shit that's come out. Like, I think it's like, obviously... There's such a wide array of people that don't like Hassan for various reasons. And obviously I'm against the thing people do, the disingenuous thing people do. Like when Tectone did it, where you like take a few examples of people that are like, that don't like you when you're already a very disliked person. And those people happen to have some trait about them that we can all agree is universally bad, and then use that to make it look like it's applicable to your entire base of ops. I'm sure there are ops that have genuine, legitimate reasons to hate Hassan that are not pedophiles or anything, and I think it's a disingenuous strategy. But you know what? I'll let him have his fun. It's been a good week for him.
My ops, you know, if you exist for a long enough timeline and you're an op of mine, you end up getting into trouble in this way somehow. I don't know why, but in any case.
Okay, so there's nothing transphobic here. Hassan is under the belief that Foodshops has confessed to being a pedophile, and that is why he's calling them a pedophile. He's gendering Foodshops correctly. The fact that she's trans never brought up. There's no indication that he even knows that Foodshops is trans. So the transphobia allegation is just a lie. Hey, DJ Clans, this is dangerous to my life. Keeping Twitch a safe platform should be your highest priority. I've been doxxed before too, so his rabid audience could go after me for this too. Note, tagging in Twitch, just in case they don't, okay. Foodshops, when you literally fucking, you accuse me without basis. Okay. Destiny was justifying that Queeman and J-Stock and all of these people were fair game because they were part of a bubble that was coordinating with Kiwi Farm. This is the false image that they tried to portray. That they were part of a bubble that was like coordinating with Kiwi Farms to dox everyone around Destiny, right? Because Kiwi Farms is engaging in like the bad behavior like doxing, and they don't like Destiny, and because Queeman doesn't like Destiny, because J-Stock don't like Destiny, they're all grouped into this big bubble. And therefore, because this large group does X, when in fact it's only some members, X being doxing, therefore it's justified back against them. Foodshops knew that Destiny did this because I argued with Foodshops on this point. And while this was occurring, Foodshops, despite me almost never covering Destiny, barely covering the drama, actively avoiding the topic, put me in that bubble. The bubble that Destiny was logically justifying doxing. So Foodshops, you can't really do by saying this, Hassan is putting me at risk. That's literally what you did when you fucking lied about me. It's literally what you did when you lied about me. Also, Destiny responded to my clip, and it was retarded, by the way. Because I was like, Destiny's like, everything he's about to say is going to be correct on the micro. Because I was like saying Queeman as an individual is not responsible for utilizing the tactic of doxing, etc. He's like, but on the macro, all of these people are like together, can be grouped together or whatever. I forget what the exact clip was. And then he said he wasn't going to debate me. But that's retarded because if you're arguing for consequence, you're making a prescriptive claim, i.e. these people are okay to dox for X reasons, which was what Destiny's argument was. Why would you, doxing being a life-ruining tactic, Why would you ever apply such a life-ruining tactic on the macro? That wouldn't be justice. That would be collective punishment. So I don't know what his argument that the analysis is he'd actually be correct on the macro is retarded, because the tactic you're justifying should under your own logic should never be applied using a macro analysis. Of course you should ascertain the guilt of the individuals you're using that tactic against. But yeah. So the reason people think Foodshops confessed to being a pedophile is because of this. It's another instance of, hey, here's some really embarrassing info about me. Please don't bully me about it. I think Shamu points this out. Never forget that Destiny ran from a debate with me, by the way. Never forget that. Foodshops did an entire stream talking about how they have POCD, pedophile obsessive compulsive disorder, and how they use Lolly to suppress it. Craziest attack on Twitch with the son I've ever seen. Okay. I've heard of this before. We have some problems going on here where I'm actually going to disagree with. So the statement that Foodshops admitted to being a pedophile and the statement that Foodshops has POCD, or Foodshops admitted to having POCD, those are not the same thing. The best way to explain, because OCD is one of the most misunderstood mental illnesses, the best way to explain like intrusive thoughts, OCD, is imagine you have a rogue programmer in your mind that purposefully implants images that based on your values will cause you distress. A pedophile is not distressed thinking of a sexualized image of a child because it causes arousal. That's what they're into. Somebody with POCD is not a pedophile, and that's why the image being implanted in their head by said rogue programmer causes them psychological distress. That's why it's a disorder, right? Now, for example, if you're an animal lover, you love animals, that rogue programmer will put in images of you killing dogs. If you care about old people, it will put in images of you pushing old people down the stairs or something that will cause you distress as a result. That's how POCD works. People who are understandably repulsed at the notion of being a pedophile will have intrusive thoughts about them being one that will then cause them to spiral. Now, although I disagree, that's not an admission to being a pedophile to say you have POCD. The part that makes no sense and makes me think the Foodshops is lying is apparently they said that their therapist told them to use Lolly to suppress it. That is not how POCD works. I would literally bet money. There's no documentation that's ever shown that a therapist would ever recommended that to you. No therapist would recommend that. And then second of all, I knew somebody that had intrusive thought related OCD. And the way you would try to avoid it, and the way a lot of people try to avoid it, is they try to stay away from anything that reminds them of the distressing image or makes them think that they might be fulfilling the prophecy of the distressing image. So I knew some kid that literally had like this fear that he was going to turn into a woman. So he would like avoid like anything feminine so that it didn't remind, like, et cetera, et cetera. If anything, looking at Lolly would be antithetical to your POCD, because that would be reaffirming the intrusive notion, the supposedly intrusive notion being planted in your mind that's causing you distress. It makes no sense. The reason it would be POCD is because those images cause you psychological distress. You're not aroused by them. So to actually entertain what those images are portraying you as, the thing that is supposedly causing you distress, that would cause you more distress. Thank you for the 10, Ivana, for entertaining us on such a special day. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. But yeah, it makes absolutely no sense. So I don't know what the clip is of Foodshops admitting to being a pedo, but the POCD is not like an admission to that. But this other detail makes me think that they're like self-diagnosed with POCD and they might just actually be a pedo. Because this is like, to me, this is completely contradictory to the notion that the pedophilic thoughts are OCD related. Oh my, dude, back to the Twitch politics debate days. The common tactics of the common tactic of leftists would be to pedo jacket a person they didn't like. They knew it would hurt them regardless if it was true or not. Nothing has changed on the national scales. The less tactic against Trump. Okay, someone said this was Andrew Wilson defending Foodshops. Maybe this is just coincidental timing. I don't know. Also, whatever happened, didn't this like Bell comment person drop allegations that Foodshops was engaging in like flirtation with them when they were 17 or something? Whatever came of that? Did Foodshops ever respond? That like, was there any developments because of that? Anyways, what is this clip? Hold on, let's pull this up. This clip got 7 fire reacts and I see it. Better be good.
All right, we got Aiden Project. On no, we're not doing this thing. Who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is this guy, dude? No, get this guy the fuck out of here. No, get this other guy, get this cheddar guy. No, thank you. No, get this cheddar guy the fuck. Who the fuck are you, dude? No, I don't want to talk to you. All right. Aiden, we got Aiden Projects on. Hey, get the fuck out of here.
Dude,
Hey, get the fuck out of here, Cheddar. Get him out, bro. Get him the fuck out. Who is this guy?
That's
oh my god.
It's Lyle
Dude, holy shit.
Only on Jimmy's streams, sub to Jimmy, only on Jimmy's streams is the Kino delivered. Is this level of Kino delivered? All right, go give our boy Jimmy a watch. Anyways, is Foodshops on? I want to have a combo of Foodshops. Want to have a chat about Hassan's accusations? Alright, I'm messaging Foodshops. Foodshops is going to respond immediately because Foodshops is always glued to the screen. This person has not seen the light of day in a long time. Are they live? I don't understand. Like, maybe it's because I'm too like narcissistic. But like there's something like so humiliating about your entire existence being supplementary to a more like to a bigger like a bigger person, the person people actually care about here. Like I don't know why Foodshops was ever happy taking on the role of like the Destiny lapdog. I'd be fucking miserable in that position. Everyone is there because they like someone else. Nobody is there for you. Foodshops is going live in 15 minutes, but do we wait for 15 minutes for Foodshops to go live? Are you we wait for 15 minutes for Foodshops to go live? What are we gonna do for 15 minutes? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, only for you guys. I was literally gonna end stream right now, but only for you guys. Only for you guys. If you want to help us out, we are 30 away from Streamly goal. If we hit it, I will make out with myself tonight and then pretend like I had a Valentine. You can also support the channel by liking up, subbing up, all that good stuff. All right, what is there we can check out in the meantime? Let's see. Let's check in on our good old pal, our good old buddy, our good old friend, Cheeto. Heard he's been coping a lot since the Tectone shit. So I just want to see how he's doing.
Why is it always these white characters that seem continually to get erased time and time and time again? You wouldn't want us race swapping a bunch of shit from some African fucking folklore, would you?
Exactly.
Is it a problem in Korean or Japanese media when they're telling stories like this? Well, there ain't enough white people in these stories, there ain't enough black people in these stories.
You're just going to take these people who are clearly of a certain culture and a certain descent and a certain time period and just fucking change them in so many ways and bastardize them to an audience. And you have to call them out on their bullshit. It's totally shameless.
He's fully on the grift. He's fully on the grift. Dude, when I was in like my prime Cheeto A-logging days, I would be losing my mind right now because he's gone fully mask off. This guy is uploading a video called fucking Black Fatigue, and he's too stupid to realize that, like, you've gone mask off. You're with the fucking racists now. He still tries to do the thing the normie conservatives do of the plausible deniability. Like, oh, it's the culture. It's the... but he doesn't realize, because he's such a fucking stupid retard, by titling your video Black Fatigue and making a video of dedicated to ascribing negative traits to an entire race of people, you don't need the plausible deniability anymore. You've stepped into it. You've gone mask off.
Every time you think it can't get worse, it inevitably does. And
I do want to say though, he stopped showing the bed. The setup changed midway through my last coverage cycle of him. I just want to point that out, and I guarantee you the bed is in a very dire situation because he literally has shit on his floor.
You know by now that Hollywood hates us and wants us all to suffer in every conceivable way, which is proven by the advent...
Dude, Nux Taku from Temu?
And an introduction of race swapping in recent years to major films. Who knew? Who knew that this would be something that, despite literally tens of millions of people protesting...
I cannot... Literally... I mean this with all due respect. Listen. These people care about race swapping because they don't like black people and things makes them uncomfortable. I don't like race swapping because it's lazy. It's lazy when you're doing it in fictional content, because the thing is, when we get original black characters, they're really good and they're original. I liked Black Panther. I didn't see the second one. I saw the first one and shit. Like, to just like to get black representation, to go and replace a white fictional character with a black fictional character is essentially saying, like, it's lazy inclusivity. It's like saying, like, you're not even worthy of, like, getting your own character story or whatever. We're just taking one that already exists and swapping it out. Like, I think that's just, like, super fucking lazy. When there are tons of good, like, especially in, like, Marvel and DC, there's tons of good original black characters and shit. That's my only gripe, is that it's fucking lazy representation. These people just don't like black people and things.
Testing that.
And most of the time, most of the media they complain about the race swapping in is shit that none of us were going to be watching anyway.
They would continue to do. Even if it's costing them tens of millions of dollars, they will continue to do this. It has failed time and time.
Like, I can't think of, like, a major piece of media I've actually gone out and seen or watched recently where there was a major race swap. I mean, you could maybe Batman, like when Jim Gordon was black, But it's like, I didn't even know, like, I didn't care. I barely fucking noticed.
Again,
I mean, obviously, like, I noticed. Like, I know Jim Gordon, like, I have an image of Jim Gordon in my mind, shaped by, like, the Dark Knight and shit. But, like, it was like, it made absolutely no difference to the viewing experience of the character.
But hey, they're still gonna try it, and you almost got to give them credit. They know nobody likes it, but they're still doing it. And today, they're trying it with Helen of Troy. If you don't know who that is, I encourage you to open up Google right now, and or Firefox, whatever you use. I'm not judging. Get images of Helen of Troy on your screen. If you don't want to do it, I'll help you out. Described as the most beautiful woman in the world in Greek mythology, blonde hair, blue eyes, total mager. For no reason.
She's not a real person.
At all, other than what I can assume is to piss off the viewers of the movie, has been replaced with this woman, Lupita Nyong'o. She's playing...
Very famous actress. She was in Us. Did you know? I didn't realize she's Mexican. Did you know that? I think her parents are from Nigeria. And her parents are from Nigeria, I think, and they moved to... But she was born in Mexico.
Helen of Troy in Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey.
She's a good actress.
Christopher Nolan, I like you. I think you're an amazing director. I don't know why the fuck this is something that you're wanting to do. I mean...
It's a fictional character.
The movie's probably still going to be okay because he's so good at making movies, but this is the thing that you can only imagine is done with the sole purpose of pissing...
It's a pagan god. The race bears... It's not like you're covering like an actual person that existed.
Off audiences.
When it was announced that Christopher Nolan was going to be doing an adaptation of The Odyssey, quite frankly, it got a lot of...
And dude, he can't even do his like own like right way. You just have to like, he just needs to get his talking points. You literally can make... Listen, if I literally hit rock bottom and I'm completely canceled, I would never do this. But it would be so fucking easy to get on the conservative grift. You just need to sit there for 10 minutes and vibes. Do vibes. You don't even need to get anything right. You don't need to do research. Just sit there for 10 minutes and make vibes analysis, get angry and mad, and say like common like phrases like Hollywood hates us, the elites hate us. It is so easy to be like to be a right-wing grifter on YouTube right now. There's no excuse for your like right-wing grift videos to involve rewatching other right-wing grift videos. It's like next level laziness.
Because the idea of Chris Nolan tackling a problem...
Oh, it's literally... There's going to be nothing substantive that he's adding. It's just going to be him like nodding his head like a fucking retard. I agree. So true.
Project like this, a nearly 3,000-year-old epic that Homer wrote. Like, it's so cool, the possibilities that you could imagine if this was done properly. And then we started to get cast announcements. Then we started to get trailers, promotion material, all these...
I just want, what does her being black change? I know for a fact before this, Cheeto had no idea who Helen of Troy was. Okay? I know that for a fact. So it's not like there's like an image in his mind. I bet you most people don't know who Helen of Troy is. It's not like there's going to be a preconceived image in their head of what this person looks like because they're like a goddess or whatever. This is a fictional character, unless you're a pagan, unless you're like you're the guy in the 21st century that's still like a Greek pagan or some shit. What does this change? I honestly don't. It is literally you're mad because they're black. There's like
things, yet still.
Maybe I get it if this was like a historical movie and they were like playing into like, yes, there have been some like narratives being spread that are untrue, that are... Unfortunately, you can directly tie this back to slavery, because slaves many times just had their history completely stolen from them. African people from different tribes were just like put together, given new identities, etc. There was kind of like this want to like find heroes in the past, and a history in the past to be proud of amongst Black Americans when their history was taken from them. And that led to some to identify and claim that certain aspects of history were black that weren't necessarily black. And this happens with Egypt, right? Because Egypt's in Africa. People have claimed that Cleopatra, who is Macedonian, was black, which isn't true, of course. And then there was like some historical revisionism in that like historical film documentary that was made. I think that's like, okay, now you're like actively like playing into like historical like falsehoods and misconceptions. I'm autistic about history. I love historical accuracy. You're playing into like pre-existing narratives that attempt to convey a false narrative about that history, which I think, okay, yeah, we shouldn't be doing that, right? Instead, what you could do is cover one of the many influential black people in history. There have been good movies. There have been great movies that have covered black heroes. Like, instead of contributing to a lie, actually talk about black history.
A lot is being kept rather close to the vest. They're being rather tight-lipped about who might be playing.
I forget the name of the movie. It had a Denzel Washington. Fuck, I've seen it before. What was it, Red Tails?
What when it comes to the Odyssey, but there are certainly rumors abound. And as we've seen more trailers, the idea that Travis Scott is in this, the casting of John Leguizamo.
I'm sorry, I like Travis Scott's music. If he ends up being in this film, I really think that would sour it for a lot of viewers. Like, you have to understand that race swaps in general are something that audiences dislike. But specifically in the context of anything historical, if we're talking about historical Greek mythology, you just cannot be like throwing in random like pop culture, pop icons, celebrities, and whatever, just for the fuck of it. Like, this is something that will sour it for most people. Like,
why?
I'm sorry, but like, if I'm watching Percy Jackson, okay, and Percy Jackson is like a black lesbian midget in a wheelchair who also is like,
it's literally just a black actress. It is literally just a black actress.
Sort of Greek demigod, I'm going to be watching this trying not to laugh. This is the reality of the situation. It has to do with...
Are you like fucking 5 years old? You see a black person in a movie and you have to try your hardest not to laugh? Why would you ever admit that? That's like actually really fucking sad.
Things, immersion and respect. The immersion part's pretty obvious, right? You're not going to be able to fully immerse yourself in a story when you know that the directors and producers have gone against everything that the story originally contained. Simultaneously, the respect...
Wait, I'm sorry. Does he think that... You understand that film adaptations take creative liberties all the time, right? What... That was the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Part of it simply has producers, obvious, right? You're not going to be able to fully immerse yourself in a story when you know that the directors and producers have gone against everything that the story originally contained. Simultaneously, how
is it going against everything that the story originally contained? Is Helen of Troy's appearance a huge part of the Odyssey? That's a very minor detail, what she looked like. What people looked like gets changed all the time. There are tons of actors that get cast in roles that don't actually look like the person they're playing. Or the character they're playing. I didn't think Paul Dano had looked like what I pictured the Riddler to look like, I guess. But that's not... It's like... I just don't... That's actually a bad example. He did. I was thinking about. He did kind of look. He did. You know what? He was a good Riddler. But that's not like a significant plot altering detail. And like, yeah, film adaptations do change the story all the fucking time because you're adapting many times long stories into film.
Respect part of it simply has to do with the fact that Greek mythology is mythology of Greek culture, of the Greek people, and the Greek people's culture should be treated with the same respect and integrity that they made it, originally with. So this is something I think is pretty obvious, but what I think is so ironic and hypocritical about this is it is only going one way. No one's in any rush to take African folklore and replace the characters in these stories with, white Europeans, people who look like me and sound like me.
Well, there's no need to do that because African folklore is like wildly underrepresented as is on screen. So is like the presence of like black actors in historical adaptation. This isn't really a historical adaptation. It's an adaptation of a famous historical story, right? Nobody's in a rush to actually make films about African folklore in general. When is the last time you fucking went into a theater and saw anything to do with African folklore?
That's totally fine. I don't want that to happen anyway because I respect that culture and I respect the stories that they may keep sacred. But there is a coordinated effort in modern Hollywood to bastardize any other culture for the sake of inclusivity and progressivism, which I just fucking hate. If you want to make Velma and Shaggy from Scooby-Doo black for a show that no one's going to like anyway, like they did in 2022, I think you're not going to get people on your side, but you're not going to piss off a group of very serious history nerds like you will.
This isn't... He thinks Helen of Troy is a real person, doesn't he? He thinks Helen of Troy is like an actual person.
With something like this, you're going to piss off a bunch of man children who are upset that a show they watched growing up has been sort of bastardized, which isn't good, but it's less, serious. There's less at stakes than
bunch of man children. You're getting pissed off that Greek mythology, which you didn't fucking know about until yesterday to cover this very subject, is having the most minor alteration of a fictional character whose appearance is not relevant to the Odyssey.
Is with this, which, we're talking about people's culture here.
A lot of castings, Elliot Page, that are raising some eyebrows, but maybe none more so than this persistent rumor that blew up over the weekend. And that is about Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy, the face that launched 1,000 ships, the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Troy.
Yeah.
Described in pretty great detail. Lupita Nyong'o has been rumored to be Helen of Troy for a while.
Was Helen of Troy's appearance described in the Odyssey?
And these rumors blew up over the weekend. Lupita Nyong'o is playing Helen of Troy in Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. Now, considering that Helen of Troy is described a very specific way, bare-skinned, white arms, pale, golden hair, you can understand why the casting of Lupita Nyong'o, who, regardless of if you think she's attractive, unattractive, hot, ugly, whatever your personal preference is for that, she doesn't...
Did these guys take issue with the portrayal of Jesus in Passion of the Christ? Let me just make sure I'm not... Because I remember that did not look like a Middle Eastern man. Why is every major portrayal of Jesus a white European? Oh, no, Passion of the Christ, he actually does look Middle Eastern. Passion of the Christ looks... Well, no, I'm thinking of the other one. The, recent, It was like a show that keeps getting clipped and put up. Now, this guy actually does look pretty Middle Eastern, I gotta be honest.
Doesn't exactly fit the description of Helen of Troy.
Exactly.
It's just one of so many reasons.
Exactly. Hey, as a big fan of Helen of Troy myself, I must say, is this guy...
People are...
I love when, they pretend to be, actually, play into the grift. They have to pretend like they care about the source material at all. As if this guy actually knew who the fuck Helen of Troy was yesterday.
Very, very cautious about what Chris Nolan might be doing with the Odyssey. And I mean,
and it's so deliberate, right? Everyone can see this for what it is, which is an obvious pandering attempt for inclusivity points, right? This is what people are sick of, It wouldn't be something if there was a minor detail, you don't have to match the description 1-to-1, but there's not matching the description by a little bit, maybe her hair is an inch shorter or something like that, versus intentionally going the exact opposite direction of the description. Basically reading the description saying, okay, take everything that was just written and then make it the inverse, the opposite skin color, the opposite, hair type and whatever, as a clearly coordinated effort by the producers.
Caused a mass.
It was a cast. Well, hold on. I actually think I might know what. Hold on. I'm just looking into this a little bit. She's an A-list actress, by the way. This isn't some nobody. She's good too. I forgot. It wasn't Us that I remember her performance being really good in. It was 12 Years a Slave. She was really fucking good in that movie. That movie fucking I saw it when it came out when I was a little kid. That movie fucking traumatized me, but she was great in that movie.
amount of backlash. Helen of Troy in 2004, Helen of Troy from 2026.
Yeah.
Now, this is an edited image from Lupita Nyong'o in 12 Years a Slave that was kind of redone to make her look like she could be in a historical Greek epic or something like that. But there's a little bit of a difference between these things, don't we think? The very idea that this Greek story, that this Greek story...
Yeah. Can we... I want to do a challenge. Okay? I want to do a challenge. Okay? Ignore what this guy is saying. I just want you to consider what a Cheeto is saying. Let's see what thoughts he's adding.
Would have depicted Helen of Troy as black is absolutely 100% ridiculous.
It's funny because when they announce this, even if it's not fully confirmed, you can take it seriously because they've tried this in the past.
By the way, folks, we are 28 away from Streamly goal. If we hit it, I will be very. I'll break up with my anime body pillow girlfriend.
But when the meme of Ryan Gosling...
You can also support us by liking up.
Playing Black Panther gets sent around, everybody immediately knows that it's a joke, because if Hollywood were to ever try something like that, we would literally have protests outside of whichever studio headquarters was producing this film. Like Marvel headquarters in wherever it is, they'd have to send in the national...
Yeah, because black characters are underrepresented as is. So yeah, obviously if you're taking an original black character, considering the massive amount of underrepresentation, it would obviously be impactful if the community's been historically underrepresented in film, especially when it pertains to an original black character.
National Guard to sort of settle these protesters down.
It sounds like it's the same thing. So like all nuance and historical context is like removed. It's like, no, it is different. Objectively speaking, it is that type of race swap would be completely different.
They would be furious. And I would say rightfully so. I mean, rightfully so, they'd be furious. Maybe not rightfully so, they'd be protesting. That's super unemployed. I mean, I'm one to talk, but seriously, if you were mad if Ryan Gosling played Black Panther, I'd actually...
And also, him being black is essential to the fucking story. He's an African prince, and a big part of the movie, his disagreement with Killmonger is like, Killmonger's arguing that black people are oppressed all over the world, and that Wakandan technology can, like, liberate them all. And T'Challa is just talking about protecting his people in Wakanda. Like, that plot wouldn't really work if he was white, would it? Killmonger's arguing that T'Challa has an obligation to go and help his people across the globe as leader of Wakanda.
Be totally understanding for that, but you have to know that the world we live in is the exact opposite of that, right? It's more...
I don't know how many movies will race swap and there are already so many black... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't like lazy race swapping when it is legitimately a way they can, like, do their representation and not have to put in any fucking effort. Right? But it's not... I'm not mad because I have to see a black person in something, right? It's just because there are actual, like, effort... Like, at least personally, I don't know if the people who are actually being represented feel the same way. I feel like it's a lot more meaningful when, like, you're actually going through the effort of creating original characters that represent a given group of people without just taking a pre-existing one and just, like, swapping the cast member.
Likely that we have the guy who plays War Machine in the Marvel Cinematic Universe taking over the role of Iron Man in the future. Then we have Ryan Gosling playing Black Panther.
Complete and total opposite of that.
So,
and we see...
What? He's Dude, this is literally the debate. Okay. Miles Morales. This is what I'm talking about. This is the difference. If they complain about black original characters, you know they have no... It's not about, like, anything to do with race swapping. They just fucking don't like seeing black people on screen. But I had a debate with Randbot, the neo-Nazi who was discharged from the Australian army in basic training because an ammo crate fell on his head. And Gator, the former Killstream co-host that now, like, supports people like pedophilic streamers like Fallen Shadow and like Lolicon. I debated them on this issue, and they were arguing to me that Marvel is clearly throwing out Miles Morales to fully replace Peter Parker. Because I brought up Miles Morales is like a good example of representation. And they were like, no, they're completely getting rid of Peter Parker and they're going to phase him out. You're never going to see him in anything. They're replacing him.
The same thing that we see each and every
Aren't they still making another Tom Holland Spider-Man movie?
time a character gets race swapped. You got people that are out there defending the same, well, there's no reason she can't be black, and well, they didn't really discover that. She could have been. bull fucking shit. Yes, we know that this is a story, but this is a story by a Greek for Greeks about the Greek world.
This is funny because what people will do is they'll point to the fact that it's fictional in order to justify massive changes to the characters, even though that same argument that it's fiction only justifies certain changes to the characters, right? So the argument is totally like fallacious and disingenuous if it only serves to further your narrative, right? Because then you don't care about
Can someone translate what he just added?
Certain changes to the characters, right? So the argument is totally like fallacious and disingenuous if it only serves to find massive.
This is a story, but this is a story by a Greek for Greeks about the Greek world.
This is funny because what people will do is they'll point to the fact that it's fictional in order to justify massive changes to the characters, even though that same argument that it's fiction only justifies certain changes to the characters, right? So the argument is totally like fallacious and disingenuous if it only serves to further your narrative, right? Because then you don't care about the argument, you just care about what the argument does for you. If you're saying it's fiction, the characters are interchangeable, okay, well then why don't we make every character in every show ever white if all of it's fiction? See what I'm saying? It's clear.
Well, you could do that, but the motives would be entirely different. Like, you have to understand that wouldn't be the same thing, because in one instance, you have a group that's historically underrepresented in film. In another instance, you have one that is majority representation. So replacing it completely would only serve to keep the majority in the majority and erase the minority, whilst the other form of, like, swapping or whatever, even though I agree it's lazy, is done to equal it out, right? All the movies where they complain about the race swapping still have tons of white characters in them, right? So in one case, you would just be completely erasing the presence of the minority. In the other one, you would be kind of diminishing the majority, who still stays in the majority anyways.
Really only one-sided.
Crafting together these little pieces, some things real, some things fictional.
Yes.
And
so, like, yeah, you could do that. It just wouldn't make any fucking sense.
Them all up into this historical epic that has lasted nearly 3,000 years. That's how impactful that story has.
Yeah, this is really this is like their the Odyssey is like their Bible.
Been. And what do? You fucking race swap. Look, it's important to note that this story, this rumor, because that's what it is. We don't have official confirmation of it, just like so many of the other people who are playing different roles in the Odyssey. We don't have official casting information on all of them. This has been a persistent rumor for months and months and months. I spoke about.
The thing is, right, even if this is a persistent rumor and it's leaning toward that this is like
Michelle Obama gets caught going full racist.
If I hear of someone whose fashion that I like and I know that they're a person of color, I try to...
Is he what is this content? Don't care what Big Mike said. Dude, these people this is how mind raped we are. You still have people who think Michelle Obama is a man. I mean, I guess be happy doing this for the rest of your life. Foodshops is on. Well, no, Foodshops not actually on. The stream is starting soon. I said, want to have a chat about Hassan's accusations. Foodshops says no, is now going live. So, you know me. When it comes to debates, I don't take no for an answer. I will be persistent.
He's gonna talk down to them and say, oh yeah, I have it so much worse than you. Bitch, get the fuck out of here.
On Call Her Daddy is no different.
So all the, it's literally just like the boomer watching Fox News rage bait all day, except the boomer is like in his 20s.
But there actually is one thing that I really
And you're watching him watch. Whoa!
Even though your voices sounds a bit fruity, I like you, boy.
Thank you, Aiden's Buckbreaker with the 5. I forgot to turn TTS off. That was only supposed to be for kick. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
liked. We'll get into
Let me guess. Sponsorship?
that too. Now, before we dive into this, make sure that you like this video and subscribe to my channel if you have not already.
Don't
And
subscribe to Brett Cooper. She already has 1 million. I don't have 1 million. Subscribe to me.
of course, if you want to stay up to date on every episode, make sure to ring that notification bell. And
so
don't
bad,
skip
dude.
ahead yet. If you want to see awesome farm vlogs and ad-free episodes, behind the scenes content,
Cooper, like $100,000, you know, just to sit down in the same room as Kamala and post it to her YouTube channel. Reading this, I'm really interested in hearing how Michelle.
At some point, you have to. It's soul crushing. At some point, you're. Like, at what point do you wake up and look at your own audience and realize I am literally in a bubble of fucking morons and I will be stuck here now for life because I, in my 20s, decided to make a video called Black Fatigue and I'm too fucking retarded to realize how that's racist. Damn, bro, he fell off? Well, can you imagine every 5 days he does like what? Well, he does well over 100,000 every 5 days. Like imagine uploading a 100,000 view video every 5 days. That's essentially what he gets in revenue, right? Because he's just getting all these like smaller videos that aren't doing well that he's just mass spamming out like a content factory because it's effortless and he's still making money off of it. All right, where's Foodshops? All right, I think Foodie's on. No, Foodie's not on yet. Foodie's not on yet. Fuck! It's just like all I was thinking about doing today is watching the new Foodshops stream, and now my favorite streamer isn't even fucking live. Okay, how do we kill time before Foodshops comes on? I do want to check out what's going on with this kidnapping thing, man. Guess we could check. Oh, we have to watch Fox News. It's just beginning, man. It's just... So, once again, for the second time, the FBI got the suspects, and apparently these people are also innocent. What?
It's 9 a.m. on the East Coast. Welcome back to Fox & Friends Weekend. If you were just joining us this morning, we are monitoring a
Oh, wait, I already saw this. Never mind. Nothing ever happens. $2 from G's. Who cares about some old grandma? You know, I hope it's not your grandma one day, man. It won't be. This is very rare, but... It is actually, like, embarrassing how long this is fucking taking now. I can't believe I heard about this only through you earlier. Yeah, it's a pretty big fucking deal. I don't know. You just don't see kidnappings like this anymore. Most kidnappings are familial. They come from someone you know. The whole like stereotype of a guy with a ski mask breaking in and stealing you from your bed at 2 a.m. That doesn't really happen nowadays, does it? It's really freaky too, because where she lives, it's completely pitch black. There's no street lights because they don't want to have light pollution because they stargaze in that part of Arizona. And they found blood on her porch. So after she got dropped off for dinner, at some point around 2 a.m, somebody in a ski mask was seen on her Ring camera obstructing it, and she was possibly a struggle ensued while she was in bed, and she was removed from the house and kidnapped. I don't think she's alive. Because she, like, apparently needs medication and shit. I don't think she's alive. But what I also feel like, the fact that they didn't know she needs medication and stuff, and the fact that, like, that's who they chose, like, an old woman, she could die of a heart attack in the if like, you're looking for money and shit, that would be, like, the worst person you could pick. Because they need to get back urgently. And if they die, you wouldn't get your ransom, would you? So it's like, the people that did this were obviously not, like, professionals or had experience. So it's like, it's actually crazy how Kash Patel's FBI just, like, keeps fumbling this. Don't worry, Cash Patel will get another suspect and then release him tomorrow. The FBI used to be so... Yo, thank you, Drake, with the 20. I used to love watching you, Boblox, Augie, Nick, and Tipster. You guys were such a mager group back in the day. You all had so much aura back in 2020. Really miss all of you guys together. It was the best. Thank you so much, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, it was an interesting time in my life. Reasons. We'll never allow that to happen again, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. And I thank you for helping us hit goal. Super base. Or sorry, putting us $10 away from goal. Super fucking base. Thank you so much. A Mogger, dude. A Mogger. That's a first. I've never gotten that one before. Yeah, I don't... Dude, me and Boblax need to start a podcast. What's the thoughts? What are your thoughts on this? An Aiden Boblax podcast. What has Cameron F305 been up to, man? The daughter's famous right now. Is she in a divorce? The daughter's a very famous news reporter. She's on Good Morning America. She was supposed to be hosting the Winter Olympics. Where are they? In Milan? She was supposed to be hosting those. So, I don't know if, because I don't know, is her house nice? I'm pretty sure it's a nicer house, isn't it? So, it literally could be the case that they just picked a random old person that they thought would have money. Or it could be she was target. Like, coincidences like that do and can, like, happen. It might not have anything to do with the daughter. But I doubt it. I doubt it. I guess maybe they think that, like, the publicity of it being, like, of the publicity of, like, her daughter hosting the Olympics, like, it would make the it would bring more attention to it and, like, ramp up the pressure for, like, fulfilling a ransom. But the thing is, there's, like, no confirmation that the ransom letters were official. People are sending me my face from your server. Why did you cultivate this community? We dox now. Problem? I just wake up, I dox. I need to get my doxing fix in before I go to bed at night. Foodshops is still on waiting screen. Okay, in the meantime, Chris Chan was escorted out of HarmonyCon. I don't know anything about Chris Chan, other than the accusation that they did some weird stuff with the mom. I don't know anything about Chris Chan because I don't know where to start. But we got this. Footage from Furry TMZ News. Did Chris Chan just scream white power at the furry convention? Oh my god. Maybe I'm just hearing things. So I don't know what Chris Chan is. Why? Oh, they were dressed as the White Power Ranger. Got it. Alright, is Foodie live? Apparently Foodie's live. Hold on, I gotta pee real quick, but Foodshops is apparently live. Give me 1 sec. You're not gonna want to miss it, folks. You don't have him acknowledging the person's age, right? But if he didn't know the age at this point, wouldn't you say, what does he need explained? If we're just operating under the assumption of, I'm Nox, I have no idea if there's minors in my, even though I allowed minors in my server after I got big and shit. Like, this is like the closest thing you're gonna get, because why would he not like ask a follow-up? Why does he know what sex toys are? Unless he knows he's a fucking minor.
I'm not doing honest descriptions on all Maito's sex toys. A few minutes later at 2:16, Nux says, "Very cool, Maito, very cool." Nuxtaku has now received a direct message from a minor on his server, containing a
I remember when I was younger, being in Nux Discord server, he legit never cared at all. Were you a minor?
link to a sex toy presentation that was made for them. What adult is clueless about sex toys? That's a massive red flag that Red is a minor. There was a previous time a month earlier when users in the voice chat text channel begged Nuxtaku to join the VC.
I'm back. Okay, sorry. So Foodshops is live. Let's take a look at this. Oh my god, the waiting screen is finally over.
Paste. You want the clip? Yeah, sure. I made sure to put on my
Looking stunning, queen, as always.
patriotism scarf.
Why are we watching Why are we watching anything? Why the fuck am I live?
Okay, feeling patriotic today.
I'm waiting for the epic response.
Wait, where do I even begin? I don't even know where to begin.
Begin anywhere.
Also, all the shameless Disney anti-fans who are defending Hassan. What? Why would you do this? Do you not have? Do you have no shame? You have no.
I think Foodshops misunderstands me. I'm not a Queeman. I don't like obsessively A-logged. I barely talk. Queeman's not obsessed about it either. But like, Destiny's not like my thing. I don't talk about him all that much. I spoke about him a few times, and like the drama was big. I don't really go out of my way to defend Hassan. I'm not like a snark lefter, okay? I'm not sitting here being like, I fucking love Hassan, he's the best person ever.
Shame. You have no shame. Why would you do this?
A magnanimous dispensation.
Yo, Misaki. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted YouTube memberships. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. The substance guy? Oh yeah, that guy is a that person is just an anti-fan.
Anti-fan.
I don't even think they're a content creator on YouTube or anything. Oh yeah. Hold on. Why? Why would you say this?
When you have like a label that you could just slap on your opposition to immediately like get the base to not like even consider any argument that's being made by said person, you're in a cult. It's like the MAGA people with Rhino. Oh, he's a Rhino. Whenever like they get like internal opposition from within their own party, it's like an us and them mentality. And if it's them, nothing can be considered. All tactics against them are justified.
Is that subsound because you like Darkest Dungeon or because of Destiny's old subsound? Both. It was Destiny's old subsound, and only because of Destiny's old subsound did I discover that the Darkest Dungeon narrator
I'm trying to get in.
Went ahead and recorded a bunch of lines that people don't even know about.
It's gotta be a shit. That's what I was saying, dude. That's what I would be like soul crushed if my entire existence was like logging in every night from my depressed bedroom to glaze a single guy, and my entire audience who's here right now is only there for him and for me to talk about him, and they don't give a fuck about me, and whenever I do stop talking about him, they'll stop watching. That's like a fucking miserable existence. I don't know how J-Stock did it for all that time. I don't know how Foodshops does it now. Maybe I'm projecting my narcissism or megalomania or whatever. But if I want an audience that's there for, like, me.
People don't even know that people don't even know that the Darkest Dungeon narrator recorded
Davi Vanity, isn't that like some like 15-year-old like pedophile drama, like from actually like the drama's like from like 15 years ago or some shit?
a bunch of lies for streamers specifically. Yeah, I discovered a treasure trove. Sadly, the voice actor behind the ancestor passed away. He passed away recently.
Oh, rip.
Which is pretty sad.
Rip.
Okay.
Run shops?
You're yelling at one of the few people that does give a fuck about trans people in general, okay? That's all you're doing. Democrats don't give a fuck.
So Foodshops is going with the transphobia angle here. That's what I want to debate Foodshops on, because it's like obviously not transphobic. Your own statements have made you look like a fucking pedo.
About you, they would literally shoot you in the fucking head if it meant that they would be able to secure additional electoral.
Told to read kick chat.
And if anything, Hassan disingenuously, after making the comment about Foodshops, says that this is true for his entire hater base. So it's not even Foodshops specific. And he's only saying that in response to somebody directly telling him that Foodshops admitted to being a pedophile.
Good, okay.
Wins. Shut the fuck up.
Dude. Jesus Christ.
Like, you literally could not defend... Foodshops cannot defend this position. She doesn't fucking believe it.
Okay, well. Glad I'm not just imagining it, I guess. Barack Obama breaks silence on Trump's 8th video. What?
How do people watch this?
That thing is like 47 minutes long. Okay. Aiden Underground said he wants to debate you. Debate denied.
Pussy! Runner!
Why? Why platform Destiny anti-fans?
I'm not. How am I a Destiny?
I want your career to
literally
die.
Ask this person, how am I a Destiny anti-fan? I never talk about the guy. I literally never talk about the guy. I've actively avoided having to cover that shit because if you don't get it exactly right, the fucking snarkers who've been covering it for like 5 years get on your ass because you didn't remember like some detail about the context to the associate of victim number 5's friendship with. I don't fucking know what's going on. I don't cover that shit. This is such cope. It's a lie. Go to Filmot. And you know what? Why don't I'll just do it right now. Just do it right now. Filmot. Aiden Underground. Aiden Underground. And then Destiny, I'm a human. Literally, I think the most times I talk about Destiny is me being disappointed because I thought he was an asset to the movement, which is going to piss some people off, I know. And like how he just threw it all away for like sex, like his fucking like sex urges and shit. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, whoa, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, hold on, almost there, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 70. All right, I'll just count these. We'll round it up to 80, 81, 80. Okay, we'll put that to 90. That's 100. 105, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 162, 172. All right, we'll round it. So I've said the
debated Destiny before, right?
What?
It wasn't really a debate.
What is?
People
are
gonna be weird, and we've had a conversation.
Wait, where the fuck is that? Where is the?
Wait, why can't I fucking?
Where is this coming
Why
from?
Can't I hold on.
Oh wait, hold on. It's coming from
Wake
Philmont.
up. I am up.
Okay, so in the last year of over 200 streams, I've said Destiny's name approximately 200 times, and at least half of these times I wasn't even speaking about him negatively. By the way, these include streams that go to like 16 hours, by the way.
At all. She self-admitted. Well,
that's like nothing compared to how much he's spoken about in this community and how I'm like directly friends with people who hate the guy. You'd expect like that's literally nothing. That sounds like a lot, but it's not, because this is literally the 200. It's not like each stream his name was mentioned. It's literally when I've said the word Destiny. So like one stream, if I said his name 5 times, it's counted as 5.
it turns out there are ops that I don't.
Yeah, I actively avoided covering
know
it.
exist out there, but one thing is a guarantee: they are going to be sex criminals in some variety. Some
sex criminals. Yeah. So I would like to see my criminal record. I would like to I would like you to pull up my criminal record. Why not? Why not? Why not? I'm already doxxed. Okay? All my personal information is there. Pull up my criminal record. Do it. First name, last name.
Nobody is gonna go through the effort of getting your docs. You're like some fucking 70 viewer Andy. Docs doesn't mean fucking anything when you're this small.
Location, right? Pull up my criminal record. Okay? See what I've been arrested for. I think as of right now,
you haven't. You've only admitted to your thoughts. To be fair, to our knowledge, you haven't acted on them, except for that one allegation with the 17-year-old.
7 p.m. 2/14/2026. My criminal record is completely clean. Nothing's on there. Nothing.
But what did Foodshops just drop?
I think as of right now, 8:07 p.m. 2/14/2026.
Oh, I zoned out for a sec. I thought this person was like dropping socials.
Loner box a lot, and it.
Don't think that's said on the left a lot. I don't think so.
Why do
Nobody
you care?
ever levies?
Why do you care? Okay, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I don't actually care that much about fucking anything I cover. I'm covering it so I have something to talk about, because it is something that is minorly interesting to me that I have something to say on. So if I can actually provide commentary on it, I will cover it because I stream. That's what I do. You know this because it's what you're fucking watching. So I don't know why that's even a question. Obviously, I'm going to cover shit that I'm not completely 150% that interested on for the sake of having something to cover. Yo, thank you so much. How about Nope with the $7? You missed my last stone of the Canadian discrimination. Shaking my head. Happy Valentine's Day with the 7. Thank you so much. How about Nope? The 14 Canadian in total. My bad, bro.
In private. I wonder. Ah, yes. Color, cast, national origin.
I'm sorry, is Foodshops going to try and argue that pedophile is a protected category under Twitch TOS?
I'm pretty sure, you know, when it comes to cast, pretty sure that Hassan is also going after me, you know, on that, all right? You know, us proletariat, you know, we're just too filthy to be touched by the bourgeois Hassan, all right? Landlord class, by the way.
Foodshops tries to argue in bizarre stream that fucking... the pedophile is a protected class on Twitch.
Immigration status, religion, sex, gender. Man, you know.
Wait, fuck.
No, I think Hassan misunderstood the directions. I think he viewed this as like a bucket list to like check off, like a checklist. You know, like shopping, grocery shopping, right? Going to the store, picking up some milk, some eggs, and some gender discrimination.
I'm in the weight room.
And racism, all right?
I'm joining the weight room.
We also provide certain protections for age, which are expressly noted in the examples. I'm a minor, okay? This is racist to us minors, okay? Kidding. I'm 26.
Foodshops is 26? Holy shit, bro.
You know, I'm pretty sure Twitch is not going to. Twitch is not going
Janny's
to.
Janny's panicking. They know I joined the Discord.
Care, okay?
Hey, what's up?
Aiden, why? Stop. I'm in the middle of a segment.
Yeah, I wanted to actually like debate you on what I think is a complete lie and misconception. I don't think anything Hassan said attacked you by virtue of you being trans. I think you know this and you're willfully lying to your stream.
I basically said that I use this as a jumping board avenue of attack. There's nothing to disagree to here.
So, okay, so you lied?
No. What the heck? Of course I know it's transphobic.
Okay, so you do think he was being transphobic, just to be clear.
Yeah, he's a fucking frat bro, okay? He's being transphobic.
In this specific instance towards you, you believe there was transphobia exercised by Hassan? Not because of...
Yeah.
Okay. Where was the transphobia? I just got banned from the server.
Anyway, all right, but... Is he gonna undeafen?
Hey, what's up?
Aiden.
I just got banned from the server. Where's the transphobia?
Why? Stop. I'm in the middle of a segment.
Yeah, I wanted to...
Bro, I already said no, okay? I already said no to a debate.
You just started it. You realize you couldn't answer the most basic fucking question, the core premises of your entire accusation. And Foodshops at the beginning, notice, Foodshops was like just saying, when I was saying that it was a lie, Foodshops was saying, there is nothing to debate. I already admitted it's a line of attack. Why did Foodshops say that? Foodshops is admitting they needed an excuse to get at him for. That wasn't like an actual thing they believed. When they realized what that essentially means is, you lied. It doesn't essentially mean it. It means you lied. If you just made up that point, so you could have a line of attack, which Foodshops was in the middle of admitting to at the start of that debate, right? That would just be an overt lie. So all of a sudden, Foodshops switches it up because she doesn't want to admit she lied. So then she actually has to defend the transphobia point itself without arguing that it was just a made-up line of attack. Because then she would have to admit that it was a lie. And she realizes she can't do that, so she nukes me and leaves.
Okay, like Jesus.
Isn't it like so great that like Destiny, like doesn't Destiny like regularly like call out people who like refuse to debate, like people like Asmongold and shit? Which I agree, they should debate. But like Destiny, this is your top streamer.
So assault. All right, that's the only way to put this. Okay, debate. I believe that's what they call. By the way, okay, I believe that's what they call I already said no to a debate. Why do you still come in here? What the fuck?
Because I don't take no for an answer when it comes to debate. You shouldn't be allowed to say no to a debate if you're this kind of streamer. You should not be allowed to say no to a debate if you're this kind of fucking streamer.
Why? I already said no to.
Yeah, nobody's gonna clip that and put it on Twitter, even though it's a really good clippable moment because they hate me. But if by chance I'm wrong and someone does want to clip that, you should.
A debate. Why do you still come in here? What the fuck?
Thank you for the 5. Aiden, I get you're having a bad day, but do you have to take your anger out of spray painting racial slurs on my 70s Dodge Challenger? Also, stop doxing my wife. Listen, man, I need an outlet.
By the way, okay, I believe that's what they call debate rape. Okay.
Actually running. This person's an actual fucking coward. Total pussy. Total pussy.
I believe that's what they call
It's called wanting to actually like hold you to account for your publicly iterated positions that you accidentally slipped up and admitted you don't believe.
Debate sexual assault. All right. That's the
I like how I'm getting Lil Broed. You have like 20 more viewers than me. Like a second ago it dropped a little bit and you were under me. Like calm down. We're both like fucking Z-list like streamers. It's okay.
Only way to put this, okay? The only way to put this is by calling it debate assault. All right? Debate sexual assault. Because I said no. I said no like 4 times. How many times do I have to say no to you in DMs before I say no to you like over stream, and now I have to say no to you when you jump in here? What the fuck? What?
So now this person yeah, but why? But why? Why should you just get it? Why should Destiny be allowed to get in here and get an Asman for not being willing to defend his positions in a debate? But why do you just get to say no with zero elaboration and not be a total like hypocritical like spineless pussy?
You know, you need to understand how consent works. Okay, that's okay. You'll learn. Okay, you'll learn.
Also, you started the debate. You started to get fucking dog walked. So then Foodshops, it's like, I agreed originally that I wasn't going to debate. You started to. You dragged me into the call. Notice, Foodshops drags me. I just want to play this back real quick. So we have it on the record.
Pull my criminal record.
Promote Hutch a lot.
Community experiences. Was this in the example? In
complete lie?
Twitch is not going to care, okay? Anyway, all right, but oh my god. Is he gonna undeafen?
When I initially got dragged, I didn't hear the ping, so I was deafened. Hey, what's up?
Aiden, why? Stop. I'm in the middle of a segment.
Yeah, I wanted to actually like debate you on what I think is a complete lie and misconception. I don't think anything Hassan said attacked you by virtue of you being trans. I think you know this, and you're willfully lying to your stream.
I basically said that I use this as a jumping board avenue of attack. There's nothing to disagree to here.
What does that mean? In response to what I just said, what did I say? I said, I think that there's nothing Hassan said attack Foodshops by virtue of being trans. If there is nothing to disagree with on that statement, and the response is I just used that as an avenue, a jumping board for attack, what does that mean? It means you just made something up so you could have an avenue of attack. Foodshops doesn't realize that's an admission that you lied. And Foodshops doesn't want to have to admit that she lied. So, okay, so you lied?
No.
Just realizes that. Just realize that you just admitted that you made something up. You very clearly, on the record, admitted that you made something up so you could have a jumping board of attack. You said there is nothing to disagree with on the statement that Hassan never attacked you by virtue of you being trans.
Oh, what the heck? Of course I know it's transphobic.
Okay, so you do think he was being transphobic, just to be clear.
Yeah, he's a fucking frat bro, okay? He's being transphobic.
In this specific instance towards you, you believe there was transphobia exercised by Hassan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I just banned him. All right. Bro, I already said no. Okay, I already said no to a debate.
Starts the debate, gets dog walked. You can see the nervous smile.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, I just banned him.
Couldn't win that. Could not win that. Because Foodshops took an unwinnable position. Also, your colored contacts look like shit.
I think it's pragmatic to take down Hassan, okay?
Oh, so you lied. Okay, so you lied. Saying there's no disagreement when I say that Hassan never attacked you by virtue of being trans. Saying there's no disagreement with that statement. Saying you were just coming up with a line of attack. And then saying it's pragmatic to go. You're saying you lied for the sake of being pragmatic and going after Hassan.
I think that if you use any kind of avenue to take down Hassan, then it's pragmatic.
Yeah, so this is an admission of a lie. This is an admission that Foodshops lied.
Okay? That's the real reason of my tweet. Okay? All right?
Yeah, so you lied. You believe that your lie had utilitarian basis. Doesn't change the fact you lied.
It's like, it's the same way.
So why can't you just be fucking honest and admit you lied? Because for someone who denied lying, you're sitting here justifying you telling a lie.
These anti-fans are trying to contact everybody that could be associating themselves with Destiny. Or the way that, you know, they reach out to YouTube support and try to get Destiny banned from YouTube, right? It's the same exact way. Okay? Except that the difference between me and the Destiny anti-fan is that I'm honest about it.
You just literally... Is this... I want to know, like, what fucking... Where you're managing to buy lead paint in the 21st century and why you're huffing it. You just justified the fact that you lied because it served utilitarian, because it was pragmatic. You just sat there, despite denying that you lied. You said that you don't disagree that Hassan never attacked you by virtue of being trans, despite you claiming that Hassan attacked you by virtue of being trans. You were just coming up with a line of attack, right? It's pragmatic to go after Hassan. That's why you said it. I.e., the thing that you said wasn't true. You came up with it to have a line of attack against Hassan. You knowingly stated a falsehood, aka a lie. So I don't know why the fuck you're sitting here trying to virtue signal about fucking honesty, you stupid bitch.
That's the thing. I'm honest about it.
I'm honest about it. You just admitted you lied, you fucking retard. What are you talking about?
I'm sitting right here telling you guys right now I use this as an avenue of an attack.
Then why? Then how come when I asked, did you lie? You completely shut down and said you didn't.
On purpose. Okay. With that being said, do I think that there's no concern? Of course not, right? I think Hassan himself is a disgusting, reprehensible human being, and I don't actually think he gives a fuck about trans people. All right.
That's cool, but you said in this specific instance he was attacking you by virtue of you being trans.
Right? So depending on whose definition you go by, okay? Depending on whose definition you go by, it's true. And untrue.
No, it's not true. Okay, so they're doing two things at once. They don't know whether or not they want to fully admit that they just lied. So they simultaneously are justifying the notion of them lying while simultaneously trying to do mental gymnastics to figure out how their statement is true. The claim was that Hassan was being transphobic to Foodshops in this specific instance with the pedophilia statement. Either that's true or it isn't, and if it isn't true, and you knew it wasn't true, and you stated it was anyways, you lied.
I'm not actually lying, am I? I'm not. I'm here telling you exactly what I mean to say and saying what I mean. Right?
Oh my, what a fucking dishonest weasel.
I think that Hassan deserves to be deplatformed. I think that if it means calling out his biases and bigotry, I think that is a valid way of doing it. Okay? I really do think that's a valid way of doing it. Okay?
But you just... They can't figure out what the talking point is. They just can't figure it out.
Anyway.
They can't pick, do I want to admit I lied and justify if it was pragmatic? Do I want to say if it was true? Like, how does nobody fucking see this?
Hey, hey Dan Clancy, this is dangerous to my life. Keeping Twitch a safe platform should be at your highest priority. I've been doxxed before too, which is true. So his rabid audience could be after me after,
I mean, I guess it's consistent, right? Because they don't believe, and I used to be of this belief. This was where I differed with Queeman in the past, right? They believe no bad tactics, only bad targets, right? And if they could put you into the anti-fan bubble, then any tactic is justified against you, even though you might have no personal responsibility for utilizing those tactics yourself. Making it not fair game, not an eye for an eye, but it would be an eye for an eye when Destiny decides to purposefully analyze it on the macro, which is just like the most fucking disingenuous, like, if you're dishing out a punishment against specific people in the name of justice and an eye for an eye, of course you're going to be doing a micro analysis for it to actually be justice, because you'd want to be doing back to people what they, in their control, did to you, not what someone else outside of their control did to you, and you've now decided to do a macro analysis and use the entire tactic back on everyone.
Could go after me for this too, right? Note, tagging in Twitch too, just in case these don't reach these people, that his editors like Austinox. Apparently I didn't know that Gato Fumador was like his editor. I legitimately did not know. Wait, hold on, just double checking. Is it actually true? Is it actually true that Gato Fumador, like this person, is like actually a Hassan editor? Is that true? I didn't even know about that. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
By the way, if anyone from that chat comes by and watches the result, I will debate anyone on this. Anyone.
Okay.
I don't think there's anyone from there here, but
okay, right. Repeating this. No, tagging in Twitch too, just in case these don't reach these people, that his editors like Austinox has put Andrew Tate, okay, Cobra Tate, and Dr. Disrespect, don't know why I can tag him, maybe he blocked me, as comparable examples to me. Insane.
Can somebody clip the stream so we can, where I prove that Foodshops lied, so I can at Twitch that Foodshops verifiably admitted to lying?
Yeah, that's also true, right? Like, these are not lies, right? These are not lies. Because if you look in the clip itself, right? If you look in the clip itself.
Hey, okay, you know what? You know what? Maybe I was wrong. I like to criticize myself, and I don't want to get something wrong, Foodie. So maybe, you know what? Let me reassess my take. What is the claim being made? So we're emphasizing calling me, a transgender woman, a pedophile. Pretty sure this is against Twitch TOS to leverage transphobic insults at me. So the classification of this insult being transphobic makes this statement, and the emphasis, transgender woman, makes this statement a claim that the term pedophile was used because Foodshops is a transgender woman, therefore making it transphobic. That is a lie. Foodshops knows about her own lore, and she knows why people are claiming she admitted to being a pedophile, right? And that's the only reason Hassan said it, right? Because that was what was being claimed. Not because Foodshops was trans. And Foodshops, in the conversation with me, admits to having no disagreement on that. And was just looking for a line of attack against Hassan. So, the claim being made here is not true. Foodshops demonstrated that she knew it wasn't true when she said it through the looking for a line of attack comment, making it a lie. I can call in and play those debates are so gay. I hate simulated debates. I want to actually talk to people who believe in what they're arguing.
What is going on here?
Where?
Good morning, everybody.
You can clearly see that, you know, they put Dr. Disrespect.
Primer of my This is like,
and they put Andrew Tate on there, right? They're comparing me to these two, right? Thanks for comparing me to Destiny, by the way. Okay, I appreciate it. So yeah, that's pretty nuts. That's pretty insane.
Just make sure to get the glaze in at least every 10 minutes.
Okay. So he basically calls me a sex criminal, which is additionally
And by the way, he's not watching, but my invitation to debate Destiny on how retarded doing a macro level analysis when deciding what tactics are justifiable to use against individuals in the course of your DGG's response to Destiny's friends getting doxxed. That invitation is still open. Destiny said he wouldn't debate me.
Same. Considering how I haven't been charged, arrested, or had any contact with FBI or police in any way whatsoever, I would like to see proof of this, okay? We are going to go over this, the old stuff in which I was discussing my sexy and hentai preferences, okay? To a Reservoir over here, okay? Good old Reservoir. Yeah. All right.
A macro versus micro analysis, consider it like the zoom. It's like the level of zoom. So, for example, we have a bunch of people. You know what? I'm going to do a Destiny. All right. So, here you have the Destiny hate sphere. All right? And the antis, the anti-fans. All right? And then within that, I can't write with a mouse. You have the anti-fans. Within that, you have KF, J-Stock. All right, just ignore that. Queeman. Dude, this is so bad. I need Queeman, we'll make that circle a little bigger. So, when we're talking about the anti-fans period, this giant bubble, you're analyzing Destiny hate on the macro, because you're talking about the community as a whole. Now, the individual components within it, despite being disassociated, each use their own tactics. So Kiwi Farms uses doxing, Queeman doesn't. Right? Queeman doesn't. Now, if you're just looking at Queeman and what he's done, you're doing a micro level analysis because you're analyzing the individual parts of the greater machine, the thing being analyzed. What Destiny did is he's claiming that it would be justified, since his friends were getting doxxed by Kiwi Farms, to dox everyone on the macro within this bubble. The problem with that is that individual components within this bubble differ from the utilized tactic that would justify the doxing, the counter doxing against them. They differ, right? Some of the components did use it, others didn't. Therefore, utilizing the counter tactic on the macro would apply it to components where it would not be justified under Destiny's own logic. Therefore, when deciding, because each part on the micro utilizes different tactics that would therefore justify different responses based on Destiny's own code, when analyzing it on the macro, it would not be justified to apply the response in totality against every component of the macro, because not every component of the macro has met the criterion that would make such a response justified under Destiny's logic. Therefore, doing a macro level analysis when ascertaining guilt and punishment would be retarded and against Destiny's own standard of justified counterdoxing.
We'll get to that in due time, okay? But you guys already are familiar with the story, okay? My audience, time and time again, they already know about the story. They already know about everything.
What was it about?
That went down. All right.
The time, the math, and this was in the late 90s. So they're not going to hear me on this part.
Oh, the Epstein. I had that say. I didn't know if we were gonna have enough content for today, so we were gonna watch the DJ Vlad or Epstein interview. Slip up, sorry.
You guys, this will be a repeated thing, okay? So I'm gonna sound like a broken record, okay? What can I say? You do realize your defense being "I've never been caught" is not good, right? It's kind of funny I see this because I'm so flattered. Thank you for the thank you for the thing. How am I this skilled? How am I this killed for many years now? Not caught. Many years.
Did Foodshops ever address the shit with Bell comment, whatever that schizo's name was?
Now, all right. Apparently, okay, I've been a secret pedo, sexual assaulter this entire time.
True.
And
true.
What? I've never been. Damn. Maybe someone should hire me. Maybe someone should hire me, right? What the fuck? You're saying that I was on the run this entire time or some shit? Like, what the fuck? What are you even saying? Anyway, okay. But there's many retarded, stupid, many stupid, like shit in the fucking comments. Okay. If you go here, you can clearly see like so many stupid replies. Okay, that makes absolutely no sense in any way.
You seem to be fixated on trans women because I'm covering one
whatsoever. In fact,
wow, I covered a lone trans person, not because they're trans, but because of opinions they're publicly giving online. So almost like my entire channel, I regularly cover people I disagree with, and it has absolutely nothing to do with this person being trans, other than the fact that their point makes it about them being trans.
Can I just like bring up one of my favorite ones? Hold on. Let me bring up one of my favorite ones, okay? I can't believe, why would you ever say this? Oh, no, I think it may found, okay, yeah. I think I retweeted it at some point. Thing you're seeing.
All right, this is just, does it get better?
Really? This? Really? Like, don't you have homework to finish? Isn't your project due tomorrow? Like, don't you have like a sister to fuck? Like damn.
Notice how Foodshops, immediately upon suspecting that this person is a minor, i.e. they have to go back and do their homework, get it? Because they're like basically a kid. The immediate response after ascertaining that this person is a minor is to think about scenarios where they're having incestuous sex. Listen, that is a very pedo-coded response, Foodshops. Why is it the first place your mind goes to after you've decided they're a minor?
How do you... And by the way, okay, don't fucking slander these amazing art pieces, okay? All right? Don't fucking slander these pieces, okay? These pieces are... Oh, the art is so good, okay? Everything. The shading,
Is this, like, actually the best, like, DGG could produce in terms, like, their attack dog streamers?
The line work, the mood, the crumples in the clothing, all very well done, by the way, okay? But how... Really? This one. Out of everything you could have chose from my retweets, you chose these three. Really? This one.
You're owned. There's actually more... my retweets are way more pedophilic than this. What is this fucking... this person is like... It's not just that, like, Foodshops is, like, dishonest and shit. This person... Like, I would expect, like, if Desi's gonna, like, hype up, like, his, like, small streamer attack dog or whatever, he would not hype up someone this fucking retarded.
Where it's very clear, it's just two girls being cute.
Like, none of these responses are hitting. Your last, like, witty comeback, you literally made yourself look more like a fucking pedophile.
With one another. Really? 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 Who cares? Who cares? Oh my god, who cares? Literally, who cares? It's so stupid. And by the way, before you say this is a nothing burger, okay? This reply under here, I got 86 likes, okay? It's so retarded.
Like that reply.
It's so stupid, right? Like, these people, they're all trying to struggle over, like, a single fucking brain cell, all right? They're really struggling here, okay? They're trying to get somewhere, okay?
Also, please get my food shop segment to Substance, Chronic Sonic, not Humboldt Hannibal. We hate Humboldt Hannibal. He's the worst clipper. He sucks. Thanks.
Okay. The second thing I would kind of want to show, all right?
Also, whoa, what was that?
Oh, very nice. I can see Chase Stokes stream up in the top right. Very nice. Chase. I love this kid.
True, Mr. Fields.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
I agree, Mr. Fields. That's a true statement.
So, my favorite anti-fan account, okay, Substance. So, all right. So this is Hassan. This is Hassan addressing today. We're gonna watch this. Okay.
Wait, did Mr. Fields get banned? No.
This is Hassan addressing today. We're gonna watch this. Okay. We're gonna watch this together. All right.
This one is trying to get me banned off Twitch, but you can't literally be.
So I do believe this is today. I do believe this is today, right? Hassan responds to Foodshops calling.
Well, we gotta close some of these tabs because it's just a million things open. I'm gonna lose whatever the fuck I'm looking at. So apparently Substance has pulled up a clip.
I am a pedophile. I am a pedophile.
Got it. So Hassan said that Foodshops admits to being a pedophile. That was the statement. So, and that was said because Foodshops admits to being a pedophile. So, where's the transphobia? That was a lie.
For his ban.
That's why you can't defend it. That's why you're running from me. I want to finish the conversation.
For calling her a pedo. And this is on. Yeah, this is today. This is today. Okay.
Like, I'm transgender, and that's why you're calling me a pedophile? When you have literal videos of you admitting to being a pedophile.
True! True!
On the same fucking platform.
True, because Foodshops lied. Foodshops doesn't fucking believe this.
Form that you're trying to get me banned off of.
Oh, like you're like Big Spoon is what you're saying? Oh, I get you.
I need to have like a 12-year-old.
What?
Like, what do you mean? I don't understand. Yeah, I saw the dead domain one. Here's you admitting on camera being attracted to children.
But while I was like actually covering the topic itself, right? Pedophilia, okay?
She sounds like Destiny too, which is another one of the telltale signs. Like, I don't understand how the fuck did this, I don't understand how this fucking community was designed around this interest, but it is what it is, I guess.
So if you don't like the fact that I consume lolly.
You can't do the thing where you get to like sit and watch people cope about you on their stream when you run from debates. It's only cool when they're running from you and then you're watching them cope. But like you can't, when you're like a pussy, you can't do the I'm just laughing in the corner.
You're free to leave.
But I said no.
Okay.
Dude, this is like the catchphrase that all the fucking debate pussies love to use when I show up. Lio did the same shit. It's like, but you can't respect. I said no. You think I care about your no? Do you know how many no's I've been given in my life? You think that stopped me? You think that fucking stopped me? I don't care about your no.
You know, oh my god. Can you imagine not watching people that you don't want to watch? Isn't that a crazy concept? Oh, so yeah, the fact that he sees Destiny everywhere. It's so telling, isn't it? It's so telling, isn't it? My call-up.
I'm sorry. The fucking freeze frame from Foodshops is literally doing like the on purpose the like fucking Destiny pose. Foodshops literally has devoted their entire existence online now to being an attack dog for Destiny because it's the only fucking place they're taken seriously until not useful anymore. Destiny throws them the gutter and they have no fucking viewership again. And also, it's kind of hard to not see Destiny when your fucking background is the DGG plushie in it.
My call-out post.
Like, we're just supposed to, like, ignore the fact that you're literally just, like, his top sweeper.
Didn't even mention Destiny, I believe.
Yep, it's almost...
My call-out post didn't contain...
Believe it or not, it's almost like there's context beyond the post. Like, context to who you are. Which Hassan is evidently bringing up as he references the fact that you've admitted to being a pedo.
Single trace of Destiny.
I love how like concepts like context are just like alien to these people when it's beneficial.
Okay. And why is Hassan pretending as if he doesn't watch me every now and then?
Because he probably doesn't.
Why is Hassan pretending that he doesn't catch up on the Orbits drama? Really? Hassan knows what Live and Learn is, okay?
117 viewers. Please don't flatter yourself.
He knows Hutch, he knows Pisco, all right? This guy's a follower of this space, okay? This guy's a big fan of this space, all right? Like, really? Like, this is where we're gonna set the standards.
Yeah.
Okay, dude. Okay. Wait, where's the hate rate from? Dude, It could be from anywhere. I think it's from everywhere, if anything, right? Because I think that it could be from Hassan's crowd. It could be from the anti-fans. Whatever. It doesn't really matter.
The anti-fans. Does this get better? Valid question from Joe.
That's simple. Consumed lolly. It gives me the ick. Okay. What? This person consumed lolly? I miss you. It doesn't get simpler than that. Simply don't watch me. Not gonna accept. They're not gonna like me, and I accept that. If you don't like me, then just simply. Most people are not gonna like me. I accept that. Okay. Most people are not gonna accept. They're not.
You're actually on because I am a sad, pathetic, unlikable sack of shit with nothing to contribute to a conversation. This is like, what are these responses?
Not gonna like me, and I accept that. If you don't like me, then just simply don't.
It's cool if people don't like you for like a cool reason. Like you're willing to say the things other people aren't. Not because like you're a fucking like dumb moron who like publicly lies, admits to lying up to the point where you're not willing to explain exactly how you lied, but are unwilling to own that the thing that you just described, being by definition a lie, is a lie. Right? You're like a total coward that runs from debates, etc. Maybe that's why people don't like you. So you can't do the whole, I'm a controversial figure when it's not for like a cool fucking reason.
Watch me. All right? It's really that simple. I promise you, it doesn't get simpler than that. Okay? What? This person consumed lolly? It gives me the ick? Oh, wait, I don't have to watch this person? I can just close my eyes and walk away?
A weird strategy to admit you're like, in response to Hassan calling you a pedophile, your like response is to admit to consuming sexualized depictions of underage kids.
What? That's so crazy.
Go back, something funny happened.
Really that simple. If you don't like, accept that. All right. Difficult. Here's
what am I looking for?
Spell out, like he actually included the context. Okay, he actually included the context. Usually he excludes context. Okay, usually he excludes context. But I'm actually impressed. Good job.
The best, so Foodshops' responses tonight are, I did lie, or no, Foodshops' response tonight are, I don't actually believe that Hassan was being transphobic. I made it up, or I just needed a line of attack. Okay, so you didn't think it was true when you said Hassan was being transphobic, but you said it anyways. Foodshops is like, basically admits to that, and then it's like, okay, so you lied. Well, no, and then fucking flip-flops back to try, well, technically it might be true because, and even those technicalities don't make the statement true at all. Then the other thing was, yeah, I do consume sexualized depictions of underage kids. If you don't like me, don't watch. Weird response, but okay. And then the third response is, Hassan didn't cut any context when he was showing evidence to ascertain that, or to demonstrate that I'm a pedo.
Hassan, you actually included that context this time. And change. Okay, so we're gonna watch this. Okay. But here's the thing. All right. And this is a very difficult concept. Okay, to understand. All right. Most people are not gonna like me. I accept that, okay? Okay, let's watch the Hassan stream on me, okay? The little segment that he did today. I haven't even reacted to it yet, outside of this clip. That's a whole can of worms. That's literally his response to this. Oh, it was in all caps, by the way. But that's pretty typical. Are we sure it's this stream? Does anybody, why do I see a random ass believes it in any way? Like, what?
Alright, I'm bored. Thank you guys for watching the stream. As always, I'll be here tomorrow. If you've made it this long, we hit Streamly goal, so as promised, I'll be making out with myself tonight when stream is over. Foodie ran from the debate, but the little debate that we did get, you should clip that and put it on Twitter. That'd be a very good idea. In the meantime, you guys can go enjoy new Rising Star, Himpleton. Let him know I sent you. Let him know I sent you. Take care.